Have you ever seen a sideshow?
Aren't we watching one right now?
Oh, whatever you want to call it. Hello, friends. Hello, traders. Hello, family. Hello, pets, non-pets, and everything you'd like to pet. And, of course, everyone else. So glad you can make it here today, and this is Topstep TV. You're not going to find another show on the internet like we've got here for you today, and I think you know that because you're here. This is Opening Call. He's Statler, and I'm Waldorf. We have an exciting and informative educational show for you today. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your biggest fan, even those Muppets in the balcony, and that voice in your head that keeps reminding you. Ability is what you're capable of doing. Motivation determines what you do. Attitude determines how well you do it. So keep that attitude up. Go for it. Go for the gold. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, our very own man with a plan, the market guru here at Topstep, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday already, August the 8th. As always, we're going to be focusing on context, good risk management, and patience here. Got to say good morning to my top folks. John Jones, first in the room. Scotty Boy, Theo, M. Frizzo, Dan Trader, David Walsh, Royalty with Christ, Corey Hussein, Ford, Eddie. Hey, you're in there, Eddie, Corey, Chris, and G-Man. Good morning to everybody. Just calling out the top few there, the first ones in the room. Great to be here with everybody, and let's have a good trading day today.
John said my name. All right. Ah, man. Crazy Thursday? I don't know. Let's just make sure that we are focused. Mindset is good. And let's get to the news. Dow futures, 0.4% higher here after that lovely number here. We're also seeing the S&P 0.8% better. And the NASDAQ jumped a full percent. Wall Street Industries yesterday, if you remember, closed lower, unable to hold an early rally. That was with the Dow Jones closing over 2 points at 0.6% lower, while both the broad-based S&P dropped 0.8 and the NASDAQ fell 1.1%. There's some more earnings for all of us today. John's going to go over those. One thing I want to point out is this is from J.P. Morgan. One of the main contributors to the market turmoil in the last few days has been the unwinding of the global carry trade. Now, that involves investors borrowing money in a place where interest rates are low and using it to invest elsewhere in assets that generate a higher return. Smart people, huh? That's what we're here for. Buy low, sell high. For years, it's widely involved the Japanese yen, Bank of Japan, because the interest rates are near zero, and that's an attempt to stimulate the stagnant economy. However, the Bank of Japan raised the rates last week. One about that. Now, while the rates are already falling in a number of other regions, and the Federal Reserve has signaled that it may join this club next month. Well, it's the talk of the town. Analysts at J.P. Morgan, analysts said that in a note that a risk reward for global carry is low due to the U.S. elections and the potential of repricing funders on the lower U.S. rates. This is something that reason being behind what we have been seeing. So, Apple's in the news today, and regarding their artificial intelligence. If you want to update your phone, this is, I guess, the plan so far. For each AI edition, Apple's going to charge you $20. Yes, they just sort of bend you over and dig for your wallet. So this is also known as Apple Intelligence. Yes, they're being very smart about the whole idea. So $20 for each AI edition. Oh, well, if you like it, pay it. Otherwise, Johnny, what do you got here for us today?
Well, as far as economic numbers, the jobless claims numbers came out this morning. Now, they just came off an 18-month high which was 249,000. They were looking for 240,000 this time. It came out lower at 233,000. Obviously, the equity markets are pleased by this. Continuing jobless claims came off the previous weeks just a little bit, but still came out a little bit higher than expected. At 9 o'clock, we have wholesale inventory and sales. 9:30, the natural gas inventories. At 10:30, there is a 4-week note auction. And at noon, this is a biggie, a 30-year bond auction.
Yeah.
And we do have on the docket here, Barkin, one of the talking feds. Barkin is going to be barking at 2 o'clock. As a reminder, there's no major economic releases tomorrow, so we'll be freewheeling tomorrow with no new news or unknown news coming out. Maybe a slower day tomorrow, and certainly as far as economic numbers are concerned. Looking at these markets this morning, looking at the domes, the low liquidity remains. Be careful. You're gonna need to expect some bigger slippage on your stops, especially if you're trading in the NASDAQ, but we're still seeing across the board here some lower liquidity in these markets. I think Eddie kind of mentioned or is going to mention JP Morgan ups the probability of recession by the end of the year from 25% to 35%. As far as earnings are concerned, the higher market caps this morning, we had Siemens and Alliance beating on both. We have Gilead after the close. Nothing really major as far as earnings are concerned. Today, we've got the VIX down about 6% at 2609, where it was 23.23 at this time yesterday. The dollar index is up slightly at 103.3, but still right where it was yesterday at this time at 103.34. The yield on the 10-year right up against that 4% level this morning at 3.99%, where it was 3.93 at this time yesterday. Eddie, what is going on in crude?
Texas tea, black gold, Jed Clampett. I still love that show. Yes, taking a look here. Well, crude here. I got the wrong chart up, but taking an eye here, watching our good friend in crude. We did see that we do have a high here. Oh my goodness! It high out 75.84. Right, and the low 73.03, so almost breaking that 73 level, hanging around the 71s, but we are seeing a little recovery here. Hopefully we do see it. Well, depends on what you want for your oil. Crude prices earlier retreated on course to end the 2-day winning streak. Dismal economic data from our top importer, China, reignited concerns around that global demand. We did see that the WTI dropped 0.1 and Brent fell 0.2%. So data released earlier today showed China imported around 10 million barrels of oil in July. It was down 12%. June, 3% lower than the same period last year. So concerns over the Chinese growth, coupled with fears of the U.S. recession, and has weighed heavily on our oil prices. Both benchmark gained around 3% in the last two sessions. That was helped by the tensions in the Middle East. All right. That's what I've got for our crude metal update. Just taking a look here real quick here. United States, 27 gold, China, 26, Australia, 18, France, 13, Great Britain, 12. That's the top 5. Actually, South Korea is knocking on the door to get into that top 5, and so is Japan. There you have it here with our U.S. Olympics. Now let's go to our Top Step tip of the week. Gabe, what do you got? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Demo. How many people have been using their practice account? Remember, practicing with a demo is essential to gain levels of experience. All right. Experience different conditions. This is one of the things that I use my practice account for. Different market conditions, high volatility, trending markets, range bound markets. This is going to help you adapt your strategy accordingly. And, with a demo, it often allows you to simulate real life scenarios, test your strategies. That's where you need to do it, in the lab. Before you take it out on center stage, you got to work on it in the lab. So there you have it. Johnny, what do you got for this?
Yeah, practice or a demo account is a great place to work on new strategies, learn about new tools, learn about new charts, and always work on those fundamentals of execution and recognition of opportunities. Always you keep a practice account handy. Maybe you're done for the day. Maybe you've had a really good day and you just want to stay involved in the markets, but you don't want to risk any of your profits. Go to your practice account. Maybe you've hit your personal daily loss limit for the day and you're just going to close up that account, and you still want to sit around and hang and learn something. Go to your practice account. It's always a good thing to have. I keep mine open all the time, and just take advantage of it. Treat it like it's real. You're going to play how you practice, and if you practice like it's real, you'll play real when it's real. Always a good idea to have a practice account.
That's it. Thanks, Coach. All right, Statler. I think it's time for our charts. I tell you, those two are two funny Muppets. But anyway, speaking of funny, what do you got? What do you got for our contestants today, John?
All right. Well, as always, we start with the daily and the S&Ps. We know we've been experiencing a pretty deep pullback here. The S&P is traded about 10% off the all-time high on this pullback already. And the global uncertainty and the threat of recession continues to rule price action as we speak. Now, we talked yesterday about having some pretty deep excess on this low here on Monday, and we're testing into that now. It doesn't surprise me that we may test into that again. There was some pretty stiff excess. We ran out of sellers and buyers came in. If those buyers are going to protect that level, we might expect some possible opportunities back to the upside off that. We don't know what's going to happen. Just keep in mind, remember, there is a lot of uncertainty. Markets don't like uncertainty. Be cautious with everything you do. Make sure you're looking for those cheap trades that are close to points of invalidation, and execute at those levels. Manage your risk. Remember, the markets are still very thin. Liquidity is thin right now. So, and I was looking for an exaggerated expectation off the jobless clams today. That's pretty much all we really had as far as early numbers, and a lot of people focusing on employment now. That's one of the biggest things that they're looking at as far as possibly falling into recession. Market is still seeking balance. We're inside the range really from Monday's big session here. Looks like I'm having a little bit of an internet issue here. I think you can still see me.
I still see you.
All right. Hey, now we're good. So yeah, now the chart is looking better here. It's when the jobless claims came out, folks really liked that number. So that's going to kind of consolidate or help us consolidate in this current range that we're in. I'm kind of looking at weekly kickoff low as a kind of a lower end of that. Last week's low, kind of an upper end of the area of balance that this market is trying to establish for some consolidation, a little bit of waiting for new business, new information. Yesterday the volume was pretty low on that push to the downside, and we lost 2,900 in open interest. So it's not like there was a whole bunch of new short sellers barreling into this market. It was more of really just a kind of a easing of the number of contracts out there. People are recognizing that the market is very thin, and everybody is waiting for new information. And unfortunately, a lot of that new information may not be scheduled. With the uncertainties in the world right now, anything can happen. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So settlement is all the way down here at 52.27.5. Overnight was a very narrow range. There was no real overnight inventory until the number came out. 7:30 jobless claims numbers came out. The market has driven back into range, back into value from yesterday. Now, yesterday was a pretty decent trending day to the downside, but again, on lower volume and losing open interest. So it's not like I'm thinking that there's a whole lot of new selling coming into this market. And again, anything can happen. any unknown news that may come out can change things drastically. So, just always put a stop in. We know there's going to be some slippage on the stops these days, but just make sure you protect yourself. So no overnight inventory until now, no gap, narrow overnight range until now. We're still not open in the regular trading hours. Monday's afternoon pullback low. This 51.92 quarter was a kind of a target that I was looking at for a potential opportunity for a reversion trade yesterday if we got there during regular trading hours session. Unfortunately, we did not. We got there last night, so we did take a look below it. We found a little bit of support there. Now we find a little bit of support at 52.10, which is weekly kickoff low. Weekly kickoff low. And now we're coming right back into range, right back into value, right back into everything. Now, one thing, we've got the anchored VWAP from the low 30-minute bar on Monday. We broke it yesterday and continued to push to the downside. Now we've broken it back to the upside. Does that mean we're going to head higher? Who knows? We've got our recession VWAP much lower. We're breaking out above that low bar on Monday's anchored VWAP, heading towards the 200 session moving average. This might be a little bit of a point of contention. Let me see where we are here. Yeah, we've already run through them. There are two single TPOs in the whole profile yesterday. Those single TPOs were 52.64 half, 62.64, 52.64.75. We're already back through them. Where the market sits right now, it's really centrally located in the range from yesterday. I got to stay patient. I have to look for something in the daytime frame, something that to come to me and say, all right, this is a good opportunity because it limits risk. Right in the middle of the range from yesterday, right in the middle of value from yesterday. I got to stay patient. It was a double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday as far as the profile is concerned. We had those two single TPOs that were right down here, 64.75, 64 half. We've already kind of come through them. Where the market is, it's in a little bit of no man's land for me because, again, we're right in the middle of range, right in the middle of value. Stay patient as better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. We did have the advent of a little positive news, and people are really glomming onto that right now. Do they continue to glom onto it for the rest of the day is unknown. Very well could be. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. Similar situation. We had all that excess on Monday. The 15% was targeted yesterday, found a little bit of support there today. We're going to be, let me get my notes here. We did a little bit of a test of the excess from Monday, but again, we found buyers back down there. Over volume again to the downside yesterday, pretty low. Open interest, we lost 1,400 in open interest. So it's not like there was a new trend to the downside starting, although we are in a medium time frame downside trend. So any longs, you've got to think about the see money, take money, at least for now. Market has taken us right back to weekly kickoff low, 18,260. That might be an interesting opportunity because it allows us to limit risk. We'll see that on the open. Again, the 200 session moving average was in play earlier. We are now above that. Range bound possibly beginning to start 15%, 17,836. Perhaps last week's low, again, finding resistance up above those levels for the last three sessions, 18,385.75. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. It's going to be basically telling me the same thing that the S&Ps were saying. Narrow overnight range, no overnight inventory. Now we're starting to build some longs, which has taken us right back into range and to value from yesterday's session, basically right in the middle of it. Be cautious. Better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. The double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday. There were two areas of single TPOs, and we just traded into one of them, 18,258, which is basically weekly kickoff low, and down to 18,248. What's our current high? 18,252. So right in the middle of those single TPOs is where price has targeted. That makes it a little bit more confluent, however you want to say that, for a potential opportunity for an execution in either direction at this level, at the weekly kickoff low. Take a look at crude oil now. Alrighty then. So we got a nice boost in the overnight session in crude oil last night. The open interest yesterday on that push to the upside, we lost 30,000 contracts. Volume was okay. We got too short in the hold down here, folks. There were too many sellers looking for this market to continue the move to the downside. These pullbacks can be vicious and nasty. Unfortunately, happened last night in the overnight session. But we got to monitor for new continuation or new buying coming into this. If you have Delta, watch for Delta divergence. I'll be kind of keeping an eye on that for us all today during fast markets today. But we're going to see if we can get a sense of new buying coming into this, or if this pullback was really just getting too short in the hole here and kind of bailing on that in the overnight session last night. In the 30-minute chart, there was really no overnight inventory. Okay, it's an inside extended trading hour range. We're trading right at settlement, right in the middle of range, right in the middle of value. Stay patient. Better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. We've got gaps a go on both sides of yesterday's range. Which one will be targeted? Unknown. So be careful. Be cautious. The one thing about yesterday's session in the profile, we had a failed downside auction, and it just ran from that. When we failed that downside auction yesterday, I mean, it was all upside till we got into a previous gap. This is what's left of the previous gap because we never got all the way through it yesterday. Be patient today. We're right in the middle of range, right in the middle of value. Better trade locations are likely to come as the day goes on. Gold, we've been just dancing around that weekly kickoff low here at 24.25 even. Gold remains range bound. It may not look like it so much on this chart, but if you look at the December chart, it remains very range bound. Last week's low, weekly kickoff low, showing a degree of support. If we get a full rotation, we could see price come back up to, let's call it 24.93, or even last week's high of 25.25 half. If we are going to remain range bound, and we follow range bound rules, we go to one extreme to the other, to the other, to the other. We're looking for opportunities at those extremes to fade those extremes until there's a breakout outside that with some momentum and some volume, in which case we would want to go with a breakout. We're pretty far from any breakouts from the current area of balance in gold. Yesterday, the day before even, look at how low the volume dropped to as we kind of tested down to these support levels. Volume just dried up. Open interest dried up. We lost 1,700 yesterday. Not really good for continuation for a downside short time frame trend. Obviously, the market has turned the other direction this morning. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. Look at the narrow ranges for the past couple of days. Narrow range, all inside Monday's range. Talk about range bound. Holy smokles. There was a 2-tick gap that we tested up to in regular trading hour session, and I have now rejected. We have now rejected that. So we're going to take that off. It is no longer valid. The 200 session moving average also coming into play here. No continuation above that level. We saw some sellers come in, especially after the numbers came out, when the equity started pushing to the upside. Gold, obviously, hold to the downside. Overnight inventory was long already anyway. And when they didn't get what they were looking for, I'm kind of looking at this as an overnight inventory adjustment. Maybe take a look down at VWAP, which is coming in at 24.3960 for a potential opportunity. That's going to do it for me in the charts. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take a deep breath before getting involved. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, every day and all day, pray for peace. Let's have a good trading day.
I'm with you, Johnny. All right, my friends, we're going to take a little break here right now. Coming up here, fast markets. Andre, MP, Hogatone, and Anne-Marie. So don't go away. Johnny, meet you at the vending machine. I'll buy you a bag of Fritos. We'll be right
I'll
back.
be there.
Don't go away.
Be there.
There you go. Let's get our schmogles in the gates. Whatever a schmoggle is. Good morning, Andre. Good morning.
Hey,
Andre.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, Abby. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. We are open right now. So without further ado, I'm going to throw it to my man Hoag in the house. Hoag, what are we looking at here on this opening range?
Well, opening range is right in the middle of the range and the value from yesterday. Right now, they're absolutely huge because of the lack of liquidity. We're seeing some really large opening ranges. Right now, it's 10-point opening range in the S&Ps, 40-point opening range in the NASDAQ. That is going to make it a little bit too risky, too much to take. And again, because the market is opening, here's the NASDAQ profile.
Okay.
So, the low, the high, we're right in the middle of value. We've got TPO value low all the way down at 18,132. We've got TPO value high all the way up at the high from yesterday, which is 18,558. The fact that we're opening right in the middle of the range, right in the middle of possible repair area, tells me I got to wait for better trade locations. I'm not doing anything early in the session today until we get some sort of structure, something to lean on, some sort of VWAP, some sort of something to lean on. And I'm just not seeing it. The only thing I do like about the NASDAQ is we've traded basically right back up to 18,260, almost to 260. What's the high of the previous bar here? 18,252. 18,260's weekly kickoff high, and that's a good risk limiter. I don't like the fact that it's right in the middle of value and range from yesterday, but it does offer the opportunity to limit risk.
18,260, correct, John? Weekly kickoff low.
That is correct.
Kickoff. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Now, I looked through the dome earlier for liquidity in the S&Ps. There's 1,200 on the offer up at 53.40. 53.40. Remember yesterday there was all that liquidity down below? I said at one point, we may go look for that. We actually ended up doing it yesterday. We went way through that liquidity as well. We also have some liquidity down below at 5,200. There's 5,200 for about 600 on the bid, 5,175 for about 1,000 on the bid. We'll see what happens.
Man,
those numbers you just gave, John, are right in line with what the option chains are saying also. 53.30 and 5,200. So yeah.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah, right in line.
Well, they've got their risk already set up if we get there.
Yep, absolutely.
Amazing.
all right, we can
So-
kick off.
Amazing.
I do want to
Emily.
ask a question, John. If, this comment that you make all the time that says it's the market's job to facilitate trade.
Mm-hmm.
And if we take a look at the dailies that we're seeing, or maybe a 4-hour chart where we're just looking at maybe a volume profile event where they're accumulating, that's perfect. You can see that they're accumulating in this range, right? So they're accumulating inventory with a base somewhere near that higher low and
Yes.
the top of the range. And so we should, is it true to say that we should, quotation marks, anticipate a region where they will get rid of all of that inventory that they're building right in that pocket?
Well, yeah. I mean, when the market stays in the range for a long period of time and you get a very even bell curve. Now, this is that 4-hour chart starting at the open of regular trading hours on Monday. So there's that big rejection that occurred. A lot of excess at the bottom of this current profile. Now we're just spending time kind of moving back and forth in this range that we've been talking about, right, Anne-Marie? So
Yeah.
this bell curve is getting to be very even. And when it gets to be very even, it's using up its ability to facilitate trade, and price will probably begin to auction in one direction or the other, seeking new business. All we've been doing for the last couple of days here is eating up old business. We lost 30,000 in open interest the day before yesterday. We lost about 3,000 in open interest the day before. Volume had fallen off a little bit. So the market is getting comfortable here, but it's not going to stay comfortable forever. And when we do get a decent breakout of this current range, with basically the 15% level here in the NASDAQ has been kind of finding buyers down there. We've been finding sellers up above the TPO value high from Friday. And, you know, we've just been kind of bouncing back and forth. We came in, we came up to it, we came down to that level yesterday. Now it looks like we're going to head back up to the upper end of this range. But, you know, in facilitating trade, when it's done facilitating trade here, price will advertise to new levels.
So does that invalidate the cheap short or the cheap long?
Only when it breaks out with some volume and some participation and maybe even some momentum. It's always subjective when that happens. But for now, the play is you get short up against the high because you can limit risk. You get long against the low because you can limit risk. And if you do get a substantial breakout, you're supposed to go with it. It's never easy, Anne-Marie, as we all know. But that's really the kind of play, and that's basically straight from Dalton's mouth.
Right. Okay, so if we did take a cheap high or a cheap low, what kind of risk parameter do you think we would have if that comes into the day?
Well, I mean, we're right in the middle of the range right now.
Yeah, I know. It's absolute suckville.
Yes, we are.
So this is one of those situations, Anne-Marie, where I would be looking at, okay, where am I wrong in this trade? Where does the stop have to be? It has to be outside the area of balance, right? You know there's going to be a whole bunch of stops there. So in this case, I would look to catch the stops on either side of it. If it breaks out a little bit, we run those stops. Watch it. See what happens. If the dome dies and it seems like nobody cares, that's more likely going to be a failed upside auction. And same thing on the bottom. If it looks below, we run all those stops and the dome dies. That's saying, well, nobody really seems to care. So maybe we're going to come back into range.
Okay, so last probing question.
Yeah.
The last probing question.
Hold on. Wait, hold really quick. I don't think we saw fourth person to the team today has just come in. He's been here for a minute. There you are.
In the living room.
Oh,
Been sitting on the couch. Been sitting on the couch the whole time.
I saw your feet were kicked up on the coffee table already. You had the remote control in your hand. I figured we'd let him in. What's up, MP?
How are we doing?
Good. We got some levels up here. We got a check mark around 260 upper end here. 260, about 100 points off. Yes, that's it for right now.
So actually played out. If you wanted to get in early, I don't know if that's the. Well, I mean, we say zone. So if you want to be an early zoner, you can always do that too.
You can, yes, you can. But we got
one
there.
Anne-Marie, what's up?
Yeah, there's MP.
How are you,
everybody? There you
looking
is.
great.
You got
man.
some
looking
sunshine.
great. I'm feeling great. You're looking great. I love it.
Well, you're looking great too. You had those sunbursts when my kids were really little, and we'd pull the shades down like that. See how your shirt has the sunbursts on them?
Yes.
They would chase those around the house. It was so much
Every
fun.
now and then people ask if it's a bleach dye. I've heard somebody say that in chat. But the bleach dye did happen to John's shirt. John bleached, or whatever it's called, tie-dyed. I like it, Johnny. All right, let's get into the markets.
I love it. MP slow chase.
So back to my last question there. John. If we're looking at this as a potential breakaway on either side, or the cheap long or the cheap short on either side, does that imply that the size that we enter in first need to be smaller, since there's a potential of a fail because we've been collecting so much over time? Or do we just go regular and say, let's do what we do?
Okay. I think that the position sizing in these types of situations has to be based off of our assumed point of failure. Okay. So let's say in the house account, we're willing to risk 10,000 on a trade like this. If we get a trade location that is close enough to our point of failure where we could trade 20 lots, we can take 20 lots. Yeah, I think you have to look at the position sizing based on how far risk is away from your entry. If we're risking, 20 points, we're going to trade smaller. If we're risking 10 points, then we can trade a little bit bigger and use the same amount of risk overall on a trade like that. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It does very much.
You guys are getting not you guys, but the viewers, listeners in here are getting a lesson out of the gate that is very, very good. So hopefully you guys are gathering the knowledge here because this is good. Thank you, John. Thank you, Ann.
Like in chat, our good friend Brooksy talking about the ES for shorts says he likes the 52.97.75s. That was yesterday's session VWAP for the ES 52.97.75. Thanks, Brooksy.
Thank you very much. Got the ES.
Thank you.
Hey, pin to the top of the chat here. Well, not yet. We'll get that pin to the top of the chat very shortly. I got my Topstep daily levels. You also have those put onto your charts here in Topstep X. But I got my levels. So we're looking at 52.97. 75.
You know what I like? What I just thought it could be a great idea. On the dome, 52.97. You look at my chart, 52.97.5. If I could go on here, and I'm gonna send this to the guys. I don't know if you guys like it or not. 52.97.5 right here. Well, you can see it far left. But you see it highlighted way far left. I know it's by everything. If I clicked on here, if I clicked on this dome part, I should be able to annotate it or put something right there or color it. That'd be kind of cool. No, stupid idea.
What are you trying to do on the ladder or the chart?
Where you could, the ladder. Just right there on the ladder. I don't know. Just a thought. If you're a ladder person.
Well, I think definitely for ladder people, that would be great.
Is a ladder person.
Because you can annotate a chart. You can put a mark on a chart. Why can't you do it on a ladder? That's kind of, I don't know. I'm going to
talk about that before.
You know what they can do right now, Andre? Sorry to cut you off. They can put Topstep levels on the ladder. And I'm going to tell them,
that'd be cool.
Why are we not on the ladder? Because they told me when you get Topstep, when we do our indicators, our own indicators, then that'll be able to, all those levels will be able to show up on the ladder as well. Guys, the ladder is the dom, whatever you want to call it. It's this depth of market. We've called it a ladder. It looks like you're climbing up a ladder since 2000 and whatever, early 2000s, when the ladder was the ladder. Nobody called it the dom.
It's called ladder because you don't have to get in an argument. It's called the dome or the dom. It's just called the ladder. All right, so we got check mark for 52.97 half, 52.97.75. Short up there, short 260 upside.
Well, can't we?
Quite open right now. Pretty quiet open right here.
We just agree to disagree. Those that want to call it a dom, call it a dom. Those that want to call it a dome, call it a dome. It's like tomato.
Those who like to talk, call it a depth of market.
I mean, now now we're getting wordy. MP.
All that upside is now one.
MP's hacking away on that computer right now.
I'm hacking away. I'm telling them right now. Can you guys do it? Somebody set the stopwatch right now in chat. Can Topstep levels show up on the ladder? Can we also have the ability to click a level on the ladder and highlight it? I'm going to go T minus. I'm going to go T minus whatever. You guys find out how quickly we can get this feature implemented. This will be a test. We should just start.
Okay, I never use my stopwatch, so I'll just let it run. Even if
just going to tomorrow.
I've done that before where I go back to it and I'm going to use it. And I'm like, oh, it's been like four months or something like that.
All right, engineers, you have 99 hours.
Starting now.
Can I suggest something along with that?
Yeah.
Have the daily levels and be able to change the colors so that they match the daily levels or any of the levels that you have on your chart. So you can see the level. If you have a level and it's green on your chart, you can put that level on your dome in green, so you know that it lines up with a particular.
100%. Those levels should match up with your chart levels, right? Color.
77% short Nasdaq right now. 77% short Nasdaq.
Okay.
Right in the middle of the range. Look at the levels.
Right, we got our daily levels up.
Yes, we do.
Pinned to the top of the chat.
What was the price yesterday, MP? 75s. What was the price yesterday?
75. It was
But I think it was 475s.
475. Okay.
Yes.
Those are nice
We were up against the highs up there.
really nice shorts.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting flies back right now.
What are you
They're
doing?
gonna let us know.
Look at this, man.
Look at
Nothing makes
this,
him happier. Nothing makes the boss happier. Look at that quick turnaround.
New
time.
shiny toy, new chew toy. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Nothing makes me happier. I'm like a dog.
I don't blame you. All right. Again, we have 77% MP. We got 77% short. NQ got no levels coinciding with at these 18,130 right now. 135. 77, almost 78% short.
What
No
makes
levels,
the
right?
market really tough right now, I
Mhm.
think, is, tough for the buy and hold through a cycle up to a big target or a small target, is because if we look at the daily charts, we're making, in the last 3 or 4 days, we're making lower lows and higher highs and then selling off of them. And that is just, to me, it's indicative of a little bit of algorithmic trading, getting in and then running it up into exhaustion and then throwing it out while they are trying to decide on what a fair price is. And I think that makes it hard for, holding a trade into anything other than level to level trading. For those of us that are sitting around going, oh, all right, well, how do I trade in this market? My thought is always, when you see something that's building a strange pattern, right? It's not a pattern of trend. We're not going straight down like we had in days past. And now we're sitting in where we punched lower. It blows our stops out, but then we also recover and then move really, really quickly. The jobless claims number was, an increase in the number. So they are trading the market up because they think the Fed is going to come in with 50 basis points. And that's not necessarily a good thing, because economies aren't in good shape when they're lowering interest rates. And so it just becomes this artificial movement. And so my thought is, just when you're trading, trade level to level. Don't go down too far into the super tight time frames. JD and I were talking about this on Strategy Lab on Monday, talking about, if you want to chase something else, the VIX has started fading again. And when the VIX fades, then the market gyrations get slower, right? As the VIX begins to fade, the market gyrations get slower. And so there's a little bit more of real play that we can get in there, but at the same time, just trade level to level. And if you're seeing your prices go, look, it's moving up, I think it's going to hold, just look to the left. And if there's been somebody sitting out, or you look on your ladder, and if you see a stack of sellers sitting in there, then hey, listen, I just gotta, like Dakota said earlier, see money, take money. And as you say that all the time, John. So that was my diatribe on that. I know that the market's been a stinker to quite a few of us because we're trading with our normal size and our normal stops, and we're getting shredded. And so I've been, telling everyone on that little morning video I put in a Topstep to say, hey, listen, trade those micros. Just trade. If you want to trade those micros. You can trade more of them, but you can leg into the position. And because volatility is spiking, you can still make some money. You just don't, every trade doesn't need to be some kind of monster trade that makes you want to go out and buy,
what would you buy?
Well, what would I buy?
What would you buy?
Probably a Piaget. If I,
a watch. A car.
That's the Peugeot. The Piaget.
Peugeot.
You were right. The
watch.
car. The car.
Yes.
The watch. The watch.
Yes.
I'm a huge
I thought you were saying PJ in French. Private jet in French.
Wow.
I love watches. I love watches.
Are you really?
Yes.
You're a watch
Yes.
gal, huh? Okay.
I am a
like
What are you
it.
wearing right now? What
Yeah.
are you wearing one right
I
now?
am not wearing one now. I am not wearing one now. So I will move between. I will move between my Cartier. I have a couple of Versace's. I have.
Ooh.
Yeah. I have a collection.
nice
My
taste.
husband always looks at them and goes, "Well, if things go bad,
Yep.
yourself something
Well,
right there."
yeah.
Right. They hold their value. They hold their value indeed.
Fairly well.
Uh-huh.
Fairly well. Fairly well.
Very nice. I like it, Anne-Marie.
All right.
Okay.
That's a
All right.
whole-
We got
We'll get back to the markets. That's a whole different universe. The watch.
52.61 half in S&Ps is a pivot from Coach Paul. Bounce off that for 6. I think it's see profit, take profit today, MP.
Yeah,
but
but
then
the risk
from
reward
JD.
that needs to always be we put in there. If we're risking 30 handles, we need to be putting up 30 handles. Is
That's
that what
true.
we're talking about?
Yeah.
20 handles.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
you're right. You're right.
Totally agree.
We'll have to have some
Totally.
conversations though, proactively, not reactively,
That's right.
on kind of what that is. So right now,
Exactly.
what are some areas or zones or what that we're looking at
We like the
above and below this here?
above. Well, we got 297s to the upside, and S&Ps. We're still about 100 points away. NASDAQ right here, right in the middle from that spike from jobless. Damn, those 61s. 61 hooks.
Exciting news. I just got a message from JD. Rafa has entered the Discord room.
No way.
One of our
Really?
Rafa is here.
Rafa, let's get
Rafa.
them levels.
Let's everybody go in here. I am Rafa.
No.
Rafa. Sweet.
Hey, nice call from Zero D. He says if we bounce, it's going to come from the 1804.575s, about where we bounced to. And Big Ben was talking about the sellers coming in at NASDAQ here. And nice call, Big Ben. Keep these levels pumping in the
Keep
chat.
those, let's keep those levels coming before the fact. Before the fact, we need those levels.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to say 045 is the VWAP from the overnight session.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've
it's
got a
tilted up.
payment order around that.
We're gonna need those. Yeah, we need those before we pull the trigger.
I
Yeah,
was
I-
trying.
I was
Well,
being
You can
too
interrupt.
worried.
Hey, Hoag, if you guys say something, you just interrupt at all costs. Not
Yeah.
any means necessary. You just come in, say these levels. Everyone wants to go.
Is
Got
the
it.
045? It's 18045, right?
61 hook.
Yes.
Pivot City. Coach Paul. Damn. That was the level
We're
right there.
still- we haven't touched it.
All right.
Not there yet.
Really quick. I just saw, like I just said, we talked about initial jobless claims came out. Anne-Marie touched on initial jobless claims. Really quick, I want to go to my man Eddie, give you some preview rundown what we got coming up for the rest of the day on the calendar. Eddie, what we got for ecos?
Well, in a minute 26, I'm going to give you the 5-minute heads up for our 9 o'clock number. Wholesale inventories. Okay. In about 35 minutes, we got natural gas, 10:30 today, 4-week bill auction, 8-week bill auction, 11 o'clock Atlanta Fed. I think Johnny mentioned this earlier. The biggest one today should be our 12 o'clock 30-year bond auction. And a little later on in the afternoon, FOMC barkin will be harkin with the farkin. Yes,
Barely know him.
he'll be out this afternoon, so we'll keep an eye on that. But otherwise, back to you, Andre.
In about a minute and a half.
Rafa is on Team Eddie. Rafa is on
Team
Eddie's
Eddie,
team.
RS.
420.
RS.
Eddie.
He's my
Eddie, you've
MVP.
been hiding that one from us.
Go. Coach
Really?
Paul. Coach Paul is the level of the day right now. That 52.61 half in the S&P was the pivot. I'll be damned, we pivot right off of that for about 20 points. Coach Paul, if we make new highs, we can run to 53.25. There's Coach Paul in the chat. Make new highs in ES, we can run to 53.25 resistance.
Yeah, they were breaking out right now.
Coach Paul.
Dang it. I had
Eddie,
52.59, which is the anchored VWAP from the low on Sunday night into Monday. Right there.
All right, when we're carrying all these out, when you guys say your
Remaining.
levels, when you do all this, let's share them, and then as it gets close to
Yep.
them, then it's your responsibility again to share them, update us what the new thought is, if there's a new thought, if it's still in play, and then remind, I guess. That'll help us because I know Andre's writing things down, but then it allows us to
260
have
upside.
everybody on their levels.
We're all writing stuff down.
Upside to cool. All right, we got wholesale inventories in 4 minutes, MP, so we can take a breather here.
How often do wholesale inventories really move us?
Yeah.
When we take
Kind
a
of a
look
minor
at it?
number.
Yeah, not
It's
really.
kind of a what number?
Minor number.
Yeah.
Barely know her.
Yeah.
What did he say? Jesus. Oh my God. Did you go to the rodeo last night, MP?
No, got 8 hours of CPAP though.
Yeah, I could tell.
Man, nothing like good sleep.
I could listen. His
Golly.
jokes are on fire.
Shoving
Today.
oxygen into my body. It was just great.
Just
All night long.
stuffing oxygen. In my, his
Stop
jokes are
just
on point.
pushing it in. It done.
Whether it liked it or not. Hey, what happened?
Yeah.
NASDAQ 78% short. Look what happened.
So, Anne Marie, that wholesale inventories, if they're looking at a 0.2%, anything higher should be taken negative for the dollar. Obviously, anything lower, positive. And this is what it's the goods held in inventory by wholesalers, not the wholesalers. that are in
So
the
a
Navy,
low
but the
number is positive and a high number is negative.
right, and
Okay.
lower than
Okay.
expected should be taken as
Gotcha.
positive. Correct.
Okay, good.
So it's
Pete-
what they've got in their warehouses. We've got to move this stuff. Move it. And,
So if we talk about that and the number comes in and it whips down, I'm looking at a daily chart and I've got the micros up because I'm trading inside of one of these combines. And so I'm looking super closely to see where I can add in a motion. And so I am seeing in the cues, if we can come down and test the close of, and I'll expand this so I know MP doesn't like us having a zillion charts on one screen like that. So I'm going to expand it here to say, last time we were talking, I said, hey, listen, I try to enter at the close or open of major candlestick formations. And so I had a little long that just came up as we broke out, and then it's fading again. So my thought is, if that wholesale number jostles us a little bit, I'm going to come in at that 139 number. But if it jostles a lot, it could come down all the way to the close of 2 days ago, which is, looks like right at the 100 mark, 18,096 or so. So I'm thinking we have two squishy entries that are going to sit right here if that number fades. If it's positive, it's going to leave me in the dust.
MP, if you can get a pop in the spoos to 97.75, you can take a short 5 lot up there from Brooksy. We get a pop off this number. Copy.
Got it.
Yep. That's
30 seconds.
Spoos 52.97. One check mark.
297, yeah.
Yeah, risk of 6, so around 03. Upside. That's if we get something popping here on this wholesale. Go ahead, Eddie, when you get it.
Right. Moy says Mag 7 up. We should be checking that also. 15 seconds.
297.
Yeah. Okay. There's 92s.
Good pop.
Dang it.
Get the number ready?
There's 92s.
97.
52, 92.
Yep, 97 is the number.
All right, wholesale inventories unchanged. What happens now?
Unch.
Come
You
on.
hate the unch.
Just a further
Come
thing.
on, man.
Well, the wholesale month over month, they were looking at 0.3%, coming in at negative 0.6. But that wasn't the bigger of the two. That was the little sister.
Yep.
Yeah.
Coming up at 9:30, natural gas. So it's up if you're trading that Widowmaker.
All right.
92.
I do have some upside targets. 5,300 could be a cheap short. I got some upside targets of 5,315 also. We got a short, 52.97s and 97.5. John, what do you think? 97, 97.75s? And you check back in with Brooksy if he still likes 97.75 or 97.3 in the orders.
Man, the Dow
For a
is
short
just
here in the
on
S&Ps?
move.
Yeah, 97 the orders. We got a check mark from Brooksy. That's on Team Eddie. Horns of Plenty. What's it called?
I mean, it's up against some single TPOs in the profile yesterday. I guess, yeah, you get a check mark for me, but we don't have to risk a lot on it.
I got to risk at 606.
In the chat, Stefan's saying maybe there's a target in the ES to go long around 53.36.75, which is the point of control from yesterday. So we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you, Stefan.
Sounds like we're in.
No.
Oh.
Trade 97 even.
Hoop says 653 even. Thank you.
Now we're in.
Some size ES.
Love
5
it.
lots. Now we're in 10. We're a short 10. 97.5.
All right, they're going to run it. They're going to run
where's
it
the-
here.
Where's the risk?
Oh,
I mean, we're against short time frame direction here. We're above VWAPs. VWAPs are heading higher. We don't need to risk a lot in this. If we're going to take this, it's see money, take money.
6. What's our price?
97.5. 5.2, 97.5. Short.
That was the
10.
number. Short 7 from 97.5.
We took out those single TPOs now. We don't have to risk a lot.
Hammer this.
Yeah, I got it at 04.
You got more 04? 04?
No,
There it is.
you're 475. And stop that. That was ridiculously fast move. Okay. All right, cool.
So
It's a dip zone.
I was actually trading on the other side of that. And here's why. My thought was we have to focus on the short time frame, like John was saying, and directionally it's going to matter because we're moving in these bits and spurts all over the place. And so because I'm thinking great big picture, listen, we're moving from a bottom of a range to the top of a range, that they're going to use the opportunity to expand on every higher low dip. And so if we take a look, let's go to, I'm just gonna, I think we ought to get up to 53.11. So let me just move this right here for now. And let me open up the ES and I'll show you what I'm looking at, because I'm also using Andre's, not you, the great Andre,
better
but
the real Andre.
Andre.
The real Andre.
The Andre 2, Andre dot
Yes.
2.
2.0, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think
don't either.
that Andre is, we'll put the other Andre on
I
there.
appreciate
but
that.
Let me show you what I was looking at.
Whoa.
They're both good eggs.
What is that? She called me a good
Oh
egg.
my
She
gosh,
called
that was awesome.
She called me a good egg.
Andre 3000 on that one.
Yes.
I did. That's what it is. That's right.
Damn. Dude,
Okay, so if I take a look at the daily chart, right? My thought is what we're in is an accumulation stage. And so we're going to break the upper levels that are on smaller time frames, because what the traders are actually trying to do is accumulate in this range from an algorithmic perspective and then sell out of it where they see, all the liquidity dry up there, and then come back and base again for either a breakout or a breakdown. So my suspicion is from that daily perspective, once it broke out of this range near that 52.86, see all the 4-hour heavy congestion here? Just tons of heavy congestion. I thought it would break further to the north on that number. Now you can see it fading. So, my thought is if it comes in and loses that 52.92, then, the short might still be active, right? But that my thought is I think they're trying to get up through this wall of worry. And so they're going to get those higher lows and try to punch back in. That was the only reason that I took the long.
Back to yesterday's highs, right?
Exactly. Or back to the heavy congestion of the region. I don't know what kind of juice is sitting in the market. You were talking about the delta shifting. And so, I don't know. I don't know what's happening in there.
Speaking of juice, Snuffle, talking about the S&Ps, doesn't think there's a lot of juice above 53 here. 53 even.
Who's that? RS?
Snuffle Platypus here in chat.
How's RS? Eddie, how's RS looking? You got anything from RS?
Checked in with him and have not seen anything yet.
All right. If there's no imminent trade right now, interrupt me.
Well, hold on one second.
Stories.
What are we looking at? Again, proactive, not reactive.
So two of my team members are suggesting waiting till the initial balance is established, which is to me usually a good idea in the situation that we're in right in the middle of yesterday's ranges. So two of them are kind of out until after 9:30. I've got one that's looking for a push all the way up to 53.3175, which is last week's low, which takes us basically right up to that congestion that Anne Marie was talking about. Right now, I mean, we've got buyers in control. We've got higher highs, higher lows. We're above VWAPs.
Eddie, JD, Anne, what are your thoughts?
They're working.
Yeah, I got an early morning update from Mickey today saying if we can breach the overnight high, which we just did a few minutes ago. Overnight high was at 18,252 quarter in the NASDAQ. We had an upside target of 18,378. From there, trend day higher, breaching above 378, and then we take a run at yesterday's highs at around 58.
Say that one more time. 52. You're talking about the NASDAQ. What was the levels? Yeah.
So
then what's
taking out the overnight high, which you just did. Next target is 378 to the upside. If we get there and we breach that level, we're technically in a trend day higher then, and our next stop will be yesterday's highs at 558.
378 upside. So
we just had a pullback while you were saying that, and while John was talking, we did pull back to the 97.75. Who had that number?
Brooksy's
who's
Team Eddie.
Eddie, jump in here. Brooksy, ask him about the 97.75s, how they hold up on a pullback to it. I want to get their thoughts.
Yeah, I like that. Well, then we have a topside target of 53.15. I saw my guy SSS in the chat likes or gal upside target 53.15. 53.15 upside target in the S&Ps, the SPOOs.
So what do we have? We have a 53.15. We have a 53.37. Okay.
SSS in the chat. You still like that?
And then other folks in here share their thoughts. This is how you get a plethora of information. And if you go, that's too much information, blah, 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 use it how you see fit, and then show us your charts, and we'll see if you have more information on there.
Okay. No, SSS likes 53.15s to sell. Short 53.15. Thank you, SSS.
In the NASDAQ, here in
the weekly kickoff, low 18,260.
Jeremy says NASDAQ move up to about 18,290, consolidate, and then move higher. So first level 290, got to hit that. Next level higher, 18,372. Thank you, Jeremy.
We got two check marks. Upwards.
Everything's pointing. What's the theme here? Can you guys in chat say the theme?
I got upside.
Yeah. And then the pullbacks, which there was a short, very, very short-lived pullback, but it was pretty aggressive pullback that then firmed up. Just happened.
Upside target 53.15. Upside target S&Ps 378. 252. Take a long 252 if we can get it.
Say that one more time.
252 on the buyers. upside target 378.
You have all those.
Hoag.
You guys have all those. Then Hoag, JD, Eddie, as you guys are collecting, also collect the thoughts that we're sharing here, so then we can keep kind of sharing. I would say sharing the collective summary. So then when we're coming up to these areas, if it is your level, we're building a plan in there. If it is your level, you're responsible for following up on that. On the stuff.
260 is MP. 260 incoming. Weekly kickoff low.
The whole thing together. Okay.
That 260 was a nice little pullback there to it.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, what's
when
the
Andre
delta?
said the 260s, when Andre said the 260s, the 5260s, or it was trading 5260s, and sorry,
Here we go.
and it
60,
was trading.
60, 60s incoming.
Oh, okay, on the
18260s NASDAQ.
That's my guy right there. How long? How many?
10.
Did you go long or
18.
short?
A long
What price?
from 63.
That's nice. That's nice.
All right. Stop. Speaking of stops, Hoag, I think we got to stop right. We're on from 63 somewhere in the 49s. 40. Nah. What do you got? Risk MP 49.
Yeah, old resistance looks like 54, so 49 is nice.
Okay. Not 49.
It's a wick.
That took
We're not going to need
or
it.
5 off.
We're not going to need
5
it.
off.
Yeah, it's 5 off. We have those 20 handles in the money.
Excellent. Excellent.
All right, upside target 378. If we run,
I don't get why you laugh. I don't
I'm
get
not
why
laughing.
you
I'm
laugh.
laughing because this market makes me laugh.
We don't
Okay,
need
thank
stops if we're always right.
That's John. Oh man, that's my shit right there, dude. I don't like. Yes, I know. Stop. All right, see if we put 263.49 stop.
Well, we had our 290s here that Jeremy sort of put up here. Next level
Some juice.
372 here in the NASDAQ.
Did you watch the Olympics at all
Thank you,
yesterday,
Jeremy.
Michael?
No, I went to Los Montanas and had about 4 margaritas.
Nice. Salt on the rim or no?
Salt on the rim, spicy, and skinny.
I had
that
margarita
means.
last night too.
Excellent.
What is a skinny? What's skinny mean?
I took 2 off. Oh shit! No, I
Excellent.
bought them. My bad. I got to pay attention.
That's all right.
Sorry.
I think it breaks. I think it breaks. I think you're
What
all,
do we,
well, you might have reversed it already, but
What's our position?
we
Just got some insight from Coach Paul on the Nasdaq. We're holding the 200-day simple moving average right now, which is at 18,138. Possibly might hold as the low of the day. Just a little insight.
We're also holding above the 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart, which is coming in at 18,202.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we are on the upper edges of the volatility bands for the VWAP. So all the VWAP is expanding like this. And so it tells us that the dips will continue to be buy zones.
63. What? I don't like that look on your face. What does that mean?
I was thinking.
Yeah. What's that look mean?
What, me?
Yeah, you. Are we flat? What's our position?
We're long too.
What's our realized P&L?
Up 1,000.
Up 1,000?
You heard it.
All right, pause. Look at that. Mr. Skinny Margarita over there. Look at
You
Yeah,
don't
I
need
want to know
stops
what
if you're always
skinny
right.
is. I want to know
Huh?
what skinny margarita is.
I don't know. My wife ordered it, and I go, "I'll take 2."
exactly. It's
Right when she
Less
ordered it, I go,
sugar, Anne-Marie.
right when she ordered it, I go, and we'll
It's
take
what?
2 shots of tequila.
Oh my
It was a
gosh,
night with my wife it wasn't even a night. We went out at 5:00. It's got to be 5 o'clock
That's
somewhere, she
nice.
said. No, she would never say that.
We got upside target 378 MP. If you want to,
You catch the senior discount when you go out early.
yeah.
There's no discount in this town, but yes.
Give me two skinny margaritas and 2 fat shots of tequila.
Less sugar. Thank you, Dan.
You know, my
All right.
memories of tequila before I stopped drinking, because I was very, very allergic to alcohol, but I drank it
No.
anyway because,
Oh, no.
I don't know, had a death wish. But when I was a broke college student, my wisdom teeth got impacted,
Oof.
and I couldn't afford to go to the dentist to get it cut out.
Oh no. Anne-Marie.
And so I soaked cotton balls with tequila. What was the tequila? It came in a black bottle. It came in
Yeah.
like a long, skinny black bottle. I don't remember what it was, but I would pack
Hold
my
on,
gums.
and really quick. We're on the high of the day. I just kept the one lot on.
Yes. I'm keeping
What's
it. I'm keeping my
you
law.
keep it? Okay.
378.
The open
378.
of 4 days ago, the open of 4 days ago is 18,391.
Okay. All right.
We nailed that.
I
one.
do have to say, and I
Runner.
do have to say, if I say so myself, I don't know where that comes from, but it comes from somewhere.
Easy.
The 60s. Who called that out? And who got me out? That was a great call. We
Good
took no
kickoff.
heat. We took, was it? Yeah, you're right. It came and retested. Blows
Coach
right
Paul
through
says,
it.
"Let this run." Coach Paul says, "Let this sucker run."
Came up, paused on it, 8 points before it, John, earlier in the day. 8 points before it.
Yep.
Came up, running start, ripped past it, pulled back to it, and then
Right off.
blast off again. So guys, that's why we call them levels. We are not a signal provider. Those are smoke and mirror guys, my opinion.
Yeah.
But level talkers, here's the zones and here's the stuff. To me, I've always resonated with that. It's what people did in the pit. Nobody would ever say, buy it here, buy it there in the pit, unless you're on the bottom step of the pit. Those are the worst traders.
Mm.
Top step is where the best traders
Well,
are.
if you're the
It's
top
pit.
step of the pit, exactly.
When you're the biggest, best, John, show your badge, please. You had to register to stand on the top step, and those are the women and guys you would want to be listening to and watching, and you
There
get
it
both of those. There it goes. Top Step, way before Top Step, the company even started. That is why you should be with a company like Top Step. It makes all sense.
awesome.
I don't know what Lilo stands for, and Apex could be the top of your frustration. I don't know. That was pretty good. Earn to trade makes total sense. Learn to trade. I love that. Trade day. I like that. Some names I like out there. FTMO. I know the guys over there, and I don't understand their thing, but their branding looks solid. I still have yet to ask.
MP trade idea 53.15 short in the S&Ps. 53.15 short. My man SSS in the chat. Pretty good.
So,
That's
and
short.
we are coming up on 3 standard deviations, so we should have a little fade, but again, pressure is upside, and so any fades should be fairly shallow. So
Okay.
any selling up there should be a quick strike in and out as opposed to holding, because the pressure events are very, very bullish right here.
I see money, take money.
Short.
See money, take money.
For
Hold
any
on.
shorts.
For shorts. You're going to see a bad average price right now. You're going to see 18,299. That's because I went to sell and
And you
I
bought.
clicked the buy button. I'm doing a crappy job at my job today, so I apologize. But it didn't really hurt us that much. But now I'm saying that. But I
Why
think it
are
hurt
you
us by
giving
like
yourself
1 point.
that grade? What
Because
is
I
making
was
you
went to. You don't go to cancel or you don't go to sell cover a couple two of your longs and then get add 2 longs on there. That's kind of amateur ball. I'm very hard on myself, Ann. My wife says that. So thank you. I need to be more positive.
Listen.
Well, especially since you're green.
We are.
Oh, we're green, all right. We're very green at this whole process.
You'll be green forever.
I'm kidding.
I see the
We'll be green
I see
forever.
the subtle jab there.
I kid. No. Okay, those 53.15s. SSS, nice entry. We never got to the 15s. Let me know if you actually got those 15s. I see 14 quarters traded. If you did, good on you. Like Anne Marie saying, short, quick strikes. Hoag saying, see profit, take profit. MP, we still got that one lot on?
Yeah, but it's at the 299s, which is the 18,300s. I have a break even there when I was trading 30 handles higher. I don't know if I need to put this break even all the way down to the 63s, which is so we just got stopped out on that.
Cool. What's our realized P now?
1,200. We were down 20. We were down 3,500. So good job.
$30.
Good job.
$4,200
That's awesome.
turnaround. Hell yeah.
42.
Hell yeah. Oh, nice call. Nice execution. Nice levels. We regroup. Jack, if you want to jump in with news, this is probably a good time. We got some levels. We got for a possible 53.15. 53.15. I'll jump in MP if we get there. Go ahead.
Joe, if you need to. Speaking of skinny margaritas, Eli Lilly lifts 2024 sales outlook as Zepbound demands drive quarters. This is their version of Ozempic, from what I understand it to be. One of the good earnings this morning. JP Morgan says 3/4, 75%. This is the next slide here. Of global carry trades have now unwound. This is based on the baskets that they are tracking. Take that for what it is worth.
What does that mean, Jack? Yeah, Jack, what does that mean? 3/4, like what, just in layman's terms.
It means they have some quants that are following some baskets that track the carry trade, and they go to their chicken bones, and they decide that 3/4 of it have unwound.
All right.
And then state it publicly for reasons. MP, you're going to love
Wink, wink,
this next,
nudge, nudge.
Next story. How to turn $9 into $15K.
Oh, I saw this.
Buy presidential ticket domains years ahead of time. Somebody bought harriswaltz.com in 2020 for $9 and just sold it for $15,000. To which I got to say, only $15,000?
Way.
Yeah.
No, I'm not playing that bet.
Who's Harris Waltz? MP, who's Harris Waltz? Who's Harris Waltz, Michael?
I don't know.
Hey, that's okay.
I assume it's that Minnesota guy that she picked up.
Yes, it is.
No?
It is.
I'm a little. I haven't dove too deep into what they're saying lately. I do. It pops up right here. Trump wants to cut Social Security taxes, and that piqued my interest because I see how much we pay Topstep in Social Security taxes, and I think does W-2 employees pay Social Security tax? They pay into that, right? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought that was interesting because I don't know if it's good or bad because there's what's behind it, but there's that talk. There's Federal Reserve, Bitcoin Federal Reserve that he mentioned. I'm just hearing more about what he's throwing out there. I haven't heard much about Harris yet. It'll be interesting to hear what she's saying about what she's going to, her like agenda would be. What is it? First 90 days, first 100 days is like, they come in there and power through stuff.
Theoretically.
Is that this? Yeah.
And really quick, Michael, we got something from Eddie. First, we have the medal count. All right. USA has finally moved into the pole position as far as golds go. And
interesting.
Eddie, if you want to introduce, we got a little something from Eddie here.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes, the Olympics are upon us, and just wanted to share a little information about me. Not making the Olympics, but when I was in college, the college I never went to, I was on the track and field team, and what my forte was the shot put, and I was very, very, very good at the shot put. And you're probably wondering, well, how do you practice? What do you do? How do you do? But actually, the best thing to remember is, here's a shot. Where do you put it?
I was waiting.
That's where you put it.
I was waiting for it.
Gold medal.
Bravo.
Okay.
Gold medal. Gold medal on that one.
I've got many on my mantle.
Oh, my goodness.
And speaking of mantle,
5 Where do you put it?
remaining.
What
Yes, number coming up in 5 minutes.
Where do you put
Thank
it?
you, Eddie.
On
Where
the
you
hat.
put it?
At the rate the Olympics is going, I'm sure that might even be an event here fairly soon.
No
Very,
breakdancing.
very
Michael.
interesting events. Very interesting events.
Good stuff, Eddie.
Hey, here in chat, July Peppers, sorry, 18,364.50 looking for a short here in NASDAQ.
What's that price? 60.
18,364.50 short on the NQ. And if you're looking at the S&P, July Peppers also gave us that number, 53.1675 short in the ES. So we're right there, and I'd like to see if we can test these. Thank you, July.
364. 364.
And here's why. Yeah, Andre, keep going with that. Sorry. And here's why I screwed up in my execution roll. Because when I went to sell, I bought 97s and I bought 97s. And then when I started covering, it's first in, first out. So by the time I had one left, it was 97. I hit the break even button, brought it up to 97s. The damn low of this move was 96. That's why I screwed up again.
15s incoming. SSS. You still like these 15s, SSS? 17s trade. Off to the races here. Eddie, just double checking 364. 364 short in the NASDAQ.
364 half. Yep.
Okay, it's 364 half, but then a 53.17 is trading out. But we like the 53.16s as a short, though, right? Help me out, guys. Everybody.
Yeah.
Whoever has these levels.
No check from me.
No check off.
No check from you. And
6-4s. Off. 6-4s.
Well, Ann hasn't said anything.
No.
Said no check.
I say no.
Okay. Now it's for a short.
Well, we're walking the band out of long. So yeah, we're walking the volatility band up. So, and we've got nothing but higher lows. So
do you still have your long?
Every single one of those is getting, I still have both longs. I've gone in.
Guys,
I've gone
update
out,
the top of the screen. Ann has been long the entire time, and this is no position.
From where, Ann?
I'm actually long in two, and I'm two sides. I'm in the MES and I'm in the MNQ. So just I don't know what you want to say there, but yeah, I'm long the market.
Long USA.
Yeah.
Long America.
Yeah. Sure. And not that a 53.17 short wouldn't work. It's just got so much flow against it that you would literally have to scalp out of the trade. You know what I mean? For maybe 8 ticks, or if you're lucky, maybe 12 ticks. But the pressure event. Oh, how about an update on Delta, John?
How about an update on Tilt? Tilt, everything's 70% long now. And
what do you got?
For all the level guys, I need you guys watching Tilt as well, just to help out. If it catches your eye,
We're about to hit that 378 level. We're hitting that,
378.
Approaching 378 in the NQ right now. Next stop above there is yesterday's high, 558.
Hey, so there's a 378.
Negative delta in Marie. Negative delta in the S&Ps. Negative 2100. We're on the highs.
So that means
really quickly,
that shorts are hanging on?
Longer time frame buyers in the market.
Okay, good.
Okay, to that data point, to what JD just said with the 378s, to then what John has on or 385's last week's low. What play if anything 385 is trading right now?
Hey JD, what's that upside target? What's that upside target after 378?
378 hit. Next target, yesterday's high, 558.
Whoa, look at that pullback. 380s. Remember the 380s, 390s, 380s, 385s. Longs were 70%, are 70%-ish buys, all of them. And what's your thoughts?
Starting to get up close to that congestion near the highs in the NASDAQ yesterday. So I don't want to hate it, but it's been so strong to the upside. It makes me a little nervous to try and short it here.
The flip side of that is that there's a low volume pocket right there, and it's the open from several days past. And so I suspect that some sellers try to come in there. I don't know how much heat they're going to be able to to take, but there's definitely, if we had a low volume profile picture, maybe you could pop up from whatever I'm seeing from a volume perspective, particularly in the NQ, that we've got this low volume pocket sitting in there, and sellers are, I think they try to come in.
Yep, we just got an
Yes.
update in Discord from our guy Matthew Mickey. Mickey is active right now, so he's got a floor at 327 to 353, looking for some back and fill. Also watching for a failed upside auctioneer. We just closed the initial balance, or we just put in the initial balance. We peaked above it just by a couple ticks, and we're trading below it right now. So keep an eye on that also.
What was the backfill again, JD? 353 to what?
327 to 353.
Thank you. 327 long. 327, 353 long, MP.
So 390 is the high of the IB. We did take a little bit of a look above it, but if we're gonna look for confirmation, we got to be patient.
How
Otherwise,
many
you just take the
shares?
short and you only risk a few points.
Yeah, which is what I did. I just did.
I've
I
seen
took
the
it on
word
edge of
trend
the
day
candle.
here in chat a lot. Today's a trend day. I've seen
And
that
if
a
you're
lot
taking
here.
shorts, up there, let us know. I was looking for shorts
I did.
from
I took the
everything else
short
here.
at the
Okay,
Okay,
candlestick.
what price?
Let's see, 380, 381.
See if you get a push back up there.
Coach Paul chiming in, 18405, first level of resistance in the NASDAQ. Thank you, Coach Paul.
405.
405.
405 resistance.
Yeah, I like that. I like that number a lot. In
Okay, it's
terms of-
coming
405 short.
it's up to the 380s again. Is this a short play?
Nope.
And you're in from 83.
Got nothing up
Yeah.
here.
It'd be
We
quick
have
strike.
85s up here.
Yeah.
We have 385s up here. We had long, and we had also JD's number. Am I correct?
385 is last week's
This
low
is-
as well.
This is a cheap short
Yeah,
opportunity. It's see money, take
Cheap
money,
short.
tight risk.
Mhm.
We got another
Yep,
upside target
totally
for
agree.
Mickey at 519.
Damn. Pull back to 53s, MP. Pull back to 53 NQ. Backfill 353 to 327. Perhaps a long.
The first
Actually,
place we'll see buyers come in is probably around 350. But if they
Boom.
can't push us
Check marks.
up, we're going to go to 320, maybe?
I think we're going. If I had to be a betting man right now, the 320s sound pretty 330s, because when it was up there, I was like, hey guys, we want to keep an eye on tilt. And then the tilt was
Yep.
70%. Everything was, which is a little heavy to the upside or to the bias side. Tilt is the very top of your screen, guys, and it gives you the bias of all open positions. Why would you want to know that? We knew it's what we thought, and that's what we followed in the trading pits. Everybody's bias, you could see it on their whites of their eyes if the market was moving against
53s
them,
MP. Keep an eye.
and they're long.
Legendary in
Bounce
chat has
right
been
up.
talking about this short at 390. Also a
Mhm.
short in the ES at 5341. We're right at 390 right now. Looks like the sellers did come in here for a
390.
bit.
We're at 360.
Short.
Short.
From 390. Get that pull back to.
These buyers are relentless.
391 is the high.
What do we come back to? 355s.
Good call, Legend.
See a lot of shorts at 406. At 405, 406 level, seeing some shorts influence there.
Here.
That CEO of Celsius was
Yeah.
on TV, Michael. You see him?
Does he tell him to give us a call back?
Oh my gosh.
I know.
I finally tried one of those. Who's tried the strawberry guava?
Well, MP's got some in his in the fridge
No,
right
You
somebody
now.
tried
took
the
my last
strawberry
two.
guava?
No, I haven't.
So good. Pure deliciousness.
Is that
Have
good
you
with
seen
rum?
that?
Give you a buzz. Yeah,
I'm sure
probably
it's good
is.
with anything.
Yeah,
I'm
Give you
sure
a
it's
pretty-
good
it's-
with anything.
kind of an intense experience.
200
Ton-
milligrams.
Ingredients.
Caffeine.
Go ahead.
Coursing
Yeah, I was
through
just
your
gonna say that.
veins. Just pumping through your veins.
Well, I do the
Pumping.
quad espresso in the morning. So
Hey, good on you. That should do the trick. You have an espresso machine in the house, Anne Marie?
I do.
Yes, you do.
I
Yes, you
do.
do.
Anybody hear
Oh,
about this
okay.
Miro gum? Energy and focus.
Hey, really quickly, guys, just really quick. It's trading 90s, it's trading 86s, it's trading around here, it's trading on our highs, and you're short from 83s. We have a level from here from 385s, John, on Topstep levels. Is this a cheap short still?
I don't give it a check because it's been so strong to the upside here. It is a cheap short because you can risk maybe 6-7 points on it.
From that ES lens, what are you talking about, John? 6 or 7 points on the ES, then, right?
No, I'm talking in the Nasdaq. There, so we're extending the range to the upside now. I don't like the short.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
And what do
breaking
you still like your short?
I am still short, but I'm not happy about it. So I want to see them. I want to see them collapse. The higher lows that we keep making they look kind of crummy, to be honest. And what was that
405 shorts. We got a couple checks marked at 405 shorts.
I don't
You guys
see
like that?
number.
We're calling tops here.
Yeah, exactly.
405 resistance one,
goes.
resistance
Right
one. Yeah, we got Coach Paul. We got a couple check marks at 405 shorts.
Coach Paul's been putting up some good numbers here.
Yeah, it's 405 shorts. I've seen a couple up there.
We are getting some flack. We're getting some flack from chat about like why are we talking shorts when it's trending higher? Maybe that's the pullback play. Andre's talking about the backfill, which is a pullback to 50 somethings, 18,350 area,
Yeah.
all the way down to 20s. Was an interesting play. That would keep us with the trend. Right now, we're talking about picking the tops. So thank you guys. Different approach from some of the folks in here about stop talking about the shorts of the markets.
Coming your way, JD. Coming your way. All right, we'll keep an eye on these markets. We're going to throw it to JD here for some hot streaks and payouts. JD, jump in here. Also, how's it going with Mickey? Good. The flow's going well.
I seriously just got an update from him like 2 seconds ago, and it said, "Stop shorting. If the ducks are quacking, feed them. Stop trying to get short."
All right. Yes, sir.
Feedback there.
Perfect. I love it. 200 lots just filled the upside.
All right. You want to take a look at hot streaks, or you want to?
Yeah, let's do it.
Keep hawking trades. All right. Hot streaks coming up. Here they are.
Quack and feed them. The ducks are quacking.
I love that line.
So Fan picked up another $250 to extend his streak to 30 days. Virgil also had 30 days after a $61 winner trading the micro ES yesterday. Todd is still playing small ball. $3 winner yesterday for Todd. 3 Cicero clams. That's $3. Matthew, our hot streaks P&L leader, $7,805. Turned in his card with a $313 profit yesterday. Nice job, Matthew. And Delesh made $9 trading the MNQ to hold on to their 22-day hot streak. All right, yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. We've got the man, Rafa, another big day, more than $24,000 trading the S&P. Matthew, different Matthew than the hot streaks. Matthew put up 7,900 trading the NASDAQ. And look who's back in third place. It's the house account. Big shout out to everyone that contributed to yesterday's winner. Hoag, Deanna, Mickey, Andre, MP's execution. It was a team effort. $5,181 to the house account. Nice job, everyone. Who's next? Osanu. Osanu is becoming a regular name on this list. Another $4,600 winner for Osanu yesterday. Nice job. And lastly is Rajdeep. Rajdeep with more than $4,200 trading the NASDAQ. You guys want to see some payout numbers?
Yeah. Number $690,000.
Try again, Andre.
638.
Sounds like it's gonna be higher.
Let's reset the over under.
720.
Right, try again.
720.
I'm gonna give you one more shot.
Oh damn! It's really that much higher. 750.
840.
841.
You guys ready for this?
Yeah, that's $5. That's $5 for the bus. Yeah, what's up?
I don't know what our record is, but I think 975 grand is pretty close.
Look at him sit up. You're on mute. Look at it.
Yeah, I knew.
489 payouts for 1,000. Average payout of $1,993
Damn.
yesterday.
I
Is that a
know
huge
they
number or what?
there's some like high-fiving each other in the funding channel about completely caught up, because every now and then they get a little like backlog, just like any like support team does as well, which I have some updates on that. But they are very excited. They've completely caught up with everything.
Man,
Very nice. You want to see yesterday's payout leaders?
974 G's. Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's all
got
one
paid.
person.
It's all one person, yeah. Well, here's a big chunk of it. Our guy Chung on the top of the leaderboard, the day he got eligible for a payout, he took that payout.
Awesome.
See money take money.
64,000. See money take money.
Absolutely.
Right?
There you go.
Money, take money.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Tomas pulled 36 grand out of a pair of XFAs. Edward, also on the leaderboard, 5 XFAs for 30 grand. Edberto, 23 grand. And Micah. Huge payouts yesterday. Big numbers in the payout realm.
Good job, traders.
Yeah.
Good job,
Very
amazing.
good job.
Amazing.
All right, I'll be back in a little bit with that
Thanks, Judy.
leaderboard.
Yep. Keep us updated with Mickey. If the ducks are quacking, feed them. Like,
I like that.
man, those
Yeah, I like that
260s, we
too.
nailed it. We nailed those 260. All right, next.
Yeah,
trade,
that
next
whole keeping a runner on me, guys.
trade. Yeah, it's
I'll
all,
be
no,
back.
that's all good. It's that pullback. These pullbacks are gonna be tight. If we're gonna be trying, everyone in the chat, Eddie, everyone in the chat keeps saying trending.
Right. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Trending to the upside.
For all you guys
Pullback.
looking for shorts, we do have a potential failed upside auction in the S&Ps. We've got 15 minutes to wait, 17 minutes to wait to see if it's actually true. But right now, it's looking like a failed upside auction.
From what price? I mean, the price
Yeah,
was
Here it is.
we got 17
Here it is.
minutes.
tens.
So
From
IB
10s.
high, 53.2275. We looked above it. We came back inside the IB, and we're starting to push lower. If that remains in 16 minutes at the high, that would be a failed upside auction, and there is the potential for the market to rotate back lower. I still feel like if you see money, take money on shorts, but if
Yeah.
you did preempt it, when it came back inside, you're already looking at 5 points of potential profit on this right now.
Guys, did you hear what Hoag said? Everybody out there, if you on the short side, and thank you, chat. Tough love, good. I'm glad a couple of you guys jabbed pretty hard. Like, what the hell are you doing, you idiots? I don't think anybody said that, but quit thinking about shorts. John just said too, if you are thinking about shorts, see money, take money. Thus far, this is
For sure.
been a buy pullback day, and if you catch the pullbacks, which have been fairly decently large,
Yeah.
see money, take money. So those are 2 lessons. Hopefully, buy pullbacks on a trending up day. You're like, if you've been trading a long time, you're like, that's amateur stuff. But if you started trading yesterday, that's good information to know.
Hey, while this has been going on, crude got shot out of the cannon here. Crude's making new highs, $76.08. High of the day, $76.10. Last half hour or so, we're up about 60 cents in the last half hour, and crude keeps pumping. Let's do a quick look at gold as well. Low of the day on gold, $24.31. High of the day, $24.64. Trading about $5 off the highs. Last trade, $24.59. Again, crude making new highs here. $76.11 high of the day. Last trade, $76.07.
Yeah. Andre, there's been folks in here saying, hey, why short an up market? Why short the trend? Why get in front of the trend? You can see the trend right now because you can see the trend because it already happened. But the markets will trend and then consolidate and then consolidate and then either go with the continued trend.
100%.
So you're seeing it, which is so
Doesn't
easy
go
to say.
straight
Like,
up.
yeah, it doesn't go straight up. So it's like you're seeing the trend, which has already happened. So that's easy for anybody to say, well, it's going higher. But the market then will slow down, it'll pause and do its little dance, and then either shake out and keep going or adds, right in this case, add sellers and fewer buyers. And now it's a pivot, It's pivoting. I don't know. Like all these things. So I know we do say trend, blah, blah, blah. And I see it, of course. It doesn't mean it's going to keep like happening. And that's why we talk about these levels.
And you can take the short back into support and take another long, which is my goal, which is why I'm still short, right?
You only risk 25 points in because it went up to the 10s. And your size down, which is healthy.
Yes.
So, and you're in the money by 15 handles points.
All right, we've got no trades are off right now.
Anne-Marie, Delta in
Yes,
the
sir.
S&Ps is now negative 7,000. So we're seeing some aggressive selling coming in. How successful are they? We're right at the highs.
Yeah, which is not successful, correct?
No. So if you're short and you see money, take money.
358, 370.
Yeah,
Okay,
shoulda-
that pullback.
shoulda, woulda, coulda.
That's the Mickey. That's the Mickey
Pullback's
pullback
good.
right
I
there.
know, right? And yeah,
Yeah, I know. That's what makes this so tricky.
that's what makes shorts pretty tough
Hey,
today.
Absolutely.
When Mickey was on with us last week or 2 weeks ago, Mickey was saying his mentor made him do a drill. MP, check out this drill for 4 hours straight. An uptrending market. He was only allowed to take shorts. Only allowed to take shorts for 4 hours in an uptrending market, and had to be profitable. Only taking shorts in an uptrending market. Same to the flip side, downtrending market. He was only allowed to take longs for 4 hours. It had to be profitable.
Yikes.
You can, yes, and it's possible, but you have to be quick. You have to be quick.
Who's his mentor? Yeah, that's awesome. I think those challenges
drill.
are great.
It's an incredible drill.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just a drill.
That's cool.
Hey, you're going to do this.
Drill,
I don't care
yes.
what you think and do. You're going to get long on downtrends, and you got to work that. It's like working. It's like a if you're a point guard, like a dribbling drill of some use a tennis ball. You're not playing with a basketball. Using with a tennis ball today. Interesting.
Yep. He's like, it improved them. First of all, that forces your patience. And second of all, improves that you can make money both ways. Fives.
One of the great traders in the S&P pit, Don Slider, used to say, the longest I've ever been was short 10.
Man, that must have been a hard road to hoe, though.
Yeah, some days,
Right?
right?
Did he
One of the
drink
best
a lot?
traders I knew. I asked him. I said, "How'd you get so good?" He said, "I learned how to buy them." Both of them can make
we're
money.
on our high.
Oh, I
We're on our
love
highs.
that.
Proactive.
We got another
Thank you.
we got another piece of motivation from Mickey for you guys. He
Yeah,
says,
Ducks.
you guys know the game. You know when to get short. When it's time to get short, it will be obvious. Think about
I like that.
Yeah, that's true, too.
All right. Well, it's
That's
not
good,
obvious, so
Mickey.
let's get long. Let's get long then, because it ain't obvious right now.
I need to hear some
You got it.
conversation
Emery.
happening, and this is just me.
Yes,
This is
sir.
me being proactive here. Need to have some conversation about what's above these highs.
We had them.
Share them. We're right here.
558 upside target. 405. This is the level right here, right now.
We got to start
Breakout.
putting NASDAQ or S&P in front of some of these.
Yeah.
Because we're in the three handle. It was three
are we?
handle for about
My bad. My
Yeah.
bad.
It's
Yep.
been confusing. to what we're talking about.
18,300 and when it was, and it's 53, handle. So in the ES.
We're talking
We got-
ES. We've got some price ranges here. I'm going to say 53.25 to 53.35 from a few people saying this is the next target. Yesterday's point of control.
Buy it then.
Thank you, Brooksy. Thanks, Alonzo.
We're trending here.
Yep. Popped right out. Should have taken that when it had turned green. 75 buyers came in. No. 67 in the NQ. Buyers just came in like crazy. So that's going to be the next line upside. This looks like a lot of shorts.
Dre, I'm
ended up-
confused. So collect
Me too,
everything.
man.
Everybody.
Me too, man. Me too. I'm trying to make sense of all this. We got to put the pullbacks. 558 is the upside target from Mickey. We broke through 378. We popped through 405s.
That was a good call there.
461 for a target in the NASDAQ.
All right. Well, all right. We got targets. So where do we enter? We got the targets down. Got it. We got upside targets. Where should we enter? Because we got to be proactive
Well,
about
that's-
this. So where do we enter? We're talking about failed upside auction.
18,260.
Where?
18,260.
All right, moving on. All right, 18,433
Come on,
last
John.
trade. 18,433. Yes,
Hilarious.
obviously, but Hindsight Capital ain't in business right now, so let's keep this
We gotta-
prize on the prize.
We got to see if we open above the IB high in both the S&P and the Nasdaq, because then support becomes
that
the
price?
IB high.
What's the price?
18,391.
We're above it.
Yep.
Yep.
That's fine, but it's a pullback.
It's a pullback.
Buy
It's a
it.
pullback. Just because we're talking about the upside too, I want to be careful with just looking at that as a short, just so we don't get a bias. I don't want us to get a bias going until the market starts telling us something at that level, right? Yes, no, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
391s. 391s, check marks.
We have to be patient. We have to wait for another 8 minutes until we see if we open the next 30-minute period above that level. Then that level becomes supportive, not before.
391s,
Timing is everything.
385, 18,391s, 18,385s. These are two levels that are still there. As you guys can see on my 5-minute, we did ride the pine here on the 385. Riding the bench, just like Andre's senior year, right there.
Chance.
Oh my
Starter.
God.
Starter, bro. And junior else starting. Get that. Don't you ever know. Starter. Get out of here.
Baseball?
Got a new high in crude,
Knocker.
76.16.
Damn.
Wow.
Your new high.
Anne-Marie, are you still short?
No, sir, I got stopped out. I had 408 as my
Anastasio,
stop.
the auction has not failed on the S&Ps yet.
Tell you, Coach Paul's 405 buys. That was the play.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yes, sir. 391. Man, it's hard being short. Charles Lucas, it's tough today. It is tough today. Like Vicky said, it'll be obvious. It'll be obvious when it's time to short. Well, ain't obvious right now.
Just taking back everything it lost yesterday.
Yep. Now in the gap from August the 2nd.
All right, we'll wait. So
Yes,
we gotta wait
be patient.
7 more minutes before we gotta wait 7 minutes before we pull the trigger on this trade.
6 minutes, 36 seconds.
No, why is that? What's the method behind the madness?
I don't know.
there?
We're at 391s
Okay.
right now. Buy it.
The method
Yeah, we
behind
gotta-
the madness is in the NASDAQ. So the IB high is 390. If the next 30-minute bar opens above that, it leaves single TPOs down to the IB high. That's excess. If we come back and we come back into the initial balance with any significance, the trade is off. But what we're looking for is for the price to open, come even back down to the IB high, and then find buyers there and then continue the move to the upside. If we open the next 30-minute bar below the IB high, that creates the failed upside auction. The probability is we're going to rotate back to the downside. Nothing is for sure ever. So what we're working on here is just working the probabilities off the market generated information to look for a chance to profit on this. So we got to try and stay patient. See, right now the S&Ps are inside the initial balance. That's indicating a possible failed upside auction in the S&Ps, where we may have the opposite happen in the NASDAQ, which further confuses things. But we just got to be patient, wait 5 minutes, and we'll see what we come up with here. There's
So,
something,
Anne-Marie-
there could be some significant changes, some things happening in the next 5 minutes, because things happen to they happen to do that around the hour and the half hour. Things change a little bit. We'll see what happens then.
391s MP.
Yeah. So, Anne-Marie, what is between the longs and the shorts? Where are you at as far as P&L right now?
Up 338.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Thank you.
All right, those 390. 3.
Still negative 7,000 delta in the S&P.
When Mickey says it'll be obvious, what does that mean to you guys?
That
And
means
guys in
what-
chat.
What I
Guys
mean,
in
what
chat.
I think
I want to
was
hear what they
mulling
think.
over that mentally myself.
P jumping in these 91s. Right here. 91s trade. 89s, 85s trade. You.
86s I got
You. 86s, how many times? 5?
5 times.
Nice.
86 plus 5.
Now here's why. I'm not the decision maker by any means, but Andre, get more than your thoughts. Get everybody.
It is. It is. It's Mickey's thoughts. It's a big level for Mickey. You want?
It's
He's got
a big
upside
level.
target. We got upside targets
Also
of
the
405.
IBI.
We got upside targets of 558.
Yeah.
5,
And it's
5,
the area that if it were to short, it would fail that zone.
if it
So
were to short.
I like it. So that 87
How
that
much
you
do you-
went in.
how much is the- How much is the risk though?
70.
Good question.
What do we get? What do we get? 86s? 70.
That's a problem. And this is a group of
78,
folks
78,
talking on the plane. Don't, Andre. 78, 79s. We just got 86s.
It's tight. Yeah, those are
That's
levels.
that's the problem. We have the luxury of being in the money right now, but we did not have a talked out risk. Unless we want to start saying, and I have brackets in here that
Yeah,
can say a
that's-
certain dollar amount, but I'm not going to put positions on if we don't have.
Well, that's
outs.
what we have the brackets for. We have emergency circuit breakers in there, and then we
Oh.
figure out on the we work. We build this
Okay.
plane in the sky. That's what we've been talking about.
We're about to
Look-
get some reference
Okay.
as to potential max risk on this, and your location is great. If we can open up in 2
Above.
minutes above that IB high, you're gonna be. My dad used to say, farting through silk sheets.
Okay, so what is that risk then, Andre?
Marie,
go
your
back
What do you
face.
got?
What
What do you
is that
got? What do you got? What,
No, you tell me. That's the point. And this
76s.
is not arguing, guys. This is just
76s.
figuring shit out. What is
Yeah.
the risk? You're just saying
76s.
risk, put brackets in, but you didn't tell me a level. And I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying we need to. That's the part I want to be on the same page with everything. If we don't have a
looking for
number,
executions, man.
if we don't have a number, then I want. What?
looking for executions.
All right.
Get out.
So
Can somebody
I
else help me out on the
see-
team?
I see 358 to 364 as a support zone for this. So
86s.
I mean that 1-8 that trade that you got, I mean it looks like maybe 20 points of risk. For me, all of the things here are in a little bit of a danger zone because I'm walking up a 2.5 standard deviation band. And so being long, which I am now also with you, although at a little bit of a higher price, I want to see it really shoot out of the gates, or that 358 to 360 area is going to make me start questioning how the chart looks. Now, on top of that, we'll have our 30-minute candlestick closing, and then John will be able to give us a little bit more of a flavor of what we're seeing. But I'm seeing that 360-ish area as a support floor that we really
still in
don't
this?
need to cross.
We still in this?
No failed upside auction.
No failed upside
The
auction.
move is
Great.
now to
We were
the long
proactive about
side.
that shit. We got in there. We were proactive
Yes,
about it.
We
still in this
preempted
thing?
it, but we're looking good right
Where'd
now.
he go? Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Finding the risk level.
What is everybody else thinking about that 360 area? Do you think that's too tight? Do you think what's going on here? See, for me, because I trade volatility bands, I am looking for this short to have a little bit, this long to have a little bit of trouble, maybe consolidate
be
for a
high,
bit.
then I'm out. That's
But that's
390.
390. Okay. So that's almost break even. That's a
Pretty
little bit
much.
above break even. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Where'd you
I think
go?
that's more than fair.
I'm waiting for you guys to hash it out.
We hashed it out. Are we flat?
We have no clue what our risk is. I don't think that's fair to the
No.
house account.
We do.
That's what I'm going to say. Not upset with anybody, but TopstepTV team, I do expect us all chime in. It's not, this is us building the plane in the air and guys that are listening and on the air and everything. You're with the team and we're all talking it out. This isn't arguing. This isn't anything. This is working towards getting it right. Nobody being right and not having a risk in there. I think's foolish. That's just my take. So that being said, what would you risk on the brackets? I can put these in. It's the great thing about Topstep X. And we can risk whatever.
We flat.
Whatever.
John's got 390. I said
We were just talking
360.
about it. We come back into the initial balance. The higher probability of continuation of the upside is reduced. There it is.
All right. What's the next look? Is this
flat?
the obvious? Is this the, yeah, we're flat. We're up 23.
now.
All
right.
Up
As a winner.
23.14. Up 23.14.
Is this an obvious short?
Thank you. Yes. That now we're talking about when does the duck need to be fed? / obvious said it quacks like a duck.
Oh, I mean,
Samuel, I'm not talking to the team like anything. We're just working, and now you're frustrated. It's just like we're working. Let us work. You do your thing and quit being so soft. Damn.
Yeah. Traders are fierce about their approach, and this is just how we hash things out together.
Thank you, Ann. I love you.
Roll with it. Roll with it.
There you go.
Yeah, roll.
Ian, what's obvious short? What's an obvious when it gets obvious to you?
As soon as JD said that about what Mickey said, my gears just ground right up because to me, obvious is very, very much a subjective thing. Yeah, I think obvious is subjective. What's obvious to me might not be obvious to you because we have different frames of reference. We have different. So I was trying to think to myself in terms of prices, what might he mean? Does he mean an obvious rejection of a certain price? Does he mean a collapse in an auction? Does he mean the appearance of single prints? For me, I always drop back to, well, let's move that from a qualitative comment to a quantitative one where I can go, okay, well, what does obvious to you? Because, I got to tell you, I'm pretty much a knucklehead Fred a lot of times when I'm in conversation and people go, well, that was obvious. And I go, what? Really? And so, I don't know what that means. So I would love, JD, since you've got and I know Mickey's probably hearing me. So
where's Mickey? Mickey, where are you
at? What I really want to know is what's obvious to you? How do I need to pay attention to price? Because there's something that you're seeing, Mickey, that is telling me, hey, pay attention to that. Because, that's really what I want to know. I want to know what to pay attention to because it's not obvious to me. What's happening right now is if I were making a higher high away from a volatility band like I am right now, I'd be nervous about holding a long. And yet I find myself in this long because I respect Mickey and I'm thinking to myself, all right, what do I need to look for? And so
Mickey's your guy.
that's where I am. He is
And
my
Marie,
guy. He's a good guy.
would you feel do you feel like even if you were, succeeding in a short, it's still kind of see money, take money for shorts right now, isn't it?
Exactly. 100%, no matter what.
Yeah.
See money, take money.
Mhm.
Which leads me to believe that's why I'm still long. It leads me to believe, listen, they're just going to consolidate for a few minutes, and then they're going to shoot out to the next level, and then I'm going to cover.
So where are you
Coming out
on
of the
from,
chat here.
Anne-Marie?
I'm sorry, Jack.
So,
Say again?
where are you long from, Anne-Marie? You're in the MNQ?
A really horrible number at 408.
All right.
It's right here right now.
C-Man in chat saying new shorts are adding here. NQ stop at 18,350.75. That's if you want plenty of room. So looking to short, downside 350.75.
350.75.
Eddie,
That's where we get long.
who is this? Is this somebody on your team? Or are you just sharing it in chat? I want to be very careful with sharing anything in chat.
Yeah,
They're not
that's
a
what I'm
funded
saying. I'm
trader.
indicating chat. Right.
390.
Yeah, if they're not a funded trader, I don't want. Sorry, these are the ones that we're getting information from. It could be anybody dropping anything in here. I'm just saying when we're pulling levels, for a team, we just got to be cognizant of where we're pulling that levels. So just a little heads up. I don't know if you've been watching this person or not. So just a.
Oh yeah, C-Man's been with us for years.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Didn't hear the name and don't know. Sorry.
We're dancing
All right,
around
got
that
an-
IB high.
Got a position update from Mickey. He also says the failed upside auction would be obvious. That's what he meant when the short would be obvious. And he is currently in a short position from what it looks like in Discord right now. Short from 397 with a stop at 410, target price of 360.
Oh, good. That's right that's right
Short
in
from
my frame.
97.
Short from 97, 397 in the NQ. Stop loss at 410, target of 360.
Yep, that's where I see
So
that
does that mean the obvious? You'll know.
Yeah, is
when
that
it's
obvious?
short?
Is that obvious?
Yeah.
It didn't look obvious to me. Shit, shoot, Mickey.
I mean, it's been riding the 380. It's been riding this level that we have Hoagland's levels. It's been riding that. If you look at my 5-minute. So JD, your guy's Mickey, and he was saying, and this is great. Mickey's been hot. Mickey's been hot. He's been saying, what's the whole? You'll know when it's obvious or something like that.
Doesn't look obvious. What's he seeing that I'm not? What's he seeing?
The failed upside auction was the obviousness he was speaking of.
Got it.
Okay.
We're back inside, trading back inside the initial balance right now. We're breaking.
Yeah, I am.
We're still pulling off the highs. 360
This is
targets on the downside.
Damn,
It's
Mickey.
a little more complicated than just a simple failed upside auction. We'll call this an auction fade because the markets did open this 30-minute bar above the IB high and then came back to the IB. It's still struggling as support at that IB high, but if we reaccept inside the initial balance, the short is on.
When you say reacceptance initial balance, and I just started trading yesterday, how do you quickly explain? Is there a rebalance level
Reacceptance
that
to me
you're thinking about?
is through time. Time and volume would mark reacceptance inside the initial balance. If it can't hold below in the NASDAQ that 90 level, at 390 level, then it's still kind of rejecting the initial balance high. But if it's holding inside, hanging around inside of that, then it may be showing acceptance of the initial balance, and a move lower could be likely. But I still feel like if I'm in a short and I get money in it, I better take it because we're still kind of in an uptrend here.
Cool.
Exactly.
Cool. I like that.
That's
Yeah,
why
like
I
the
think
Weaver
that's
movie.
why Mickey's target is so tight. Also,
Mhm.
he's got a
bull flag.
30-point
Bull flag.
target.
Written all over it, MP.
What's that? Bull flag?
Bull flag. Yeah. Shorts come in, shorts come in, shorts come in. We ain't going. Then they squeeze them.
The bull flag is from the prior uptrend typically, and then
Damn,
it's
look at these guys climb
consolidates.
that wall. These guys climb that wall? It's wild. All right. That's CNBC.
This tends to really get me chopped up is when there's no real decision or quick
Exactly.
decision away from the initial balance.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Just got to wait it out.
Great job today, guys. We are talking things out on the
like this
fly.
one.
There's always areas we can improve, myself included, big time. And we're flushing things out, discussing it.
You liked it. Awesome.
Yeah, we're up. That's nice.
We're up. We got that going for us.
All right, all right, all right.
Mickey,
Here
you
comes
dirty
Mickey's
dog,
target.
Mickey.
There it
You
is.
dirty,
There's his
you
target.
dirty dog.
Excellent.
Yep.
Excellent.
Dirty dog, Mickey.
Yeah.
It did not look obvious to me at all.
No, but see, here's the thing. I really want to focus on this. So my thought was, hey, listen, we got a short coming, right? So
Yep.
early, took a lot of heat, took probably 30 points of heat. So I did get out, before that happened.
Beautiful.
But my signals, my problem is I didn't wait long enough for the position to collapse. I should have waited for the second failed test of that 388 area that I was short. And so, my triggers come from, all right, if you start expanding and you make higher highs away from a volatility band, it tells you motion is slowing and you're going to have short action. So this comes back to all the folks going, hey, why are you thinking about a short? Why are you thinking about a short when the markets are trending longer? There are just some things that go, hey, slow down. If you're long, you just got to slow down. And so, here's also the thing. When you have an idea and someone you respect says, what the heck are you doing? Then you go, wait, what the heck am I doing? And sometimes conviction slips away. And so there's always that element of, hey, I got to take responsibility of my own thoughts and keep my ideas in a central zone of, okay, I think this is short. I think we've got a pullback coming. I think this is how it looks. And then if someone says something to the contrary, go, okay, maybe I ought to adjust my size, but not until your strategy invalidates your setup, you don't get out of the trade. And so that is, I think that's a great learning lesson for those of us in chat who are running strategies and thinking to ourselves one thing or another. And then we start hearing something different. We must come back to, what is the structure of my trade? What is the strategy of my trade? Where is my risk? And can I still sit in that formation? And so that's my only takeaway. So if you get frustrated when you go, oh my gosh, I've had a feeling this was going to happen, or I thought this was going to happen, then just bring it back on yourself. Don't blame other folks. Just say, wait, is my strategy really firm? Do I have a firm setup? Do I have a firm risk event? And then learn to get better when you get feedback that's sort of outside of your frame of reference, and adapt and get better. That's one of the best things that you can do, listening to four folks go back and forth about, hey, what do we do about price? That's just my that's just my idea on, hey, how do you listen to four people working through ideas? And when somebody goes, hey, why are we talking about going short when the market's been all long? What we should be thinking of is, wait, why are they all thinking about a short? And where might the runway stop for any particular long?
Here, buyer's going to step.
I know I wanted that to be 2 cents, and it turned to be 7 cents.
I love it.
$1.50.
I love it. Mickey, you dirty dog, shorting those 97s, man.
That was very nice.
Beautiful. That's Anne Marie's
And
David
Anne Marie,
JD,
looks like
jump
you're out
in
of
and
that trade.
give us a short summary about Mickey. We people are hearing his name. JD,
Matthew
pretend somebody just started yesterday. Who's
I
this
don't think
Mickey?
I can give a short summary about who Matthew Mickey is.
Yeah.
This guy is just an incredible man. Anne Marie knows him well, a lot more than I do. I've interviewed him twice on Power Players. This guy he's got an incredible story. He's an incredible person. He's an incredible trader. I can't dumb this down into like a 5-sentence elevator pitch here. I could share the link to his bio in the chat, and everybody can take a read. But
read
honestly,
the story.
I wouldn't do it
He
justice.
works at a he works at a
Well,
major
read the story
financial
for
institution.
listeners. Just a quick thing. Military?
Anne Marie.
Yep.
Anne Marie, how would you do it? Give it the best shot you can.
He's a rags to riches, brilliant analyst, and currently he works at one of the largest financial institutions in the country. He manages a book that is close to $1 billion, I think. And he is an incredible workhorse when it comes to chart analysis, patterns, and trade structure.
And I heard he has a book and $1 billion. So I'm thinking he sold $1 billion of his books instantly when he said a book of $1 billion. That's where my head went. Or does he sell the Bible?
Sorry, that is a portfolio that he manages.
Yes, thank you.
To liquidate and transfer inventory back and forth inside of this major financial institution. He's very, very good with analytics, with patterns, with numbers. And what I love is that he was so quickly aggressive at that failed auction, which I tend not to be. Because the failed auction sometimes confuses me.
They can get you chopped up until there's a decision made.
Yeah. So trade small around that decision. Yeah. He's a fantastic person. Great human.
We'll let you all know.
The number one thing. He's a great human.
You know what? Someone in the chat said he's not hot. He's a professional. That's exactly what it is. He's not hot. He's a professional. That's precisely what it is.
Thank you.
He's a pro.
Yeah. Nice job.
He's got his whole routine. Last time he was on Power Players, the guy, he's waking up at like 4 a.m. Gets his exercise, gets his workout in until 5. Then from 5 to 6, he's out on the East Coast. I think he's in North Carolina. From 5 to 6, 5 to 6:30, he's looking at overnight levels. He's got all his mean reversions, all his statistical probabilities. Sees if they plays out. See if the market plays into it. And
obviously, he's a profile guy.
He's a professional.
Exactly.
He's sitting at his desk at his day job right now, helping us out too. This is he's really incredible.
Oh yeah, shout out to Mickey. Mickey, are you loving this? Mickey's loving these roses right now, man. We're throwing roses at you right now, Mickey.
This is JD's guy on Team JD. Team JD has, and this is I want to full circle this. We have John Hoagland. We have E-Money's team, or Eddie. You got to come up with a name for your team, unless it's
Horns of Plenty.
Horns of Plenty. Thank you, Jack. And then we got Team JD. JD, I think that's your team name. These guys are on here, and these are Topstep's best coaches that we've always had, and they also are finding talented level providers. That's another thing Topstep's going to do. We're going to always try to find these folks, then bring them on. Some would say that's great content. We think it's great to trade with. And we think Topstep has always been, we know, is looking for the best talent, whether we're backing you on a funded account or whether we're now working with you as a level provider in one of their private Discord channels, rooms that Hoagland's Heroes has, that Horns of Plenty and Team JD have. Really proud of the team you guys are building. Great stuff. And more to come, guys, when somebody gets hot / professionally like in the zone. You're going to hear more about them. You're going to hear more about them. We don't need you guys talking anything like, oh, they're cold right now. Let them work. We don't need hecklers. Guys up to bat. Let them work. You might strike out every now and then.
No hecklers.
Oh, we got some pruning to do still. I've noticed a few folks in here. We'll be pruning. We got 4,700 people in here and about 47 or 4,650 of them are badass. Awesome. There's a few of you in here that will be pruning. I'll see you guys.
I do like the smaller chat. I do like the smaller chat in
Chat has
terms
been
of the crazy
badass. Yeah,
convo.
Less polluted.
Yep,
Less
yep,
polluted indeed.
totally agree.
Less polluted.
Clippers
Totally
Totally
agree.
agree.
Real quick,
It's
when we
Clippers.
pause here, let's update the board real quick. Emery, I
Thank
presume
you.
that you're out of that long.
I am out of that long, and I'm actually in a small short again, and looking to add at 18,389, but I do have a short at 18,354.
All righty.
Okay.
And Pete, let's do a house account, a recap real quick. First trade, we were
Just so
down,
everybody knows, Dre,
House account was down
let's summarize
100. What's up?
summarize the house account. Summarize the house account. I want everybody to, because they're like, oh, trading that bad, MP. No, it's a team trading. House account, bro. This is a team trading. This is what we're doing. It's exciting. We
Your
came
ass,
up with this
MP.
idea a few months ago, and we're like, we're gonna do this, because instead of just each of us individually trade, and then we're sitting here and everybody's focused on us, which isn't the goal of TopstepTV anyway. It's really to focus on our funded traders that come on here. And now as we've evolved, we're like, okay, let's build a house account. Let's then have level providers. Let's then have chat rooms. That's exactly what I mentioned there. And it's slowly coming together. And it's just a different layer of or angle of perspective of how groups of folks can trade together. I've sat next to traders together, and we've all kind of had that. There's house accounts for a lot of prop firms that do a lot of things. So it's just really interesting to do this with you guys live. That's what I was saying. Great stuff this morning. But that's the house account. Now, Andre, what's your question about the house account? We're up 2,300 on it right now.
Oh, no questions, Michael. Just a recap on the P&Ls. First, we down $3,100. We were able to turn around. First trade was a loser. Next two trades, winners. Shout out to all the levels. Hoag's levels. Hit them, Dre. I'm not getting anyone, man. This is a team effort. We got Mickey in the house. We got Hoag in the house and Marie in the house. Yeah, man. Who else we got out there? Coach Paul. Coach Paul was a hell of a call. But yes, we turned the house account around.
Coach Jay, Dakota.
Jay's on holiday right now. Jay, if you're watching, we miss you. See you next week. Tune in for At the Buzzer next week.
Yeah, Coach Finch, Coach Ray, a couple of my guys in Discord are on vacation. I got a new
little summer
Hey
vacation.
guys, sorry to drop in. We're gonna have a special guest coming on in about 10 minutes.
They're going to come up with a
No
lot of good
way.
levels for us.
Really? Is he coming?
You can get the spotlight here at Topstep,
guy's
no
coming.
matter who you are, putting it up.
Guys coming.
I like that.
10 minutes.
Mickey's coming in? Yo, all right. You guys asked?
Give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count.
Who said the 50s down to the 26s on the NASDAQ? 20s. Who said that? We heard that earlier.
Yeah, somebody did say that.
Been a lot of combo going on here.
Hoagland, Eddie, JD, do you guys
Did I-
remember that? It came from somebody.
I'm looking over my notes, not me.
50,
think
no.
it
Well,
was Mickey earlier.
yeah, the level, the backfills. The backfills.
The
It was the
backfill.
backfills. Yes,
Guys, it
55,
hit off the
27.
26s. Hit off the 26s, and we
Are
are
you kidding me?
15
Sure did, man.
candles
I'll be
higher.
Damn it.
Yeah,
That's
Mickey
on
called
me.
27. Mickey called back
That's
and
on
told
me,
him
man.
27. That was his level.
Damn it. That's on me.
We're
I
trying
have
to
it
get
on my
him set up.
chicken scratch lower.
Trying to get him set up right now. If I go dark for a few minutes, that's what I'm doing.
All right,
be
all
back.
good, JD. Man, that's on me. I had a chicken scratch in the lower corner here.
Oh, did you have it on there? Yeah, we were.
Yeah, I
supposed to take
had it.
notes.
27s and
We had it.
353s. That's on me. Mickey's hot, man. Mickey's a professional. I should say.
We're gonna have like errors, and nobody's gonna be perfect. But once we get this dialed, once we get it dialed, and because just like a trading plan, I think if we want to relate it to anybody on their personal journey, just like your trading plan, there's a little storming, there's a little norming, performing,
What?
conforming, something
What?
like that. But then by the end of it, storming, norming, performing, storming, conforming. What is it? You guys know the line storming? It's the very beginning where it's like rough. It's like hard to do.
Norming and
You're trying to
performing.
figure. Thank you. That's what you're going to see. That's what you see happening right now. I would only assume, because I've been a trader in my life, that you do this when you start a trading plan. You start to adjust, create, hone, and develop, or create, develop, and hone your strategy, however you want to call it too. There's a little bit of that too. And it's just you, yourself, and I going through that as a team trading thing. But we're trying to do this live, and I am enjoying it because it's building a plane in the air, like we said we would be doing on air.
Yep.
Sure are, man.
Right, John?
Man, them 27s, man, that's on me. Chicken scratch. I gotta make, you gotta triple star that sucker. Triple
And
star.
right, I
think
think
that-
the market is proving that if we're short, we've got to see money, take money right now.
Yep.
All day long. Storming, norming, performing.
Coming up in 5 minutes, 4-week bill auction, and we've got the heads up on that 4 week.
What else we got, Eddie? What do we got? Noon. We got anything in noon? Speakers.
Got a 4-week bill, 8-week coming up here just now. 33 minutes, Atlanta Fed. 12 o'clock, high noon, 30-year bond auction. And then Barker at 2 o'clock. I believe 2 o'clock. We'll keep an eye on that also. FOMC member. Thank you, Andre.
Yeah, man. Good stuff. Boy, it's fast and furious. Got Euro close coming up here in 4 minutes, along with that 4-week bill auction. We got some stats coming still. We got some plugs from my man Eddie. Eddie, if we want to do the plugs, I think JD's working with.
Andre, can we pause real quick? The markets are moving. It bounced off the 26s. What is the next kind of thinking here? These are big moves. This is like 80-point move thus far. So that being said, what are everybody's level providers and folks in chat? Feel free to share what you're doing as well. What's the other thought here? Now that we bounced so hard off those 26s, now that John said it's see money, take money if you're short. Now that we said earlier, buying pullbacks is a great play. What's changed? What's not changed?
I mean, we're 15 points on either side of the IB, right?
Yeah, we're in range right now.
Yeah, I think the S&Ps just gave us a really cheap short.
What price?
Low confidence, though. I mean, we're up against the session high at 26.75. You know, it's just cheap. You could risk 3 points on that. If it holds, it holds. If it doesn't, big deal.
For what? What was that?
525s, resistance 1. Now we're gonna push here.
Oh yeah,
Give me
the
a
session
price.
high is 26.75. We're trading, 25 quarter, 25 half.
Okay.
There, it just took it out.
You're saying this is a cheap short?
Yeah,
what
but
are
I
you saying?
don't necessarily
move on
really
this.
like it, but it's cheap.
Others.
What was
What were your
Coach
thoughts?
Paul's number in
Thank you.
the NQ for the breakout? Was it 406 or
405, yeah.
405? Okay.
Correct.
Mhm.
We're
Nothing right
dancing
here,
up
I'm
against
Looking at
that.
tilt.
right
Tilt
here.
is on the fence here.
Hey guys, Deutsch, you're gone. You've done this to Ann multiple times. Is she wrong? On the other side again, Deutsch, you're gone. You're pruned. Guys, get him out of here. And he's talked crap to you twice, and we're not doing that. There's one of the 50. I got 49 more to go, and I don't care, guys. We're not here for that. We're
Pissed
here
off
to
the
trade.
boss, man.
Yeah, Deutsch, nice playing with you. You're gone.
405s, 405. I like a long attempt on a pullback. 5311. Well, we're in range. We're range
I like
bound
that.
right now.
Coach Vince, one of my guys is saying he likes the attempted a pullback long around 53.11 in the S&P is around the D period low.
What period? We're in D right now.
Risking D period. Yes.
So tell me, what do you guys? John, those 26.75s are great thus far on a cheap short.
Yep. So
So
far.
good talking that one out. Now we didn't have
What
other
would the
opinions.
target be?
Thank you. Yeah.
I like Vince's 53.11.
Okay.
Pullback.
Mark that.
That
If we do
that-
pull back
that-
to 11s, we
talking about. Got to see us get back inside the initial balance, which we now currently are.
we got check mark
5 points
5311
into this
MP.
now.
53.
All right, so we like the long.
five-
Hoag, we like
five
longs
pullback.
from 11. We like Hoags from. We like. Sorry, Hoags.
Yeah,
we like
that's
longs from 11.
well, yeah, he's looking at D's low, which is.
He's nuts.
Hang on a second here.
Okay. And
Oh,
are you
06,
looking
so
at?
you're gonna
Go
have
ahead,
5
sorry,
points
that
of
was
risk
John.
on that.
The 11s. Okay.
Really quickly, because John, you nailed that 2675. Those who are listening, if you're like, hey, you don't need to have all the check boxes like we do. If you want to say, hey, I really like what John's saying, that would have been a great play.
It's
And I
cheap.
mean, we had a lot of folks today making great calls. We're going to try to collectively do it because we can't just go, hey, one person said this. Then it's going to be on that one person. We don't want it to be on any one person. It should be on the team itself. So, John, if you took that 2675, you said it was cheap, and it was very, very cheap thus far. But what would you have risked on that?
Maybe 3 points on it.
Okay, so you'd be
And
765.
I would take it at 2-to-1 reward over risk because again, I think when we're short, we got to see money, take money.
Okay, you're almost at 2-to-1 too.
Yep.
Johnny Hogan, everybody.
Yeah.
I do love the
Some of
shirt
the
today.
best trades I've taken were taken only because they were that cheap. Well, it's cheap. Got to take it.
I love you came up with the cheap trade. I've never heard that before, and I was looking at it. Yeah, I like it.
John comes up with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
He deserves one of those.
Nah.
Jobless clams.
We thought about that, Danny.
Okay, if it retested 2675s, which John, you're a big proponent of not moving your stop to break even because it does a retest. Is the 2675 still
already right now? And I don't think I would want. I don't think I would want to take it again.
Okay. See money, take money. Got it.
See money, take money.
And I know you work in zones too. It doesn't have to go right to 2-to-1.
No.
Oh,
10%
did we
roll.
just miss the London close?
Right. Yep.
I
Just
guess we did.
came what? All right. Let's see.
Hey, Eddie, each morning, can you be the owner of the closes, London close?
I gotta say, lonely
like
heart. Okay, yeah, I can. 10:30. Yes, I will mark that down. Hey, London closed 2 minutes ago.
Ooh, I like that.
Hindsight.
Hindsight.
Hindsight. Well, I think I saw the man, the myth, the legend has logged in. I think we're trying to work behind the scenes to get technical stuff up. We'll get to know you guys. Get to know Mickey. We're talking about it. I know, Danny. It's tricky bringing on an accountant here. Talk tax advice about futures. I don't think we're going to dabble in that, but they're out there.
Talking tax advice. I don't know.
Well,
we could have a CPA. We could have a CPA come on.
Yeah, he was talking about that. Bring a CPA. Talk about tax returns, stuff like that.
I mean,
We'll throw the short-term cap gains and stuff like that, ordinary income, things like that.
Yeah,
perhaps.
We'll put a bunch of disclaimers up, though.
I mean, just like crisscross
no
everything. That's the just crisscrossing the damn. It's everywhere. So much yellow tape. All right, yeah, we're kind of chopping around these 18,400s in the Nasdaq.
Yellow tape.
Warning.
He said yellow tape, which
Yellow
is
tape all over
crime
the screen.
scene tape.
Crime
Oh,
scene,
yeah.
yes, when it comes to tape.
Not red tape, yellow tape.
Yellow tape, yes. Proceed carefully. Last year, the Nasdaq 53.
Do not cross.
Yes, 53.22s. Sounds good. Anne Marie, position P&L update real quick before we get Mr. Mickey on here, Matthew Mickey.
I am down to up 121,
Plus
and
121.
I'm still floating around in a short.
Okay. Plus 121, plus 121. And all right, you're so short. Short from what price?
Yeah.
So we can, I don't know how they want to do that, but just so the
Now
guys in the
it's
back know.
370. 370.
370.
I just added. Yeah.
And then okay, thank you.
I have nightmares when price just hangs around an IB high or low the way it is right now.
It's bad.
It's
I'm not
just
happy.
so chopped up.
Yeah.
That short was good again.
Which one? Oh, right off that.
Up against the high. That cheap short at the high again was good again.
Can you guys
they're
hear that when I
definitely
move my
stalling
chair?
out.
Oh
I
yeah.
do.
Oh yeah.
No, you can't. Can you? I've been wanting to get some
Yeah,
WD-40
can.
for like a week.
I know. Can I tell you, I have WD-40 in my bottom drawer here because I can't.
Would you lend them
stand
some,
to
Anne Marie?
sneeze.
Would you
Send
hand
it
them some
my way.
WD-40, please? Can we get
You guys have been putting up with that the whole time. You got to say something. I've been annoyed with it. I'm like, I don't think they can hear it. Nobody said anything.
You know what they say about the squeaky wheel, Michael?
This one hasn't got the oil, but it will today. Old hardware store, here I come.
Oh yeah. All right. Quick recap. Dow, we haven't given Dow any love today. High of the day, 39,503. Last trade, 39,456. My man
gotta
Eddie was
ask.
talking about oil. Crude MP 1 second. Crude making new highs. High of the day, $76.26. Last trade, $76.16. Gold's been all over the place a little bit. Only $30 range or so. High of the day, $24.64. Last trade, $24.56. Okay, Eddie, if you're ready for some plugs, we can do them.
All right, I got some plugs here for us.
Cool. I'm gonna jump
First
off
one
really
I
quick.
wanna-
That's cool. I'll be right back. Let's do these plugs.
Oh, okay. All right. First one I want to talk about is our daily levels. This week, we released Topstep Daily Levels and Topstep X. So integrate key levels performance coaches into your trading days and gives you some benefits and some added insights on where the market could potentially go. We've got our screen up here. Yes, you do. What you're going to do is you're going to go to indicators here. Let me get my mouse over to this screen. Indicators right here. Okay. And what you're going to do is you're going to click on that. But first, you're going to choose what chart you want. I've got 4 here. And let's add it to the ES. So I'm going to click the ES chart here. Indicators. And then in here, I'm going to type in top. That's all you really need to type in is top. And this is going to pop up. Topstep Daily Levels. So you want those daily levels. You're going to click on it and see how that sort of changed. And let's pull up our ES chart. Did they get on there? Yes, they did. I'm going to open this up a little bit. And there you go. You got your levels. You got your upside levels. And you got your downside levels. So there you have it. So remember, each chart is different. You're not going to add it to every chart. You need to select that chart first. Also, now this is cool. We've got 2 new segments coming up. Starting August 11th, catch Globex Kickoff with Nick for a Tick. This is going to be on Sundays at 4:45 p.m. Central. All right, 4:45
Nice.
Sundays with Nick for a Tick, Globex Kickoff. And August 12th, we're going to be starting at the buzzer with Coach Jay. This is going to be every Monday through Friday from 3:15 to 4:15 p.m. Central. So we will close out the show here. Give you a few times to get yourself a new drink or sandwich or something. Come back and benefit the last hour of 3:15 to 4:15 with Coach Jay. Also, we're adding programming to Topstep TV Network. What do you want to see? I'm going to put a link in the chat. What will help you become a better trader? We're asking for suggestions, ideas, anything that you could share, any ideas you've got that you'd love to see here on Topstep TV. We're looking forward to seeing those from you. Also, boy, I got a lot here. 2 of the biggest names in trading are joining us on Topstep TV very soon. We do have Jared Tendler, renowned trading psychologist, returning to Topstep TV Wednesday, August 14th at 11 a.m. Central. And if you are registered to our weekly kickoff, that is going to be on there, a little reminder. And of course, here in the chat, we will remind you also. Also, Dr. Brett Steenbarger going to be with us here. He is the author of The Daily Trading Coach, returning to Topstep August 20th at 11 a.m. Central Time. And both of these minds of the markets will be doing a special that we're going to be calling Ask Me Anything with Hoag, Johnny Hoag. So keep an eye out for more information in next week's TV guide. That's what I have, Andre. And back to you.
Man, a lot of stuff coming
That
out here.
sounds
Topstep
awesome.
TV. Yes, Anne Marie, we got to get you a show. We got to get you a show, Anne Marie. Just 1 hour with Anne Marie.
No way. Ann stays with us at Fast Markets.
Oh, Michael says no. Michael says no go.
No. I mean, yes, and
Fast Markets.
there's no or anymore. What we do here at Topstep is and.
Yes,
Surf
and.
turf.
Everything is and.
Surf and turf. There's no, chicken and steak. Not chicken
Got a
or
little-
steak. There's no substitutes here. Hey, really quickly, does anybody out there, speaking of hardware store, do you ever just go to the hardware store and just walk around? I do. I think it's
Depot, dude.
the most entertaining
I
thing
I
in the planet.
do.
All day, dude.
Especially the local ones, like the local
Yes.
Ace.
Ace.
True Value Ace, yeah.
True value.
Yeah,
Oh man.
I do.
That's the one I'm going to today. Yeah.
Yep. Home Depot. You mean Nordstrom Rack and Danielle?
Oh my gosh, I love it.
that was,
Also,
yes, I do.
yes.
oh,
Also,
that was nice time.
Bass Pro Shops. I do that too.
Yep.
Ooh,
Yep.
Bass Pro. You could walk around
That's
for
fun.
days.
Oh, that was a good one,
Literally, you
Danielle.
can.
That got me.
They throw like ponds and everything in there.
I
yeah.
know.
All right. Well, I think we might have some difficulties getting Mickey on here due to some Wi-Fi security issues, yada, yada, yada. He will be on here. He's been on with us twice during Power Players, twice in the last month or so. Courtesy of Anne-Marie right here. She introduced us to him, and he's been nothing but fantastic. His story's amazing.
Awesome.
It's inspiring. Hell, I got a little emotional listening to the story. I don't know how many more times he wants to say it. That's up to him. But it is incredible. We'll send the link about his background. But in terms of just like actual professional trading levels, he's a pro. He's a pro's pro. And we're really happy to have him part of the Topstep TV
I
family.
like that. The pro's pro. He is.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Johnny's level, who took it in chat? 26.75 short. You would have not even risked full point.
Cheap.
And it's 10, 10
Mm,
handles lower.
I can find
Good
that.
call
Hey,
out, John. Nice read. Beautiful read.
Good.
Hey, really quickly, Andre, what is it coming down to? It's trading 13s. What did you want me to do? The only reason I'm saying that because I worked the 5
11s,
line there.
11s.
11s.
53.11.
Have to buy.
Yeah, 53.11 buy.
I had a working order there. That's why I said it.
And the
Nice.
stop.
That's what we should do, MP. That's what we should do more of. Have a one line in there. Maybe
Oh
it's
my
like
God,
have a
yeah,
one
It's
line
not,
in there.
I'll do that from here on out. It'll help us. But
Like those
when we-
26s?
Yes, then when we
If
come
we-
to
if
well,
If those tw-
go ahead.
yeah, if we had a one line in there, those 27s, because we got that level an hour ago and then it came back and hit it. So if we have a one line in there, we use like a trigger or an alarm or something like that. Maybe that can help.
Yep. That works. That's a good idea.
That's that highlighting idea that I was kind of talking about. That would work. I don't want to start. Well, I mean, I could. I don't know.
Just one line working orders all over the place. It could be tricky. It could get messy.
It could get messy.
But
Well, I mean, this right here.
something, one line.
Yeah, it's showing up. I'll just do it like this from here on out. Okay, there's a
11s.
zone from the 11s, the 53.11s. Let's go back to that conversation real quick because John is talking about the 26s being cheap, and they were extremely cheap. And if it goes down to 11s, that is 16 handles of great the money
16
trading.
handles.
Oh, there he is. I see him.
I like it, John.
See him.
But is there a low to this? Is there an out to this? If it does hit this, we have 15 minutes left of fast market. If it comes down to here, I just want to be prepared.
Right.
So that level comes from my guy Vince,
Vince.
and
There you go.
he's looking at the D low, which is 06
Yep.
in the
06.
S&Ps. So you
Just gonna
take
say
11s,
06.
your risk is about 7 points.
Concur.
So 11s, and then the risk is down to 06.
06.
I'll put
Make
it
it
in 05.
05 probably. You want
Yeah.
the period to get taken out, but there's probably going to be some stops there anyway. I almost like the idea of buying 06s.
Me too, John.
I almost like that idea too.
Yeah,
This
look
late
at
in
the
the day.
5 minute. Yeah. All right. Can we bring him in? We got 10 minutes here.
Bring him in. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Where you at?
I see him in
Mickey,
the
I see
green
you.
room.
There he is. Wow,
Interview.
five banger.
Fly boy.
That's
Look
him.
at that.
I've never seen a five
What's
banger.
up, you
Oh.
dog?
All right.
You guys
All right,
got lucky
everybody.
because I'm working from home today. I work
Yeah.
from
There
home
you
on
go.
Tuesdays and Thursdays, so you see me more active on Tuesdays and Thursdays on the other days I need Bloomberg access, and they don't want to give me that for my home office, which is kind of cheap, if you ask me.
All right, man.
You are
Hey,
kudos, Mickey. I really appreciate your read. Really,
Yes,
I don't know
rock
the right
solid.
word is amazed or yeah. Thank you. On your read, you read the market well. I love it when people
Well,
read the market
listen,
well.
like one thing I do want to point out, and we don't even have to read the markets. I just want to get your clients like in the right state of mind, right? Us institutional guys like you, MP, Hoag, Anne Marie, all you guys, like you guys had the same struggle that I'm dealing with currently, right? And the fact that you know these markets so very well, but you're used to having so much capital that you can just well swallow the inventory. So like when I told these retail traders, like, listen, like master one kick, that's all you got to master, and just master it like you know it in any kind of variable. That's what you have to do, because like you can ask all these floor traders that just came out of off the floors, right? They knew how to trade the floors better than anything out there. And then what happened? They had to learn how. They were so used to moving inventory. Now they have to get used to moving risk. And risk, personal risk, is a lot more challenging because you don't have the cool little features that you have. You don't have the cool little insights that you have from your buddy or the bird on the street or the bird in your ear, right? You don't get that, right? And then you get a double whammy. You don't have the capital that you're used to trading. So you have to get really good at one single kick. And that's one thing I want to bring up that we've been talking about all week is levels, right? When I wake up, I have the most highest probable trade on my chart by 6 o'clock, right? By 6 o'clock, I have the most highest probable trade. However, do you know why we separate our analyst and our trade model, right? We separate our analyst from our trade model, right? To ensure that our trading decisions are based on empirical evidence rather than subjective interpretation, right? Conducting separate backtests on that one kick and aligning it with that statistical probable analyst, right, is more beneficial than anything. Understanding, like, so these charts that I share every morning at 6 o'clock in the morning, they have the highest probability. Guess what? Today, I'm in the third standard deviation of the day. I've already breached my high of the day zone. Does that mean I'm going to cry about it? No, I'm going to pay attention to something that Hoag always talks about, and most of the auction theory boys always talks about. What's that? Generated market information. What is it telling us? What time of the day is it? What should my risk profile look like for this current market condition? Well, let's see. Like if we look, right, we haven't been able to breach the previous hour midpoint range for over 4 hours. When we're this high up, yeah, it's scary as shit. It's scary as no other to take a long. But if the ducks are quacking, you got to feed them because that's what's happening, man. Like you got to accept it, but you have to understand that that's not an A+ setup. That's not a 2.5% risk per trade. That's like a 0.10 to 0.5% risk per trade. And then if you get the confirmation of the downside, whatever your model is, right? Whatever your strategy, whatever your system that you're trading is, it's all the same. Like you have a rule-based grade zone, like you guys talk about it all the time, about like we're in zone 3 or zone 4 or zone 5. And that just means like this is how much risk we're willing to accept. This is the kind of model, this is the kind of system we need to turn on, et cetera, right? Because like retail wants to come up here and bash the people who actually have market experience, because we made a call wrong. But you got to realize everybody's bare knuckle fist fighting these markets every single day. And so the best thing you can do, and listen, this is coming from one of the industry CEOs, right? And I'm not going to display that name because I can't. But we were at a dinner one time, and I asked that individual, I'm like, does anybody truly understand 100% the pricing model and how it lines up with the life cycle of a trade order workflow? Absolutely not. I got laughed at. They're like, do you realize it represents 42 different economies? And within that economy, these markets represent every 401k, every pension company, every public company. And within that public company, you have employees that are getting paid, et cetera, right? It's an impossible task because it's such a global fit, right? So what does that mean, right? What does that mean to me? Well, I got a lot of hobbies. Work's not one of them. I work for cash, and eventually I'm going to pay off this mortgage. I'm going to do what Anne Marie does, and I'm just going to trade for a living. Well, how do I make that adjustment from being this dude that's used to sitting on a collateral and margin desk and dealing with big institutions, 100 million here, 200 million there, constant flow of inventory? How do I transfer to that to being a retail trader? I do the exact same thing that you guys are doing. I have to use the exact same systems that you guys are using as retail traders. I have to focus on the exact same risk profile. I have to focus on grading my zones. When it gets to a zone, do I just fade it blindly? No, I wait for that ketosis distribution to happen off of that zone to make sure that the market's telling me, like, hey, bud, it's time to short. Where's the market generated information? Listen, like, Hoag didn't get as good as he got on day one. He got 1% better every single day. He learned a lesson. He still learns a lesson every single day. Like, there's no shortcuts. There's no shortcut to the grind. If you take a shortcut to the grind, you're not going to get the results that the grind provides you. So stop being judgmental little bitches and calling people who are calling live price in front of you, and realize that you guys have more of an edge. You guys have more of an edge than anybody from the institution, because you get to sit there and trade little bitty minute capital without any pressure whatsoever. The prop space is a derivative of trading live price, right? Like, just like an option is a derivative of the 100 shares, prop is a derivative. Take advantage of it and master the 1,000 times per kick. You don't need to know what I'm doing. You don't need to trade like MP. You don't need to trade like. You just got to get that system down and figure out what fits best with you. But I had to do it because the comments are out of control. Like, these guys are the most disrespectful. Like, I'm telling you, I'm from the.
Oh wait, no,
wait, hold on.
There's only 50 of them. We're prudent. There's only 50. We have
but most of them are good. But good grief.
Did you have a buy at 53.11?
Coach Vince did. We didn't do it, did we?
No, we were looking at the 06s. Remember?
Yeah, we brought it down to 06.
Oh,
we brought it down to 06. I had 11s working. 10. Mickey, 1 second. Vince, hell of a call. So far, you're already
moved down to 6s.
You're already 8 handles in the money. You would have risked one handle. There's so many great folks today making pretty damn good calls. Now, every once in a while,
he's in that trade.
Blown through. Okay,
perfect. Good. What's his target?
Hey, Mickey, I got a question for you. When the ducks are quacking, feed them. What exactly does that mean, Mickey? When the ducks are quacking,
that means, feed them. And probably John and MP will know this, but like on the opening range, we're pumping this thing up, and I know Anne Marie knows this thing. You feed those ducks. And then when you see them hammer the ducks right on the head, you just exit that position. It's the old pump and dump trick. But you gotta wait for the hammer to come down.
Andre, is that a city term or country term?
That's a country term. I don't speak like that. I don't talk like that.
There you go, city boys saying you got to do that. Nope.
It's funny. Your twang comes out when country stuff comes out, Michael. I love it.
Mickey, you're always working towards your best edge. It sounds like you're always working towards that, and that's what's pretty badass. If I was listening, I'm like, he's a master of the craft of finding the best edge he can find, which is not a find it and you're done. Always working towards that direction. Interesting stuff. Awesome.
The thing is like I told, like Anne Marie knows, it's like most of the traders I engage with know this. I suck at trading size, right? I haven't been able to convert what I do for a living in the bond market and put it behind that same level of confidence. I don't know if it's because I have a huge safety net and so many circuits that protect me from making mistakes. But boy, like when it comes to like putting on, like I'm happy because if I can be 1 mini deep, like if I can get a 1 mini for 10 handles on NQ, I'm happy.
Well, Mickey, we're happy too. Where do you live? Not your address, but I'm going to ask for your address here shortly because I'm going to take Bernie's idea. We're going to buy you lunch. We're going to send you a pizza. Thanks for the work you've been doing today. Danielle, I don't know how we do this. We're just gonna have to get his address. I hope there's a pizza. Hopefully there's a pizza joint. If you don't eat pizza, tell us what you want. We're buying you lunch. We're gonna have to deliver to your house so you can stay focused on your edge. But this is on us. Great stuff.
And then, can I say one last thing? Which will apply to everybody, right? Find a higher time frame probability, right? Find a floor. It doesn't matter what you use. Like I told you guys on the last time, this is your floor. Like if you want the most simplest floor, look at the previous hour midpoint. Pick a time. Like this is the 9-minute, 30-second opening range from every single hour, right? There's nothing fancy behind that. It's just a constant variable that I'm going to make decisions around, right? We can't get below the previous hour midpoint. I'm going to bid it up right here at some point. Where's my target? This high or this high right here, or the minute 9 right here. And just small scalps. Everybody wants to get this move right here and ride it all the way up. That's not realistic. That's not realistic. And everybody wants to sell this right here. Well, it's got to give us that market generated information that Hoag always talks about. We needed to see that filled downside upside auction for us to even consider shorts, and that didn't happen. So yeah, I sniped the short right here, but like at my expectations within the 60s, right? My stop was very, very tight because that is a counter trend move. And what was I risking? Like not even 1% risk per trade.
Okay,
thank you,
cool.
MP. Thank you, Topstep team. I love you guys.
Thank you.
Listen, you guys got to stop calling me Mickey. You got to call me the captain or something like.
Oh, listen to you.
I can't. Listen, only because like
100% calling you the captain.
You guys already know that like I'm pushing some edges, some borders
I got
right
you.
here.
Gotcha. Yup. We got you.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yup, Captain.
Okay.
We'll talk about
It's
that.
not in the bond market or in the equities, but yeah, like.
Gotcha.
Okay,
I'm sure
cool.
my legal team would have a field day.
All right.
Still,
We're gonna dial that in while we how do you like this one? We'll dial a pizza up for delivery to your house. That is cool. Brooksy, I saw you in there. Who provided the killer levels today? Coach Vince, we're gonna send you a pizza today as well. Sorry,
style. Here we
team,
go.
Topstep team. I'm adding something onto your list, but we are buying folks pizzas that nail it.
Coach Paul.
Assuming the delivery can go right to your house. But that's a small token of our appreciation of what you did. Coach Vince, you got one. It was Brooksy on the list. Who are the notables? I guess it's Team JD, it's Eddie, and it's levels that we used or that held up. Captain, you already got one coming. So we'll follow up with that one, but I do want you guys to call out whoever those folks are.
Hey, I'll take a pizza.
Coaches don't get one, Johnny.
He's wearing that little mushroom pizza shirt right there.
Leaders eat last. There you go.
Leaders eat last.
There you go. Love it.
You're leading your team. Yeah.
I didn't read that book.
All right, guys. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Captain. Hey, Captain, thanks for joining us, man. We really appreciate it. Yes, thanks, man. That was awesome stuff. Look at the smile on Anne-Marie's face. Look at that proud mom. A proud mom smile right there. She could not be any happier. MP, you want to do appreciations, or what do you want to do? How do we want to sign this out?
Let's do appreciations. But first, I want to make sure, Hoagland, Team JD, if you have somebody that nailed a level that we either took or did not take, it's either like took or did not take. The 11s, the 53 11s, that was one. These are your team. We're gonna hook them up with a pizza. I think it's all just us. Hey, what pizza joint do you like? What's your address? We call it in and put our credit card down and pay for it. If it's that easy, we're gonna do it. Whatever, we'll figure it out. So I do appreciate the building the plane in the air today with you guys, the chat that was understanding and working together with us. And of course, the up day is always a nice appreciation back at it. But good stuff, guys. I appreciate y'all.
Good appreciation. Anne-Marie, what do you appreciate today?
Man, there's very little I don't appreciate. Even the terrible stuff I embrace, because what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, which I love. Was that a Kelly Clark song? Oh, okay. Maybe it's Nietzsche.
100, no. 100 probably no. Kelly Clarkson, I think he listens to Future and Metro Boomin. So those three are his favorite.
Yeah, they all perform on the same stage. Hey, Captain, what are you appreciative for? What do you appreciate, Captain?
Man, I'm appreciated just to like be able to hang out with the people. Like the retail trader is my goal. Like that's my mentorship, right? Because I'm not, like I said, I don't want to. Every day I walk into the office, I feel the life gets sucked out of me. I work 12 to 18-hour days, and it's like I'm not living life. I just did this in the infantry for 20 years to do this. So my goal is to emulate the retail trader, right? And to be able to, manage my risk. And so I appreciate the retail trader out there. You guys have fire underneath of you guys. You guys are motivated. You guys do take this as a profession and you take it serious. And huge shout out to you guys, the retail trader who's just grinding every single day. They keep losing, but they keep getting knocked back down. They get back up and they try again. They get knocked back down. They get back up and try again. Keep going. Don't stop. Eventually, you're going to hit it where you understand it. And even if it's you just mastering a kick that is good for 10 handles, that's cash flow. That's realistic cash flow that you can build an expectancy ratio on. So keep going. I appreciate the retail traders that trying every day.
Yeah, for sure. We appreciate you being here. Hoag, what do you got? Appreciations, real quick, my man. We got more Hoag coming up from group coaching.
I want to appreciate my son, Luke, who's turning 25 on Saturday. You know, you have these kids, and it's a lot of work, and they turn into the best people you get to know. So I'm going to send an appreciation to my son, Luke, and I may use that again tomorrow because he's a really special, sweet guy.
Nice. Awesome. All right, I appreciate all you guys. This has been an amazing segment. Great stuff today. Where do you start? MP's got one more thing to say. MP, what do you got?
Everybody in chat, while we roll out, you all share what you appreciate. It's very, very good to stop, take a moment, appreciate something in your life, and then move on.
Yep. Thank you so much. All right, we got power players coming up next. That was insane. I've never seen the 5-shot before. This is new. Good job back there, team. Anyways, we got Ear Lucy joining us in the power players segment coming up next. We're a little bit behind schedule, but it's worth every minute of it. All right, power players coming up next. Let's go.
Hey, Hoag here. I'm excited and honored to tell you the Topstep levels are now available on Topstep X charts, including the weekly kickoff levels. Now, to add them to the charts, you'll find it under indicators. You can just type in Topstep's daily levels. You're going to get weekly high and low, daily high and low, value areas, points of control, and yes, those weekly kickoff levels. In settings on the indicator, you're going to be able to choose which of those levels you want to populate on your charts. Daily levels will update daily. Use them in confluence with your strategies, your levels. It's all about context, no guarantees. We hope that they serve you well.
Welcome back, everybody. That was an amazing fast market. Now we're following up with another amazing segment of Power Players. We got Aaron Trades in the house, Topstep partner, been with us for about 2 years. Welcome everyone to Aaron Trades. Aaron Trades, how did Topstep find you, and how did you find Topstep?
Firstly, thank you very much for having me on. I firstly found Topstep through a friend, actually. I've been trading for like 7 years now, but the past two and a half years made the transition into futures. And then since then, you guys have been the number one futures funding firm and one of the rare that's been around for 12 plus years, which is amazing to see in this industry. So just gave you guys a shot and more so loved everything you guys were doing and giving back to everyone. It was a no-brainer just to start trying out futures, trying out Topstep, and transition in a whole has been amazing.
What were you trading before Topstep? I see you have 7 years of trading experience, but what were you trading before?
So started very first trading currencies, traded lots of different currencies on the CFD side, and then over time slowly realized that less is more in this game, focused on just trading commodities, purely just gold. And if you're only just going to trade gold, for me, I was like, well, it makes no sense to not trade as just on the futures markets. So that's what slowly led me from CFD, trading those different currencies, simplifying everything to just gold futures.
All right, makes sense. Okay, so you're a gold trader. So why don't we take a quick peek at gold? Here we go. By the way, we got my man Gabe. You guys all know Gabe. Road back to funding. Gabe, how are we looking over there?
I'm in an XFA today, boys and girls. We're up 867 on the morning. I was trading before the day show a little bit and got a little bit of green in the XFA in the day one. So excellent. Let's get it.
Anything you're looking for in terms of levels right here? I know you got the NQ. Anything you're looking for in the NQ?
Aaron or myself?
Gabe. Yeah, Gabe. Aaron's our gold trader. I'll go to gold after this. But what about you, Gabe, in NQ?
Looking at the high of day from yesterday, which is 18,558 half. So at this point, we've retraced so much of the move from yesterday. I don't really believe there's any reason for us to go short at this time. Structure looks like we're in an uptrend. If we maybe get a possible breakdown below the swing low here on the 5-minute time frame at 18,323, possibly look for a change in structure, a shift to the downside. But for right now, higher lows and higher highs, no real reason to go short at the moment for the possible upside target of that 558 half.
Excellent. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. Let us know if you do get any trades. If you have any questions for Aaron as well. Aaron, I want to get into gold. Look at the gold chart right here. Up there. Last trade 2460. I remember last week we were in the 2500s in gold. We did retreat back into the 2400 handle. How's the gold trade been going? Your thoughts on this whole run up in gold, is it? I assume it's because of the uncertainty, geopolitically, interest rates, Japan as well. What's your take on where gold has been and where gold is going?
Recently we've come back towards all-time highs, which is crazy. Once you start getting into them all-time high regions, it's very difficult it's okay now, but once you're peaking at all-time highs, you got to be careful buying at all-time highs, because anyone who's buying gold previously has taken profit up there. So do you want to be buying at all-time highs? Well, not really, because a lot of people will be looking to get out there. So do you want to be shorting at all-time highs? Kind of also gets tricky. But the price where we are at right now that we've dipped back down from all-time highs is nice. We have never, on the futures chart here, never really closed above 2,500, which is a really, really strong level that I've been watching. But to be honest, by the looks of last month's close, I am looking for this month to continue pushing up and see if we can hit them all-time highs one more time. But the nice thing is we're not at all-time highs yet. So at least now buying into these all-time highs, we now have targets to work with, which is nice. So yeah, for me, gold, whenever anything is going on in the world, it's always that safe haven. It's always a pretty safe one to get into and can give some amazing volume like we saw on Monday after all the news we had on the weekend. Same with all markets on Monday. Very, very volatile day.
Excellent. Okay, so I say, you've never dabbled in NASDAQ, never dabbled in ES. You've just been strictly gold and just
I have actually. When I first started trading futures, a lot of people who I know who trade futures do trade NASDAQ and ES. And I thought, well, maybe I should be trading that. And then for me, it just, I had some success, but not as much as I did on gold. So I was like, well, you know what? You can trade gold futures. Why do I need to reinvent the wheel? So just keep doing what I'm doing, trade gold futures. And for me, it just moves more consistent to the way that I trade, and more so with my time zones. The reason I love gold so much is because I can trade gold in Asia, London, and New York. Whereas if you're trading just, NASDAQ and S&P, you want to be involved in the New York session. Whereas for me, gold, Asia sometimes can have some fantastic moves, and so can London. So that's why I'm like, yeah, cool. Gold is now my bread and butter.
Excellent. Where's home base for Aaron? Aaron trades.
Right now, it's in Australia. So obviously, accent-wise, I'm born in the UK, but I moved to Australia about 2 years ago now, which has been an amazing lifestyle change. Trading times can be tough sometimes, because New York for me is I'm here in the UK at the minute, but New York for me is about 1 a.m. So again, that's the reason I love trading gold, because if I want to trade gold in Asia, amazing, I can. If I want to trade it in London, which is my afternoon, it kind of fits my schedule pretty well. But yeah, Australia is where I live at the moment.
Excellent. So, all right, I guess we talk about a little bit Australia. If you want to trade ES or NASDAQ, it's like you're up at 6 in the morning, 6, 7 in the morning, or something like that.
About 2, 3 a.m. It's even later.
3 a.m.
Yeah. It's very late. Unless you're on, it depends which side of Australia, but my side, about 2, 3 a.m.
Gotcha. Okay, so fair enough. So gold obviously lends itself to it's a little bit more accessible and easier to trade that way. I get it. I totally get it. I love it. It says here, you see you're a Topstep partner. All right, for those that don't know, Topstep partner. What does that mean? You're a Topstep partner. I think you're the first Topstep partner to be on with us, at least that I can remember. So what does it mean to be a Topstep partner, Aaron?
For me, it's all because I if anyone doesn't know, I stream the London session. We take all our trades live, so it's super important for me that there's a lot of rubbish out there. So for me, it's super important to partner with a firm that actually believes in the traders. And even just being on this TopstepTV now, I don't see anyone even doing this. So for me, partnering with you guys is just me recommending Topstep to people who are looking to get into futures. The way I started in trading is I started trading my own personal capital, and I do not recommend that to anyone. It's incredibly stressful. So yeah, now anytime people want to get into trading or the way that I trade, and how much should I put into personal, I say just go trade with Topstep for a while. Risk that money as opposed to putting into your own money. And yeah, it's just a great. You guys offer the best, in my opinion, in the industry, and it's something that I use and recommend every day. So it's a great way to give back to new traders.
Appreciate it. All right, we saw a high of the day 24.64 in gold. Last trade 24.59. Looking at the tilts, 69% long right now in gold as we speak. So keep an eye on that. See if we push higher. We have entered the lunchtime trade here in the States. We do have a 30-year auction coming out in about 40 minutes here. Of course, we have Barkin speaking, 2 p.m. Central, in about 2.5 hours or so. Okay, Gabe, what are you looking at over there? Anything pique your interest? Any prices? You're looking for the high of the day?
Yeah, not a whole lot going on, and we're just kind of consolidating. We're breaking out of a little quick, what is this, a 15-point little range on the 30-second that we were creating. So we've swept both sides now of that little area of consolidation. I'd like to see a little bit of a further push down. Looking for a retest of maybe 413 to 397 to be able to look long. That was the last area of basing before a nice consecutive move higher. Broke the prior high, which was established just around 950. The high was, I believe, let me get these other two off. 438 was the previous high that we broke above. So that will be my area of interest for a possible long if we get down there.
What kind of trades did you take today?
I took a couple scalps, one long, one short. Yes, quite early before the day show started, and ended up collecting. I was trading minis, so it was moving pretty quickly in terms of P&L. Tempted to size down tomorrow to some micros, just to give myself the ability to scale in and out a little bit easier of positions. And ending at a green day, trying to build some newer habits, right? So off of a green day of euphoria. The conversation a lot recently has been, do you size down? Do you stay with the same risk profile as you are getting into day 2, day 3? Such a fresh, XFA for me, and blowing my last one last week. I'd like to approach this one a little bit with better discipline for sure. So, question remains: how do I manage risk effectively this week, this account, and survive longer?
That is the question. Aaron, question for you: have you taken any trades today? And if so, tell us about them.
I have taken some gold buys today, up into around the 2460s once we broke back above 2450. So that was a very nice 100 tick range. I took maybe about 30 of that, which 30 on gold is a decent move. And that's the reason I love trading gold is you don't have to catch the very lows and sell at the very highs. If you can get 20, 30 ticks on gold and manage your risk well, like that's a great move. So that's my one for the day. And I guess similar to Gabe is you're trying to find that balance of when you're up on the day, do you size down, do you stop, or when the markets are hot, do you take advantage of it? So it's trying to find that.
Let me ask you that question, Aaron. What do you do when you're hot? What do you do? Do you size up, size down? What does Aaron trades do?
To be honest, I don't size up. I'll give you Monday as an example. Monday for me was a very, very large day. We had a crazy amount of volume. So on a day like that, when there's an amount of volume that isn't normal, I will take more than one trade because based off the market's giving me more than one opportunity. But if I can see like a day like today where volume's pretty normal, I'll take maybe one or two. But if there's times where the markets are giving me more, I have to be it and I have to take advantage of it. And if I'm up on the day and then let's say I get back to break even, then I'm probably like nothing good ever comes from that. So then I'd be out. But if I'm if I'm having good trades, maybe say if I'm up maybe 2, 3 winners, and I see one other opportunity, I want to take a smaller risk to still have something in the markets. Yeah, to me it's still worth it. I like to try and take advantage of as much as you can, as long as you're mentally there. You're not over trading because you're trigger happy. As long as you feel like you're still in the zone, you can still execute well. Yeah, I personally believe you have to take advantage of them days. They're the really key days.
I would agree with that. Okay, and on the flip side, when you're cold and you're struggling and you're taking a bunch of L's, which is inevitable, all traders go through it. How do you adjust, or how do you deal with that?
So I'll start off the day trading normal size. Again, to me, the biggest thing is how am I reacting mentally? If I take a loss, like that's okay. That's part of the business we're in. But if I take a loss because I maybe did something wrong that maybe broke my rules, then I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. I don't deserve to be in the markets right now. But if I just got stopped down a trade that fitted my rules and it just didn't work out, yeah, I can give myself another trade. 2 losses in a row is probably, that's probably my max. But like I say, even if I make one mistake that is kind of an emotional decision and doesn't go with how I should be trading, that's for me, like that's my one and done. Like I don't deserve to be trading for the rest of the day.
So 2 losses in a row, you'll call it?
Yep. At least, yeah. Two's my max. Yeah, no more than that.
Gabe, what's yours?
Is the second position that you take? Sorry, there, Andre. Is the second position you take the same amount of risk, or is it the same as the first position?
Good question.
After the first loss, I take the same. Yeah, I take the same. Like I say, as long as I feel like I'm still in the zone, I'm not emotional about that loss. I can still execute well, and I've managed my risk the first time. Yeah, I can still take the same size. Yeah, or if it was maybe a big loss where I couldn't manage risk, then I'll maybe size down if I have to. Got you.
What's your standard percentage per trade on your account size? Like, are you a 1% per trade, a 0.5%? I have some of my friends are like 0.25%, obviously giving them more time to survive. What's your kind of sweet spot for your risk?
So I'm mainly trading around 1 to 2 contracts. So on gold, if my average loss is say 15 to 20 ticks, well, on one contract, it's around $150, $200 per contract. Okay. So I kind of more so go off my tick performance than percent. But as long as I'm, not getting within my daily drawdown rules, I'm pretty fine. But as a percentage, I would say it's around 0.5 to 1 is kind of my max. Like if I lose more than 1% day, that's me.
Right.
Gabe, what's yours? Where do you fall on that?
So looking to execute on a little bit of a different risk management plan in this new XFA. After I take a first loss, my second trade will be half size. If I win that, I'll go back to full size for the third trade. But realistically, my goal is to try to cut myself off after 3 losses. Because what will happen is I'll have, let's say I do 1% on the first trade in terms of risk. And then the second trade is 0.5%. And then the third trade is 0.5%. I'm still only down 2% on the day if I take 3 losses in a row. That's the idea. That's what I'd like to get better at executing on.
I've definitely tried that approach as well. And then what I would find is, let's say if I just had a losing trade of, let's say 1%, and then the next trade I decide to go, you know what, I'm going to go in this one at 0.5%. And then that one ends up being the winner. I find I then start thinking to myself, well, if I had just got in this one with the same amount of risk, then I would be up on the day. So it's like you say, it's all about what works for other people. Right. Yeah, I personally find the second I start messing around with risk management, it kind of gets a bit all over the place. But it's one of them things where it's like it's not really like a one size fits all. So it's definitely about like trialing and error. And even me, I'm still trying to find out what works best in that way as well. So it's always good to hear other ideas.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is a new trial for me, right? A new opportunity to test something different than I normally do, trying to get a little bit more disciplined in general. I think I fall victim a lot to my emotions. So trying to put some better structure in front of my face and hold myself, better accountable to that structure. Nice. It's a lot of trial and error for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. All of it is.
Agree. Hey, Aaron, I see you use no indicators. Is this true? No indicators when trading gold. You strictly read price action?
Pure price action, psychological round levers. Such as,
you look at volume, right? You look at right? I wouldn't consider volume.
Just price action, breakouts, and trying to understand what are most people doing, so I can kind of try and take advantage of that and key levels. So for today, 24.50 for me, that's a key level. We break above that, I'm going to go long. If we break back below it, I'll cut my longs and maybe see downside. But all about just reading pure price action. I've tried to do a lot of indicators in the past, and just for me personally, I feel like it just become, I know it's not how you're supposed to use them, but I just become too reliant on them, where I feel like I should be, if it's doing something, I must do this. So I just find if I can get good at just reading just a naked chart and just execute pure price action, I feel like that gives me the best real-time insights into my plans. And just a lot of patterns. That the good thing about gold is it follows religiously. So that's the way that I found gold moves the nicest.
Do you look at any other markets? We look at another market, perhaps crude oil or maybe the bonds? Because I know there's a safe haven. You talked about earlier. There's a flight to safety. You go to gold. Flight to safety. You go to U.S. Treasuries. Do you look at any other markets, perhaps as an indicator for where gold, maybe the silvers, other metals, anything like that?
I do. Probably just out of curiosity, but for my actual scalping and day trading, it's purely gold. But every now and again, whilst I'm looking at gold, I'll go have a look at crude oil, just see if we're, where we're around from more of a swing perspective. And just I think it's always good just to have that, even though I don't trade NASDAQ, I always like to see how did NASDAQ close on the daily and the weekly, just to kind of have that overall sentiment. But for my actual executions, just purely gold is just what I found works best for me.
Just gold, just mainlining gold to the veins, man. I love it, man. Just pure gold trader. Incredible. All right, we're starting to see some sellers coming here I started to see some sellers in NASDAQ and ES, while gold is tiptoeing higher, new highs in gold. Anytime I see this, Aaron, we're starting this off. I think headlines, right? What headline am I missing? When I see, equity sell off like this, and I see a bid up in gold, I'm looking for headlines. I don't know if Eddie's out there. Really not seeing any headlines. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything yet, Eddie. Okay. But when I see this, that's the one correlation maybe I look at, Aaron, maybe something you want to think about. Do you have any other, or do you only have the gold screen up, the gold chart up? Do you have anything else on your charts?
No, honestly, I have.
Love it, man. You just raw dog gold, man.
I have about 3 different charts up, and I have the 15, the 30, and the 5 on gold, and that's it. I used to look at things such as the US dollar index, but sometimes gold's just a different ballgame, man. It can just do whatever it wants. So if I can just read just gold, and yeah, I've tried to, if I tried trading Nasdaq before, I try and correlate that with the S&P. But with gold, I've honestly found that it's its own beast. That if I get good at just gold, I'm good.
Love it. I love it. Hyper focus on that one product and that one product only. I love it. I know Gabe's always great. Gabe, you ever mess with ES or anything outside of NQ?
I've dabbled a little bit in combines, but usually I've been NQ. I'm not opposed to exploring other markets, but I've spent the most time watching the NQ. So I feel like I have a little bit better understanding of just the kind of the general pattern or behavior of that product. Now, obviously, we're in a little bit of an anomaly in the season where we're seeing a little more volatility. Edges are a little bit harder to follow or find, I think, in this type of environment. They tend to get a little bit more choppy. But all honesty, I'm open to other products. I like gold. I like oil. Just haven't done a lot of trading or charting time on them versus NQ. By the way, I did get stopped out of that long.
We're going to convert you to a gold trader in a second.
Yeah, I took that long at 413 that I was talking about, kind of roughly about 40% of the range of that consolidation or that move higher, and then had my stop at around 395 and got stopped out of that big downward move there. So down a couple $100 on that trade, but still in the green, 564 in the day. So we'll see if we can maintain that.
So to follow that up, you took one loser, you are up, you have profits, and I think this was something similar yesterday. You were profitable, you weren't going to turn a green to a red day. So if your next trade, will you tighten up the risk by half? How do you approach this next trade if you do happen to take one?
Correct. So if I'm going to follow my plan of action, practice what I preach, as we talked about yesterday, this next trade will end up being half size. So I'm going to go down to micros. Instead of doing one mini, I'll do 5 micros, depending on the amount of points that I'm looking to keep my zone and my risk intact with. But that'll hopefully be about instead of a $300 loss, maybe about $150, maybe 200 at the most, and essentially be up still $300 on the day. That would be my goal, is to stay above that threshold of the payout requests, 200 a day, 5 days.
All right. Well, I do. Yes, absolutely. I do want to remind everyone, we got Aaron's YouTube channel pinned to the top of the chat right now. Aaron, I see here you like to host trading retreats. What does a trading retreat look like with Aaron trades? How do those go down? I'm interested. Pitch me.
So this is my second year doing it. And for me, you see people doing, fitness retreats, yoga retreats. Well, trading is a journey where it's not only incredibly stressful, but it's also incredibly lonely. And I kind of came to the realization that it shouldn't be that way. People shouldn't be, when you're coming up in journey, you go to some very dark places sometimes. And if people are doing that on their own, it can be very tough. So I decided to try and combine, fitness retreats, but with trading. So we had our last retreat in Bali this year, where I hired I think it was about a 12-person villa, and invited out people to join me. Yeah, really nice. I have a whole video. Really nice villa. And yeah, we trade there for the week. We trade live. We spend the weekend there. We just go enjoy some beach time in Bali. We go surfing. We just go enjoy nature, and we just try and get people out of the struggling on your own in your bedroom, networking, meeting other people, and doing it in a beautiful location. So we got Vietnam coming up in November, and then we got Bali in March next year again. Yeah. So
MP,
trying to do as many as I can
MP
worldwide.
MP, if you're listening, Vietnam's next, but we missed Bali, MP. But are we invited to Vietnam by any chance?
Bali's beautiful.
Yes, absolutely, excellent. I'm definitely interested, Andrew Kim. Yes, you had me at Bali, then we're going to Vietnam for a trader retreat. Yes, that's excellent. And I agree with that. Trading is lonely. That's part of the reason why we have TopstepTV. It's very lonely. Now everyone's working remote. I started up in a prop office. There was about 40 of us on a floor all trading. Those days are in the rearview mirror. Now it's very, very much everyone's in their own home office, wherever trading, anywhere around the world. And yes, it can be lonely. And especially when the losses are coming in, it gets very,
Yeah.
very lonely. That's when you go on tilt. That's when you get mad at yourself, destruct. He did, Brooksy. He did avoid the question. He did, but we'll force our way in there. Anyways, yes. We're starting to see some sellers coming in again. 53.14 here in the ES. We had 53.11 as a level from, was that Vince earlier today? That's been holding a couple times now, so we'll see if that continues. But sellers are coming in here in the NASDAQ as well. And we got the tilt, the levels. Yeah, look at this. Look at these graphics. Love it. 85% short in the YM, 61% long in the crude, 66% short in the ES, NQ keeps bouncing around me. 60% short in the NQ. I am not planning Bali. My man Aaron here is playing Bali. Wait, you said Bali already happened and Vietnam's next? A lot of people are very interested.
We just did one in Bali. We got Vietnam in November, and then we got Bali in March 2025.
Okay, that sounds incredible. Well, I'm sure you have that on your socials. We have a link. Like I said, you have the YouTube channel up here. So what are your thoughts? I mean, you talk trading and stuff, Aaron trades. What, how does it, what is it when you're streaming and being trading on a streamer? What are the pros and cons of this? I've been at this for about a year now. I think you've been at it for a little bit longer. What, you enjoy it? What do you like about it? What do you dislike about it?
I mean, trading myself, and for my personal trading, it's been great. It's kept me more disciplined. When I've got 100+ eyes on me, I'm not going to do something stupid, or if I do, I'm going to embarrass myself in front of all these people. So it's definitely helped me become more disciplined. I guess the only downside is, everyone's going to have different opinions on where they think something is going to go, and it's kind of hard to not get distracted by that. But the way that I trade is I don't really have, I don't come on the charts saying gold has to go up today or gold has to go down today. I'm very reactive. If we break the upside, I'll go long. If we break the downside, cool, I'll look for shorts. Whereas, it's kind of hard to block out the noise sometimes. But people are pretty good. Once you start taking a few trades on live, I remember the first time I ever took a trade live, it was pretty scary. But now it's like, it's almost just as if I'm doing it on my own anyway. So it just keeps me more disciplined and more accountable. So in that sense, it's great. I hope more people start doing it, because it's good to do it for your own discipline. And you can look back on my own streams from 2 years ago and see how much has changed since then. So it's like it's my own kind of daily trading diary, I guess you could call it. So it's good. Yeah, I like it. I enjoy it.
See here, passionate about trading. You credit being in new environments to keeping you mentally fresh. So, what's your trading setup? If you're on the move constantly, is it just one laptop? What's your trading setup? How do you do this mode? Because I know a lot of people they love trading. They get into trading. Obviously, the money, of course. There's that the shiny thing is the money. But there's also the freedom, the liberty to trade whatever you want, be wherever you want in this world. So, what is it? Sounds like you kind of you're a globetrotter. How do you do this? How are you able to pull this off, I guess, Aaron?
So I've got, in terms of my setup, I have my laptop here, and then I have another screen here. This one's not plugged in right now, but if anyone wants to, I highly recommend just picking up one of these. This is just it's just a portable monitor. It's super light. It just powers off your laptop. And, you can chuck it in your bag. You don't even know it's there. But the biggest thing, I guess, is making sure you have good Wi-Fi. So that's probably the biggest thing. And obviously making sure you're in a new time zone. But yeah, for me, if I'm just sat at home trading all the time, it's just me personally, for me to stay mentally, what's the word? Like mentally fresh. Like, I love to be in a new environment. I love to, if I finish my trading session, go out, explore a new place, go for a coffee in a different location. And that's kind of how I started my whole entire trading journey. So I always kind of like to stay grounded, not trying to get too sucked into certain lifestyles. And yeah, for me, traveling and trading has probably been one of the best things I did. And you soon realize, for people who are upcoming, you don't need to buy the Lamborghinis. You could make $2,000-3,000 a month, travel the world in some beautiful locations and live very, very comfortably. And it's a career that you can scale. But once you're in that environment, you're happy, you're free. That does impact your trading. So if you can take yourself into a good environment, live cheap, live in a cheap country, grind on trading. It will do you the absolute world of good.
Love that. Gabe, you hear that? This guy's got it figured out, Gabe.
Yep, I'm right there with him. That's what my goal is, man. Croatia is on my list. I was talking to D about taking a trip across the pond. The next destination for me is going to be Croatia in the Mediterranean.
Ooh, Gabe, you would crush it there. Gabe.
Yeah, Bali's actually one of the ones my buddy wants to go to next year. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that there are a lot of great tropical destinations, right? But Bali's like the household name, right? That's the one that everybody wants to go do. I'm sure there are some more affordable opportunities out there too for similar environments, but definitely Croatia is on the list for me. Any other
Panama
favorites
City.
of yours there, Aaron? Panama City.
There we go.
PCB Beach on spring break, dude.
No, wait.
You're thinking of something else.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Panama. No, you're talking about Panama City, Florida, Jack? Get out of here.
No, yeah, the Bali of Florida.
Get out of here. It's absolutely not. Absolutely not. Just kidding, folks. Hey, question in the chat here for you, Aaron. Have you ever used Starlink to trade your internet connection?
I have actually thought about that. A lot of people have recommended me, but I have never actually tried it because I was going to do it because surprisingly, you wouldn't think it. Australia, out of everywhere I've traveled to, Australia probably has the worst Wi-Fi, which is crazy. But yeah, I haven't. But I think it's a pretty bulky thing you'd have to travel with, right? I'm not too sure what it looks like, but I haven't. But I have heard very good things. I've heard very good things.
Here we go in the chat. We got Mark Lawrence. I trade on Starlink. Works great. Incredible technology. Good to know. Okay, we're starting to see some more selling coming in. We were going to bottom out here in NASDAQ. Jack, Panama Beach. NASDAQ bottoming out here, 18,375. Might be lower end of this range. Look at the 5-minute. Then we got look at the 5-minute here in the ES. We got last trade 53.12. This could be the bottom end of the range. For all you range shares, look at the 5-minute. This could be a nice long entry for all you range traders. We got 69% short in the ES. So we got a couple things lining up there. We do have that level of 53.11. So it might be some confluence here in level, range, and tilt as well. Something to look out for. It's not a signal by any means, but something that you might want to be cognizant about. I know other traders are probably looking as we say that. We're popping up to 53.14 right now. So something to be cognizant about. Jack's taking heat for his Panama Beach joking there, Jack's. Now he's pivoting to Naples. Of course you are, Jack. Of course you're a Naples guy.
Yeah, you can backpack from Panama City to Daytona.
All right. I know what you're doing there, Jack. I know what you're doing there. Anyways. Okay, well, I'm starting to see a Starlink Mini here, Aaron. I guess I didn't know Starlink had a bidding thing. That's pretty cool.
That's nice.
Aaron is, okay, got Aaron. It says Aaron's one of the best traders in Australia. Congratulations, man. Is that true? You are one of the best traders in Australia.
Hey, my ego is not that big to call me that, but I'll take it.
Also, do you have anyone watching you right here, right now that you'd like to say hello to?
Ooh, put me on the spot there. Anyone who is tuning in, who watches my London live streams, I appreciate you guys.
Awesome.
Other than that, I think I'm pretty, well, I don't want to say unknown, but still upcoming. So if anyone does want to check out the journey, I appreciate it.
We appreciate having you here on TopstepTV. You are a power player. I think we'll have you back on. Would you be, so you do trade on TV. Yes. Would you be comfortable coming back on with us to perhaps trade a little bit, take some trades on live TV here on TopstepTV?
Absolutely. I'd love to. Be a pleasure.
Excellent. Love your energy. All right, Aaron, I got a question for you. Last week's tip of here at Topstep is about keeping your emotions in check. Try to stay level-headed as possible. And I must admit, I struggle with it at times. I am emotional. I do take this personally. As much as I try to not, taking losers is harsh because you put in so much work, you put in so much preparation, and when it doesn't go according to plan, obviously it's inevitable. Things will happen, and I struggle with it. Three losing trades in a row, I get pretty down on myself. Whatever, come back the next day. It's the beauty of trading. You can get back in this. There's always the next day. How do you deal with it emotionally, psychologically? How do you deal when you go on a cold streak?
I mean, like before you take any trade, like if you take a loss and you get emotional, then you're either not following your plan or you're trading too big a size. So for me, before I take any trade, I accept the risk. You have to accept the risk. And if it's too much for me to accept, well, there's the answer of if I should be taking the trade or not. But if I do go into a losing streak, the most important thing to understand, is it something that I'm doing emotionally, or is it something, maybe the charts just aren't fitting my plan at the minute? Is it something to do with my technicals? Or is it something that I'm doing wrong? So you have to journal. You have to journal and look at what you're doing right or wrong. And if it's something that I'm doing wrong, I always understand that, these markets are going absolutely nowhere. And if I want to take a week off and get myself mentally okay, the charts are still going to be here next week. They're still going to be here tomorrow. They're still going to be in a couple of hours' time. I'm totally okay with just taking that step back and coming back tomorrow. Whereas a lot of people think, oh, well, what if, gold rips 100 ticks today and I miss it? I'm like, for me, I don't care. That's not my trade. Our job isn't to catch every single move in the markets. It's to catch the ones that fit our plan when we feel like we're ready. So if I'm just not there, I'll take a couple of days off the charts. And when I mean take a couple of days off the charts, like I actually mean take a couple of days off the charts, where people will still kind of, take a little bit of trades. But if I'm just not there mentally, which doesn't matter what level you get to in trading, that's always going to be there. Be okay with just taking that step back. Like it's totally okay. And it's good to do. You come back and you feel like, wow, like what was I doing? I couldn't even see the markets clearly. And you come back and they're still here and you're ready to go.
That answer. I like that a lot. So you're going to keep it pretty level-headed. You mentioned journaling, Aaron. What does a journal entry look like for you? Because journaling, we're big. We just released and we just unveiled the journaling feature here within Topstep, within Topstep X, within our performance dashboard. We just, Gabe, when did we do that? 2 weeks ago? Right before you went to Jamaica. Was that about 2 weeks ago we did the journaling?
Yeah, about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks. Yeah, so what does a journal entry look like for Aaron?
So you obviously want to, I think a lot of people miss the most important part of a journal, which is, you put down your entry rules, what went technically right and wrong. But the biggest thing that you need to also put in is, how did you feel going into the trade? Like, were you very hesitant going into that trade? If the answer is yes, well, what was the outcome of that trade? If it was a loss, cool. Next time I feel hesitant on this trade, why don't I just wait a second? Or, I was confident in this trade because it fitted all my rules. Cool. Next time you have full confidence in a position, be okay to take it. So you need to write down, how did you feel before the trade and how did you feel after it? Writing down the emotions, drawing the support and resistance or key levels on the chart. That's the, I don't want to say easy part, but that's the easier part. Getting good at understanding yourself and mastering your psychology. That's the real winner here. So you need to be journaling that side of it. A lot of people neglect that part, but you need to, like I say, you need to know, how did you feel going into it? How did you feel coming out of it? What emotions did you experience? So when they come up again, if they were negative ones, well, if you feel them, simply just wait. So yeah, emotions for me is probably one of the biggest parts that I would say to everyone, make sure you're absolutely journaling your emotions. It's very, very key.
I agree with that. All right, Gabe, did you happen to take another trade there? I know we got stopped out here long. What price did you get to those 11s? I mean, we talked about the bottom end of that range, guys. Bottom end of that range, the S&Ps, those 11s were nice. What are you seeing over there, Gabe?
Sorry, I was just demoing the Topstep new daily levels directly in Topstep X real quick. Somebody was saying they weren't working, but they are indeed working. So at the moment, I am not in any trades currently. I was just watching, tape reading as price was approaching this little swing low here on the 1 minute time frame around 353.75. We never ended up breaking it or sweeping below it at all. So at the moment, we're just still playing within a range. We did technically make a higher low now, though. So if the buyers really want to step in and take us to some new highs, this would be the time. But not any trades currently. Still up 564 in the day.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Well, in about 2 minutes, we're going to have a fun question for you. Oh, all right, here we go. Sam has a question. Aaron, can you please let us know what your basic strategy is? I think you talked about psychological levels, watching price action. For Sam here in the chat who may have missed that or is listening again, please tell us about your basic strategy in gold.
So the biggest thing for me is understanding, has price grabbed a previous high or low? So one of the things I trade the most on gold is, anytime gold is going to have a big move up or down, it's always going to come up and grab some of them highs or lows. So what I like to do is, for instance, today when I took the trade at around 24.50, it was based off the fact that I could see that most people would be trying to sell there with their stops around the previous high on Tuesday around 2460. So if I can see that most people are trying to short at them regions with their stops above that high, and gold hasn't yet grabbed them highs, even if gold was going to have a big push down, it would come up and grab them highs. So for me, all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to buy up into where most people may be trying to sell, and that's literally my trade. I'm trying to trade into the opposite of what most people are trying to do, and that's why I will say the top step tilt indicator has been fantastic to see a lot of that side as well. So yeah, that's basically breakouts, and more so, again, the biggest thing for me is about reacting, not predicting. If I want to see gold break up into them highs, do I just start buying it for no reason, just because I want it to go up? Absolutely not. If we start breaking back above 2450, cool, amazing. The markets are reacting to what I think. So cool, I can now react to my buys. So it's all about reacting and not predicting, and understanding what are most people trying to do, and how can I trade into that.
So you saw a lot of people trying to sell into those 2450s earlier today?
Yeah, so a lot of people, based off there was an hourly candle around, so it's 1 p.m. London time, but there was an hourly candle that grabbed some highs and closed bearish without liquidating some highs. So I was like, cool. Most people will be probably trying to short that. Once we close back below 2450, most people will be trying to short that. But the way that gold moves is, even if it's going to have a big push down, it's going to come up and grab the major highs. So once we close back above 2450, cool. That's the fake out for me confirmed. I can activate some longs.
I love it. All right, Gabe. We got a couple minutes left here on Power Players. Again, thank you so much. Check out Aaron. Aaron trades. We did have his social, his YouTube pinned to the top of the chat. We do have group coaching questions as well. Get those in. Hoag and JD in about half hour. We got Show Tap coming up next, I believe. But before we do that, Gabe, anything else you want to talk about? Any more price levels you're looking for in the NQ as we roll out of this?
Yeah, so I think at the moment, if we're going to maintain some uptrend structure, so if we start trading above 440, I will be looking long or a high of day target of 555 half from yesterday. So if the bulls continue to stay strong, 440 close or above that, I would be looking for 558 half by the end of the day. That'd be my next upside target.
558. I've heard that a lot. 558 upside target. Yep. That's 3 times 558 upside target in the NQ. 558. I like that. All right. Real quick. Go ahead, Gabe.
Below 353. My next downside target would be 251. So 353 or lower would be 251. That's another area of where a base or a pause and a shift in structure began, and then we continued back to the upside. So 252 is my downside target.
Okay, so we got 558 to the upside, 252 to the downside. All right.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a couple more minutes here. And what we like to do on Power Players, Aaron, you seem like a fun-loving guy. You like to travel the world, Bali, Australia, Scotland, Vietnam, wherever. Who knows where his next is. We've got the retreats. My man Eddie's going to come in here. We do this fun question, right? So, Eddie, if you're ready to go, I think Aaron's down to play along. So, Eddie, take it away. What do you got?
All right. Aaron, this is Eddie. Nice to meet you. And
hey, nice to meet
I have
you.
questions, 1 to 23. Give me a number, and I'm going to give you a fun question. You give us a quick answer. That'd be great.
Ooh, 12.
12, a dozen. All right. Here it is. If you can have any superpower, what would it be and why?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, that's a great one. I was going to say going back in time. If going back is a superpower, not even just for trading but for life, I would absolutely take that.
Let's avoid trading.
Yeah, no, outside of trading.
Yeah, completely outside of trading. Yeah, to be honest, go back in time. I'm coming up close to 30, and as I get older, I realize how important time is. So 100% time.
Eddie.
I sound like I'm old.
There you go.
I'm still young.
Eddie, he's getting old. He's coming up on 30, Eddie. He's getting old.
Yeah, I'm twice that. Okay, I got you double.
Yeah, you hear this, Gabe? Gabe, I don't want to hear anything out of you either, man. These guys coming up 30. I know. You guys are old, man. Oh, I feel bad for you guys. Wait till you wake up with just being sore, general soreness when you wake up and you have no idea why. That's coming. Those days are coming. Anyways, Aaron, thank you so much for your time. Good trade today. We really appreciate Gabe. To work on, keep that profits. Keep that account green
Appreciate
today, my
that.
friend. Yeah,
Real
man.
quick,
We got,
you want to shift over to my screen one last time there, Jack? I'm going to go ahead. I have no other time on air today, and I'm up 500. I'm going to go ahead and execute on the discipline factor here and lock myself out of 564 today on the exit day.
Yes.
Moving on to
Knock it
day
up.
2 tomorrow. Yep.
Love to see
So
it.
you guys
Nice
have an
exit.
awesome rest of the day. Grateful to be here. Aaron, very nice to meet you, my friend. Wish you all the best and safe travels on your next vacation if we don't hear from you. In the meantime.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
100%, Aaron. Appreciate it. We got shoulder tap coming up now. We got group coaching coming up. Well, I also see we got Wally Berry's birthday. Everyone wish Wally Berry a happy birthday, turning 38 today in the chat. Shout out Wally Berry. Anyways, we got coming up next, my favorite shoulder tap coming up next with who we got. I think it's Mick, whoever. Anyway, shoulder tap coming up next. Thank you so much, Aaron. We'll see you again soon. Take care.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. Hopefully, you had a lovely bond auction at noon there. I am Jack, joined by risk manager Brett, is in today in the hot seat with his headrest. We're ready to go. Brett, how's the day been treating you?
The day has been good, and kind of want to initially give a shout out to a lot of our users that aren't necessarily influencers. We are seeing a lot of them locking in profits and stopping trading for the day over these past few days. And if you want to get the risk team excited, keep doing that because it's working.
Great stuff. Still getting set up a little bit here. Sorry for the clerical stuff. I got to get these cards. Brett, how are our funded traders doing today?
The funded traders, with the market kind of opening at the lows for the day, it's kind of a mixed bag. We've got some users that are up significantly, and we've got some that we've probably got more that have losses on the day, but I think it's probably close to zero sum for Topstep as a whole on the day, because some of those traders like Liam, who I know we've talked about a lot recently, they're up 34,000 today. And that makes up for a lot of $3,000 daily loss limits out of other traders.
Certainly does. That's a hell of a day from Liam. Are there any other shout outs you want to give, or are we going to dive into the cards?
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk about Bin, who I think I talked about on Tuesday. Bin's up 3,000, was up 3,300 earlier, gave 300 back, and has locked it up for the day. Ryan M and Tarek W, both up over $4,000, and since we have made note of that as a risk team, haven't seen any further trading out of them. House account is in the green. Love to see that. And we've got a few others that are struggling a little bit more to keep it on the right side of zero.
Right on. Well, with that, we got started a few minutes late here. So you want to dive into the first card?
Let's jump in. The first user I wanted to talk about is Johnny I. Johnny I has 300K XFAs that are moving to live. I did pull the stats from just one of those, but there are 3 XFAs that Johnny's got moving to live. And the one thing that stands out to the risk team is winning day percent, winning trade percent. 88% winning days, 80% trades, and an average daily P&L of 931, which is significant. In this particular account, they've been in it for, I believe, 34 days, and really consistent and regularly taking payouts, which we love to see.
Yeah, Johnny's got to be JD, you're in the back there. Johnny's got to be on the top 10 list or close to it, if I'm reading this right. Because I see nearly 32K balance, and he's got 3 of them. That's pretty impressive.
Once those funds transfer over and all the accounting is accounted for, we'll see him pop up on one of our dashboards for sure.
All right. In the background, just to pull up my charts real quick. People are talking about NQ selling off. I mean, this isn't really a sell-off for news. It's not that big yet, especially with the last couple days. All right, let's dive more into Johnny here, Brett. Wow. I mean, like across the 3, nearly $1,000 a day per account over 34 days. That's damn impressive stuff.
I mean, additionally, in the one account that I pulled the stats from, 2 daily loss limit hits of the $2,000, and other than that, has really done a good job staying away from it, especially with those 88% winning days. But has remained in profitability and kept it there and growing the account through this profitable consistency, and really demonstrates excellent risk management as far as limiting losses and letting the account grow over time.
This might be the best card I've seen. This is pretty great stuff. As you mentioned, wow, the winning days, of which there are many, are very consistent. I mean, I'm talking per account because that's what I'm looking at, right? So 100K, 150K express, there's a 3K limit on it. And his biggest winning day per account is about that. It's like there's no home runs here. It's all like 2 to 3K winners, and I know that he's going across a couple accounts. And I don't even think, people are saying pro scalper, but yes, he is holding for a short amount of time. But what's really interesting about this is that, I mean, some days get a little bit, but it's not on the average days like there's a crazy amount of trades or something like that. Very selective. What I love to see too is that there's a lot of small winning days of a couple $100 or near break even. So they're not just going trading until they hit that loss limit, essentially. This is awesome stuff.
Yeah, and like you said, I know I would rather see somebody consistently profitable rather than having overall profitability with a bunch of daily loss limits hit. Consistency is the key. Trading for tomorrow and not letting your account get smacked for the day and taking a big loss. Johnny is doing a great job with that. And I mean, the best day that in this account that I'm looking at is 2,764, which is really what I think only 2x of the average winning day, which shows that discipline and keeping it realistic. And it shows that you don't have to have 5-figure days to really grow an account and hit a home run. You can do it with base hits like Johnny's doing.
Yeah, the hold times are interesting. If I'm reading this right, I mean, they are short hold times. So this person is, I'm going to call a selective scalper, just a minute to a couple minutes, it seems. I mean, overall in the count, it's about, under 5 minutes, well under 5 minutes for these average trade durations.
Yeah, and staying in the losers a little bit longer, but there's not a lot of losers. And when you have 80% winning trades, sometimes you can afford to be a little more patient to see where they go. But I mean, the one recommendation for Johnny would be get out of those trades a little bit sooner and take the loss and continue trading for the day.
Yeah, and it's almost like, there might be an outlier there that's affecting that a little bit with the trade durations for winners, because on most days I'm looking at here, it seems like he's doing a pretty good job most days of getting out. Let me see here. It's kind of hard to go through the 34 days like this. But yeah, this is someone, if Johnny's out there and open, we'd love to have him on TopstepTV. I'd be very interested. This is a different type of trading than we've seen a lot. And they're doing a great job of it. I don't mind the reward to risk being lower if you're right that much. Granted, 80% is high, but 34 days over 30 is kind of significant, and there's a lot of trades in there. So I will be very interested to see if he can keep up that sort of rate.
Likewise, or just keep it above 60, 65%, and the numbers should work out for him.
Yeah, great card. Good stuff. I don't have too much more to say there, Brett. Do you want to check out the next card?
Yeah, let's talk about Michael. And if you do happen to hear in the background my microphone picking up some things tearing through the air, that is the probably the Blue Angels right now practicing for the Air and Water show. So sorry for that distraction if you do hear that coming through. Michael is the next trader that I wanted to feature. And Michael is really selective with their trades. They're in a 150K XFA and really only trading the NASDAQ for the most part. You will see that the gold contract is listed on this trading card. But one thing that I really like about Michael is they were trading the gold for just 2 days. Had some struggles in it, and they have not looked back, which it's fine to try new products, try new markets, see how you trade in them, see if they're conducive to your strategy. But if it doesn't work, move on. There's plenty of products out there, and Michael really did a good job doing this.
So this is a 150K Express account? I'm reading this right?
Yes.
Oh,
it is 150K.
I see something that I absolutely love here. This person, Michael, very clearly seems to have a self-imposed daily loss limit. And granted, early on, it looks like on one day back in June, like the beginning of June, he lost $3,000. Since then, $1,000 has been his loss limit, and he is looking through here stuck to that. And what's great is this is something we talk about sometimes when we're doing the shoulder taps. So when he lost that $3,000, he lost again the next 3 days. Okay, but after cutting it to 1,000, right? So he lost 3,000, and then the next 3 days lost 1,000 each day. All right, that is how you do it. So many times we look at these things, and that person would have cannonballed another 3 days of 3K losers, and there's another $6,000 down the hole on your losing streak. All right, and since then, sticking with the $1,000 loss limit, has had a couple of $2,000 plus days. It's great. I love when people don't use all of their ammo just because they have it.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, Jack, because if you look at the last 4 days in the account, it's been a bit of a struggle to say the least. They've lost right around $1,000 each of the last 4 trade days, but kudos to them on not letting it get worse. After 2 days of that, that's tough to accept. After 3 days of it, it's even more difficult. But they've continued to stick with their self-discipline and trading discipline, and not gotten mad and emotional like I know you guys were talking about in the last segment.
Yeah, and he's taken a couple of payouts. It looks like about $6,500 in payouts, and then 100%. Like, yeah, it's been a tough past week, but this account would 100% already be blown if he wasn't sticking to his loss limit. I can say that with pretty much certainty.
Yeah, and after 4 days, even though you haven't hit the daily loss limit, you know what? Consider reining it in even a bit further. It's really
Yes.
tough to do. Angry trading, as I call it, is a dangerous game that a small percentage of the time does work, and it's ultimately a dangerous game that everybody wants to avoid. But consider tightening it even a little bit further and just get a day on the right side of zero, because mentally, emotionally, that can be a big victory where, okay, we have something to build from and we can gain profitability trading in the markets and go on from there and size up slowly as that takes place.
Yeah, between the payouts and this streak, where the balance is now, I think you got to tighten it up a little bit more than 1,000. You're getting to that area where 1,000 becomes significant, which is fine. You've done it once. I would cut it down a little bit more, but obviously already a winner in this account with the payouts. So heads in the right space.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that is what we have on Mr. Michael. We have one more card today, don't we?
We've got one more, Sean H. And I know nearby where I think Aaron was talking about earlier, Bali and Australia, but in New Zealand, we've got Sean in a 100K XFA. Average daily P&L is just shy of 1,200, and an average win-loss of a ratio of 2-to-1, and really selective with their trades, just 2 contracts per trade, and taking about 4 trades a day, totaling just 10 contracts.
Yeah, just because I announce it every time. I believe this is a, 1 second. I don't want to jump the gun. Yes, from what I can see here, this is a club DLL card, which for those of you who have not been listening to Shoulder Tap, club DLL is when all of your losing days are equal to the loss limit for the account size. And that is not a bad thing in a vacuum. Often it can be a sign of more issues. But where he's obviously saved is that he has 75% winning days. Granted, a relatively, this is 16 days completing the account. So you can basically make up for a lot of daily loss hits if you're winning 75% of your days. And he has shown the ability to make, what do you have the high there? I think his biggest win day is 67.34. If you can do that even somewhat frequently, then you can use the whole 2,000 at your disposal in a 100K account, but just something to keep an eye on. He does have some small winning days, which is different than sometimes we see these club DLL cards where it's just completely feast or famine, where it's like loss limit, loss limit, loss limit, 7 times the loss limit 10 more times. That's not what's happening here. Yeah, you got anything else here on this, Brett?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that stood out to me is initially in the account started out smaller than they are now, obviously, and really did a great job of stopping trading at their P&L high. The one other thing that isn't quite as good that stood out is that the losers that they stay in, it looks like they're just staying in them and waiting. Get out of it. Don't necessarily reverse. Don't necessarily do anything, but just sit, wait, and watch and figure out your next trade as a result of that before it gets to the DLL.
Well, he kind of switched. Right. I see that. let me check what this day is here. Going back to trading the E-mini NASDAQ. Let me go to my day chart. August 8th, yesterday. So what's interesting is he kind of almost did something different. I like that he's trading pretty reasonable size, right? It's just it looks, yesterday he made $5,214 on a 2-lot. Now yesterday was different really than his other days. He's usually holding trades for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 36 minutes. Yesterday he took 2 trades. Now I don't know if this is scaling or not. 4 total contracts. Held it for 2 hours and 26 minutes and got a giant piece of the move right here. Wow, that's awesome for just $5.60 in commissions. A 2-lot or 2 1-lots. It looks like maybe he scaled or added to it. $5,200. That's a hell of a trade.
Yeah, it really is. And just that trade and yesterday's trade date, I mean, in itself shows the selectivity that Sean is demonstrating in their trades, because it like I was talking about with Michael, it's so easy to trade more and more when you're struggling or not getting the results that you're expecting. And Michael did a great job of it. The second trader that we had featured, as is Sean, of keeping those total trades on the day and contracts reasonable and not letting fees stack up and not letting a bunch of small losers add up to the profitable trades that you're also taking.
Yeah, my guess would be if he, yesterday he got short and took I'm just going to assume he did. If you're in here somewhere, Sean, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm just backtracking from your card here. Got short, probably added to it, held the trade for 2 hours, and then took it for, I'm trying to figure out where, based on the fact that it was probably like at least 130 points or something he took out of it. But yeah, that's patience, man. Good stuff.
Yeah. And I mean, like you said yesterday, was able to let that winner just work. And sometimes it's caught, Sean, where it is totaled up to a daily loss limit. But when it works, it works well, it looks like.
Yeah, it certainly does. Well, Brett, thank you very much. 3 awesome cards today. Is there anything else we got to get to before we close out this segment and get the group coaching?
I think we're in good shape. I mean, the one thing, keep it on the right side of zero and trade small, trade for tomorrow.
Always be trading for tomorrow. That is what our fearless leader, the man of the house account, the Nebraska Hammer, Michael Patak, always tells us. Brett, thanks so much for joining today.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to be back with JD and Hoag are doing group coaching today. JD, Eddie, and Deanna are going to be stalking the markets at 1. And then Andre, myself, Francis Green, the football player from jolly old England, and Hoag will be here for Power Hour today, seeing if we can scout out some trades. Should be fun. So thanks again, Brett. Awesome job from the 3 traders today. No shoulder taps, just kudos. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. You stick around. See you then.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is that time of day again where we take your questions from the chat. We've got the form pinned in the chat actually right now, and we answer them live here on TopstepTV. I am JD behind the scenes. I'll be feeding some questions to Hoag, but right now we've got something special happening in the markets right now. Aside from that, Hoag, how's everything else going today? It's been a busy morning, huh?
Yeah, it has been a busy morning. It was a fun, fast markets this morning. Earned some profits for the house account. That's always a good thing. How are you doing? How are you doing today, JD?
Excellent. Busy morning all around. In the markets, in production, yeah. No downtime around here at all. All right, well, we've got something happening in the markets right now. We were just talking about this in the green room before we came on. We've got some negative delta divergence happening in the S&P and the NASDAQ right now. And we get this question quite a bit. What does delta divergence mean? What is negative delta when you're heading higher in the markets? What does that signal to you, Hoag?
So, not so much in the NASDAQ, but definitely in the S&Ps. We've been seeing delta negative all day long. Right now, it's currently negative 11,600. So that's saying that 11,600 more contracts have traded on the bid than on the offer using sell market orders. People who are aggressive use market orders. The fact that the market is moving the opposite direction of the more aggressive traders can be indicative of longer time frame buyers in the marketplace. Now, you can see it's minus 11,600 right there. We had one of my guy Vince, in fast markets was talking about 53.10, 53.11 as, an area that he was looking at for longs. He's had the opportunity to take those longs 3, maybe 4 times. And I DM'd him. I said, you know what? We're getting a whole lot of negative delta, and the market is unable to push lower. Every time the market got down to that level, buyers came back in and pushed this level higher. So we had all this negative delta. I think the most negative I saw today was negative about 17,000, and it kept getting more and more negative here. And this is sometimes what happens. We may have seen longer time frame buyers adjusting inventory, either getting out of shorts or getting into longs in a big way. That's all of the shorter time frame market order hitters, market order sellers selling into stronger bids. And what happens is eventually those shorter time frame traders will bail out of those positions, and that is pretty much what we're seeing right now. So we still have divergence. We're still negative 11,000. So this delta divergence could feasibly push prices even higher today. Of course, we'll be watching that. I'll be on Power Hour. We'll see if we get a good short squeeze into the close here. It's going to be an interesting Power Hour because we have not seen this kind of delta divergence in quite some time. Usually we see these delta divergences when there's a grind to the upside. We'll notice these delta divergences and we'll be able to take advantage of them. This is a good sign, maybe, folks, that we're seeing some new buying, longer time frame inventory, adjusting inventory to the upside today. So it's going to be an interesting trading day. Oh, they always are, but this one is proving or showing that there's some pretty good potential in this market today. That is delta divergence, folks.
Yep. So be careful out there. Weak shorts do fuel rallies, but again, it could be some buying coming in too. All right. Moving on. We've got your questions, folks. So there's Hogan, senior performance coach, 40 years of.
Oh, here we go.
We got your
All right,
dad
let's
wisdom.
get to the questions.
All right. First up, we got a question from Casey. Can you go through the indicator settings used to come up with volume profile levels in the Topstep indicator? For sure, we can do that.
So on the indicators, the one that I use is volume profile fixed range, because that allows me to put a starting time and an ending time on the volume profiles. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click it. Oh, that's visible range. What this is telling us is the volume profile for everything that is on the chart. So if I were to go like that, it's going to be telling us the volume profile for everything visible on the chart. That's not the one I use. The one I like to use is let me get rid of this one. Remove. Is the fixed range. All right, so I'm going to click that, and then I'm going to go to the start today, the 8:30 bar, and I'm going to click, let it go, and then drag my cursor to the right, and then click there. Now, it's not going to continue to populate new bars as the day goes on, so you're going to have to drag it over to the next bar, but this is where I see the volume profile, the volume profile for each session. It also gives me value high, value low, and the point of control for the current session as well as past sessions. Now, most platforms have different ways of collecting this information and viewing this information, and value low is not always going to be precise with any other platform. We see value low in the highlighted bars. You can see this one is not highlighted up here. Value high is being shown at about 53.20, 53.32. 33 here. Value low is showing at about 52.91 quarter. And then the point of control is this green line, and that's the volume point of control. And then there's one other thing about this. If you go into the settings, you can go into the inputs and you can choose the row size. If you have like row size at 20, you're going to have really chunky looking profiles. If you increase the row size, you increase the row size, you say I have mine at 1,000, then I'm going to get a lot more finite volume profiles with that. All right. Now I also have the value area volume at 70%. So the value area, I always put at 70%. It's really like 68.2 or something like that, but 70 has always been what I've set it at. So that's what I continue to set it at. And, value highs, lows, points of control, nothing is finite in futures trading. There's nothing that is precise. Everything you look at is more of a zone than an exact level. So that is where we find that fixed profile, volume profile, fixed range. All right. Good question.
There you go, Casey. Hope that helps. All right. Next up, we've got a question from, I should say, when you're looking at the Topstep daily levels, we are using a value area volume of 75. A lot of people use 80, between 80 and 70. So the levels that you're looking at on Topstep X right now have a volume value area of 75. I hope that helps you out also. All right, next up, question from Michael G. So with regular futures accounts, I assume regular means a brokerage account, you can be at risk of losing more than your initial investment or account balance. How does that work with an XFA or live account at Topstep? Is that risk still there with the Topstep account? Thank you. Well, fortunately for you, that risk is not still there because we set daily and max loss limits for you where your positions will be auto liquidated if you get to those price levels. So you're never at risk of losing, well, especially in an XFA, you're never at risk of losing more than your max loss limit for that account. But Hoag, do you have more insight into, I guess we could turn this question into something like, what are the major risks of trading prop versus opening your own brokerage account? If I put $10,000 into a brokerage account, I could still lose $20,000 and owe my brokerage $10,000, and they're going to charge me interest too. That will never happen to you at Topstep. But what's your take on it?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, JD. If there's some sort of black swan event that, if you're in an XFA or any kind of account here at Topstep, you're not at risk for that. Topstep is. If there was some sort of black swan event and a lot of accounts, were liquidated beyond their max drawdown or daily loss limit, that's on us. It's never going to be on you. If you have your own account and there's some sort of black swan event, and like JD said, you have 10,000 in it and you lose 20,000 in one day, they're going to come knocking on your door. You are going to be liable for that. So in your own account, you're liable for things like that. At TopStep, you are not. Great call there, JD.
Yep. Same holds true for the live funded account also. You are not held to losses in your live funded account. We take all of those losses. So hope that helps you out and answers your question. All right, next up we have a question from Pete. Pete wants to know, does the London market use MOC or market on open orders like the US markets? Thank you. I'm sure that they do. I'm sure the London Stock Exchange has its own version of the MOC and market on open orders. Are they as big or as significant as they are at the New York Stock Exchange? I can't speak to that. I'm going to say no. Short answer, no, because the New York Stock Exchange is the largest securities exchange on the planet, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm sure every exchange has their own version of it. What's your take, Hoag?
Well, and I wouldn't think that it would affect U.S. stock markets in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess that's all that needed to be said about it. Anyway, the MOC orders that we share at the end of the day come from the New York Stock Exchange. We share the dollar amount of stock to be bought or sold on the close of the New York Stock Exchange. That is what the MOC data we share is. Hope that helps you out, Pete. All right, next up, Casper's. Casper says, John, I'm a longtime listener. Trader's mentality is my struggle. I can pass combines in just 2 days to lose an XFA in 2 days. What is wrong with my trading? Is this just bad timing? His winners only come in the combine, and then he goes on a bad streak in the funded level.
You know what I'm doing?
There it is. We've seen it before.
Adding
folks.
risk to your trading plan. In a random sim account, it's easy. There's no consequence. There's no risk of injury. Trading combine, now that balance beam is 2 feet off the floor, going from one end to the other is the same process as if it were right on the floor like this. But just knowing that there's a possible risk of injury makes it a little bit more difficult to go from end to end. If you fall off or jump off something, you may roll your ankle, you may sprain your ankle, something like that could happen, might happen. But the whole process of going from sim to a trading combine, from trading or walking from one end to the other or trading in that account, if you follow the same process, you have a good chance of getting from one end to the other without risking yourself or anything else. Well, going from a trading combine to an XFA account, the risk is even greater because you've got real money on the line now. So you're going to be even a little bit more cautious. The process is the same, going from one end to the other on this balance beam. We've been watching a lot of folks on the Olympics and the amazing things that they're able to do on a balance beam. I'm not suggesting any of us try to do that, but if we were able to get from one end to the other in the trading combine, getting into real money where there is no end, it's the same process. So next time you get into an XFA from a trading combine account, treat it like it's still the trading combine account. If you change things from the trading combine to the XFA, that's what tends to happen. Is you change things, maybe you tighten up your risk because you want to be really risk averse or something like that, and that can be enough to take you out of an XFA. So it's just a matter of dancing with the one we brung, right? JD, we say that quite often, but if you're successful in the trading combine, trading one way, just put it in your head that you're going to do the same thing to go across that balance beam to get from the beginning of your XFA to a point where you can feel a little bit more confident, where you can, relax a little bit. You've got a little cushion and just continue to trade the way you got there. Dance with the one you brung.
Spoken like a true man with trading knowledge, right? All right. Next up, it's the markets don't change. It's your mental state that changes. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Try not to get in your own way. That's it. Stay out of your own way, I should say. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Next question comes from Kevin. Kevin says, hi, Hoag. Regarding the TPO charts, you often mention looking for trades at the extremes. I usually take this as reversal trades. For example, sell because now price is at the top of the TPO chart. Are there trades to consider when at an extreme to keep going in the same direction? So to say continuation at the extremes of TPO charts. Continuation trades from the extremes of TPO charts. Maybe extreme high is top of initial balance. Do we look to trade at the high price when price comes back on to the top of the initial balance? Or are extremes usually best for reversals? Hope this makes sense. If not, we'll try with different wording another time. Thank you. Thanks for the explanation, Kevin. So Kevin wants to know, are there trades that you can take for price continuation at the extremes of TPO charts?
Okay. This is a very good, an excellent, and a really good and an important question. I'm just going to go with what we did in the S&Ps today. So the market opened, it looked lower and just kind of drove higher and drove higher and drove higher. What we were looking for was a potential for a failed upside auction. In other words, it looked above the initial balance, came back inside the initial balance. What we would look for then would be a reversion trade. Okay. And, to some degree, it worked a little bit, but situational things changed while we were looking for those shorts. One of the things is we started to notice negative delta. Okay. So what I think we're seeing now in this continuation move to the upside was there was a lot of indecision right around the IB high. This tends to really chop me up. And then finally, we're starting to see the market continue to the upside. So this F period move here could have been considered a failed upside auction. But when it came in and it took out the high of it, and now, well, my platform's a little bit frozen now. Okay, so now we've got single TPOs. The I period opened above, so now we're looking at excess below price. All right, so give me just a second and see. Let me see if I can find a good explanation or a good example of where the IB failed on a reversion trade and continued to push higher.
Sweet. While you're looking for that, I'm going to clarify something for our next question, Justin. Justin says, I've always done my own taxes for my wife and I via TurboTax. I look forward to when I have my first profitable trading year. Is it relatively straightforward to incorporate my futures trading profits so I can pay taxes I owe on my earnings? Justin, we are not tax professionals here. We do not give tax advice here at Topstep. We do not know where you live or what you do for a living outside of trading, but we do implore you to seek a tax professional to ask questions about how to pay taxes on your trading profits. Hope that helps you out, Justin. Sorry we couldn't be more help for you there. But let's get back to Hoag's TPO charts.
Okay, so Kevin, on this day, which was the 18th of July, not that long ago, the market opened and left the opening range at the high of the session. There's one warning sign that sellers are in control for the entire session. The initial balance remained relatively small. It's probably about an average initial balance. When we want to go with a breakout outside the initial balance is what we were thinking might have happened today to the upside. This happened actually to the downside is the market extended below the initial balance. Okay. The next 30-minute bar opened below the initial balance low, and the market never returned to the initial balance low. Sometimes that initial balance low can be a resistance level, but in this case, the market opened, couldn't close the single TPOs below the initial balance. That is saying this market is attempting to accept lower pricing. If it's successful, this could be a decent short from that level. So whenever the market leaves the initial balance and opens the next 30-minute bar outside of it, that is one that you might want to think about going with the breakout of the initial balance instead of fading the initial balance. There were a couple of nuances here that said, you know what, this market is under seller control and may continue in that direction. First one being the opening range is the high of the day. The fact that we broke out of the opening, the initial balance and never returned to it, that says you sellers are winning the game here. Let's see if we can't find a place to get short and see if we can't take advantage of this move to the downside. One thing I do want to take a look at is where. Oh, this thing keeps freezing on me.
Oh, brother.
I know. So where did the next bar open? I can see it right here. So, okay, C period closed here, D period opened here. D period made an effort to close to the initial balance, but was unsuccessful in doing so. Now these are 6-tick TPOs. So we're looking at maybe 10, 12 points of risk if we did sell the high tick in that D period here. But just the fact that the market couldn't close back to the initial balance or back inside the initial balance is really what I should say is indicative of, okay, now this market is telling me we got the opening range, the high of the day. We've taken out the low of the initial balance. We've not yet been able to return to the initial balance. So we have excess above price. Look for opportunities to go in that direction, which would have paid you relatively handsomely, at some point during the day. Great question. It's, what I hate is the fact that nothing ever happens exactly the same way twice. So you've just got to start looking at the nuances, trade with the market generated information, and see if you can't get on the right side. That was a really, really good, intuitive, and important question, Kevin. Thank you very much for that.
For sure. Thanks, Kevin. All right, one last one just for you, Hoag. Jean-Pierre wants to know, Hoag, are there some people that are just not meant to be traders? He goes on to say, Jean-Pierre goes on to say, after I passed my second combine in December 2023, I took a payout in January 2024 and another in April. But since then, I feel like my mindset has changed, fear set in, and I've only been trading in combines. I mark my levels perfectly, but do not execute, always thinking it's going to be a loser and then watch in frustration as it goes my way. I'm thinking I might not have what it takes to trade. Any thoughts would be appreciated.
JP, none of us are meant to be traders. I don't think there's anybody that I've known in trading that was automatically pre-wired to be successful in trading. You've obviously done a lot of the rewiring that is necessary to become a profitable trader. You've succeeded. You've taken payouts. You're doing really well. There is an ebb and flow to the performance of a trader. You feel like your mindset has changed, fear set in, and you've only been trading in trading combines. Well, what else has changed in that period of time? Number one, is there something in your life that has changed that may be affecting your decision-making process and your ability to execute your strategies? Number two, the market state changed. Okay, in the equities, we saw a pretty, severe change in the market state. Back, when did we put in the highs? When did we put in the highs? So everybody got used to, okay, well, all we have to do is look for a place to buy it. Well, in July, that all changed. Now we should be probably looking for places to sell it, or thereabouts, because the market state has changed. So it's maybe not just you. It may just be the fact that we've been in a certain market state for so long. When a new market state starts to take over, it takes time to get our heads wrapped around these things. It strips a lot of people's gears. I saw people in the NASDAQ pit at the Merc during the tech bubble making money hand over fist. They got in that pit and they just learned, just wait for a pullback and buy it. Wait for a pullback and buy it. That's all they knew what to do. When the tech bubble burst, they were still trying to wait for a pullback and buy it, but those pullbacks never stopped. So all those people that were making big money on the way up lost a lot of that money on the way down because they never learned to adapt to the current market state. Okay, so take a look, JP, and say, you know, what has changed in my life? Number one, is there something that's bothering me? Did something happen? And number two, has the market changed? Has the market state changed? And have I been creative and flexible enough to change my strategies to the current market state? I would imagine that has a lot to do with it. But JP, stick around because you've got something going on. You've been successful to a point. You've gotten payouts. There's a lot of people who've never gotten a payout that are still working on trying to get to that. And we encourage always learning more. But this is a tough place to be. This is not easy. And I think you're really going to like my dad wisdom, because this is you, okay? This is you. Tough times don't last. Tough people do. Stick it out, JP. You've got something going on. You've been funded. You've taken payouts. You're doing well. Just get your head back in the game. Take market generated information, whether that's technicals, whether that's our profile, whatever it is that you're looking at. And, you know, when you see that opportunity, take it. You know what your risk is. Obviously, you're a pretty good risk manager. If you've been funded and you've taken payouts, you're a good risk manager. So take the trades. Thanks, everybody, for joining me. JD, it's always a pleasure to be with you.
Always. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. That's all the time we have for group coaching today. We do apologize if we didn't get to your questions. Maybe we can get to them together. Maybe we can get to them again tomorrow. Hoag and I are back at 12:30 Central Time tomorrow for more group coaching. Stick around, though. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with Market Stalking with Deanna. Deanna's going to be joined by Eddie, Big Eddie, and myself. So you get another full hour of me coming at you. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Jack. Francis Green is back, and Hoag will be joining also. That's it. Hoag, thanks again. Great job answering questions. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back with Market Stalking with D.
Welcome back. Welcome back to Market Stalking. And, well, I hope you've got your pencil sharpened, ink in your pen, and your favorite Crayola ready to take notes, because we got a lot to talk about in this session. I'd like to say hello to JD. JD, you've been busy today.
Today has been a busy day. Not so busy that I can't make it for market stalking. I so rarely get a chance to share the stage with Deanna. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me. It just so happens that it's a short-handed day. That's how I ended up here, but I'm happy to be here nonetheless.
Fantastic. And of course, our star from the London Open, our superstar, Deanna, how are you today?
I'm all right. I've had a bit of a long day for me. I just did an interview with Austin Silver, so that was pretty fun. And yeah, so we'll see what the rest of the day brings. But yeah, after that, I'm probably just gonna hit the hay.
Hit the hay. He's milking Topstep pretty good, because I think I'm on with him Tuesday. He's getting some good stuff here from us. Looking forward to there you go.
That's great.
Looking forward to seeing that video. But Deanna, what are some of the topics here that you want to put front and center, and we want to sort of break it down a little bit?
Yeah, so I was thinking with the increased volatility that we're seeing in equities mainly, I thought we could have a little chat about how to approach your stop loss size. So I see a lot of people who are like, oh, I use 20 points in NQ and that's it, like do or die. Well, when we have the expanded ranges, that approach may need to be modified, because these markets, like if you place a 20-point stop loss in NQ, you're not going to last seconds, right? So some sort of a systematic approach needs to come in, and some critical thinking, in order to ensure that your stop loss size is appropriate for these new market conditions. So one of the ways that I like to do that is either via dividing the overall daily range that we have as an average by a certain number. Another way to do it would be via the average true range, and then looking at it just for the time period that you're trading, and then sort of getting an average of about 9-10 candles. That can give you a very good idea of what sort of sizes you're working with. And from there, you can then also plan your position sizing. Because, if you need to expand your stop loss, it means that you can't trade the same size. So something needs to change. So another way that I like to do it is to take an average session range just for the time period that I'm looking at, and divide it by about 5 or 6. Now, why 5 or 6? Is because that gives you enough space to have a statistically viable target within that range. So anytime you go either too small with your stop loss or too large with your stop loss, that creates problems. So is this something that you guys ever thought about? I must imagine you've gone through various different market states just like I have. Is there something that you take into consideration when looking at things like that?
First is sacrificing your entries. So when you get that, when the volatility starts to expand, you see these expanding ranges, but you're not adjusting your strategy. Your entry prices will still be the same, but your exit prices are obviously a whole lot different. So the micro contracts really changed a lot for me when it comes to things like this, because you could scale down your size, put on a couple micros, not risking your entry prices and expanding your risk or your exit prices without really taking on any of that additional risk. So micros is a good tool if you're still thinking of using those bracket orders. If you're still using those bracket orders when volatility is expanding and you know that you need to move your stops a little deeper, it's not a bad idea to scale down to those micros and just give it a shot and see how that works. I think it works out very well, in my personal opinion. Are your profits going to be as booming as they are when you're trading minis? No, but you could still validate your strategy by putting the trade on and not risking quite as much and still being in the market.
JD, that's I think the problem with people knowing how much the micros can help. We've all got goals. We've all got targets. We want to get to the XFA. We want to get to the funded. We want to get the payouts. And basically, simply is what you're doing is you're doubling your time to some extent. You're cutting back half. But the thing is, you got to realize if you're not sure on a market, you have some sort of an idea, you're going to want to do the micros because the downside is, well, you know what? I'm not going to dump the account. I'm not going to hit my DLL. If I'm wrong, okay, I can correct it. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand, why they're so good to use. And, I'm guilty as charged. I want to get to that XFA. I want to get to that funded account. I want to pass the combine. But I've learned a lot just from experience that if you're getting close to passing a combine, $200-$300 away, it's probably best to switch to the micros in case you do not see a trade correctly and that goes way against you. So it's definitely give it a try. I know it's going to take a little bit more to get to where you want to be, but like I say, better safe than sorry.
Absolutely. But some people want to pass it in 1 or 2 days. Yeah, so the rushing through the combine to get to the XFA, it usually leads to people derailing the account completely. And yeah, sizing down at that point it's great, especially when you have things going on like we have today, right? Or this whole week. I also think that by using micros, you reduce the sensitivity of your position to the crazy intraday moves, and therefore that can impact your emotions in a more positive way. Because we're not robots, emotions will come into our decisions always. And if you can do something about that, if you can just go, okay, well, now I can stay in trades longer, I can still work on similar targets because the ranges are bigger. So it's not necessarily that you're going to be making so much less cash. It's just so that you can reduce the sensitivity of the position to whatever is happening. If you find that you're getting whipped out in like the blink of an eye, there's a strong chance that your stop loss is too small for this current market environment. So I just wanted to point that out and to make people a little bit more aware about what sort of risk models they're using and how they can maybe adjust if they've never seen these sort of ranges before. I mean, we've had COVID, we've had the credit crunch, we've had like various black swan events over the years, and something like this always comes. It's inevitable that at some point you will still have to grapple with increased volatility. And there is a case for saying that we have good ranges, large ranges, but then everything goes completely crazy. That's when you have to reevaluate. You have to see, are your targets maybe too close? Because if you are trading within larger ranges, increasing stop size, maybe you need to increase your targets as well, because now you're working with larger ranges. So all of that has to come into consideration.
One thing here in chat, Mark Lawrence said, pass the combine trading micros, but when switching to XFA, I lost the ability to trade more than 2 micros. Can trade 2 minis or 2 micros. Any plan to allow multiple micros on XFA? Well, that's a scaling plan that we've got in there. And I mean, this is, we want to see what you can do with what we give you. And as you pass, depending on what size combine you do have, I mean, this is something where you'll get that extra contract added and you'll have what you need. But I don't know. Let me ask you two. If you were trading micros and you went to XFA, would you, let's just say you were trading 5 micros, would you then in XFA trade 1 mini and keep it at a 1 lot?
No, I mean, I'm going to ask that same person, where's the rush? We hear so many stories about people who get into an XFA, rush things, and then they blow it in 2 days. And actually, I think the scaling plan of limiting you to 2 micros, which is only in other platforms, actually in TopstepX, you have the ability to trade equal micros to minis conversion. But if you are on other platforms, yes, it can be frustrated, but why do you have to be so negative about it? Why not look at it as a positive thing, as an adjustment period after you passed your combine, to make sure that your dopamine levels come back to baseline, that you're not super excited. It's going to make you last longer. So going to minis straight away after you've been trading 5 micros, that's actually the wrong way around. So anytime I have a new XFA, I don't plow in with maximum size. I will trade minimum size that account can take to build up a bit of a cushion. So I don't really see that as a negative thing. I don't know what the rush is. Like, do you have to catch a train? Like, what's going on there? It's an XFA. You have it, Well, yeah, but I'd argue that if you're going to be paying your bills from a brand new XFA, maybe having another source of income is not a bad idea.
You should. You better.
Yeah.
Go get a paper route.
Yeah, this is not a get rich quick scheme for
exactly.
by any stretch of the imagination.
Yesterday. Yeah.
Checking out on the markets, we're tapping on the ceiling everywhere. We've got NASDAQ on the highs, S&P on the highs. We've got gold on the highs. Crude is right off the highs. Everything is right off their highs right now.
I've been watching the highs here, hoping that we can bust around the 240s, 2465s, and we're right now we're in 20. We've busted that. We've got a new high here. It took long enough in gold. I don't know you gold traders out there if you're waiting for this to break also, but yeah, I mean this is where I want to be. The next level I've got, because I got my top step levels up, is a little far from me right now, but 2250 would be my next level. What do you two do as far as when there's a big gap here? Do we sit? Do we wait? I mean, I've got a nice big gap here, no man's land basically, where what do I put on here? In gold, correct?
In gold. All right, let me see. I haven't looked at gold recently. It's been a little bit sluggish for some reason. Like, the ranges are good, but it's just been a little bit weird. Let me load up a template.
We hit the
447. That's where my eyes are going. Okay.
We're getting
let's
old.
see.
We're getting old.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I'm getting to those mid-40s, in the eyes. I started putting things like further away. So like, what's that about?
Yeah, you gotta
there right now. I'm with you, Dave. I'm going through that right now.
Well, we're the same age, I think, JD.
I think we are, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so in gold, I do have a little bit more space until we hit the average session range high at 2467. So for me, this is just a sluggish move up. So we had a kind of a burst after the news, and then a test of the initial balance high, and then a very slow grind to the upside. I mean, for me, I don't really have a trade around these levels. Maybe if we get up to 2467, yeah, maybe, but gold is kind of closed, isn't it?
What?
Looking at the time of day?
Yeah.
Yeah, technically, gold has settled for the day, but it doesn't close for another couple hours. So old floor trading hours close at 12:30 Central Time. So that's another thing. I mean, so when you get that big gap between settlement price and closing price is not closing price. They're not the same thing. So
yeah, they're not the same thing.
Settle at 12:30, and then price continues to extend.
Yeah.
Just making sure
it's going to close here in about 10 minutes. 1:30 there. So
I mean, let's have a look at the daily chart. I would say that we're still in an uptrend. We had a very good pullback.
Of how you're supposed to fill this gap. There's a gap. This is where I work on my patience and discipline and sit here and wait? Or is this something where I can find another play? I mean, we do have a lot of these times where, levels are far and few.
Well, then we sit and wait, right? Chasing, that never really works for me. Because there's a big difference between trying to chase a move up to a level that you have in mind. To me, that has low probability attached to it. Yeah, it might work, but it's better to kind of rely on some orientation points and then just go, okay, well, this is might be going to, let's say, average session range high. Once it's there, I know whether I'm going to be a buyer or a seller. But it's not the same thing for a trader to run to that level, because that carries the different probabilities inside it. And usually it's a 50-50. It's like it can go up, it can go down. We don't know when it's going to be reached, but once you are at a level, presumably you're looking at it because of some sort of thing that you've observed happening around that level before, that does have a statistical relevance. So that's at least the way I approach things. The only time I would jump in is if we have like single prints left behind and we're pushing past the average daily ranges by quite a bit. So that then means we have a strong auction, higher volatility day, and then we can try and catch it, because at that point usually there's a way to limit risk by low volume nodes or something similar. But until such time, just chasing for the sake of chasing, to me, I would just wait. You wait for the level to come and then you decide what you want to do with it.
Test yourself with your patience. It's something I
Yeah.
need to do.
Mm.
JD, you see anything open over there?
Right now, I'm looking at a 30-minute chart on the. Well, let me go back to my X platform. Looking at a 30-minute chart on the Nasdaq. I'd like to pick your brain on this for a second, Deanna. So we're right at value area high from yesterday, which is also the high of the day from yesterday in the Nasdaq. Again, this is a 30-minute chart. So if you were in this market right now, would you see this as an opportunity for a cheap short position with minimal risk, just hoping to come back inside range, inside value from yesterday? Or is this more of a breakout play? There's also a couple levels of confluence up here. And I guess it's just yesterday's high. But we backed off of this level a couple of times yesterday, too.
Yeah. So with me, I look for more confluence. Yes, we do have the value high. That's also, like you said, yesterday's high. I have the average session range high around those levels too. So that confluence might mean that they could go for a stop run. I probably wouldn't be going higher, primarily because we've smashed through all of the ranges and now it seems to be backing off. So maybe a short during power hour wouldn't be a bad idea. Didn't Hoag say that we had negative delta?
Major negative delta. Last check in the ES when we were done the group coaching, I think it was 12,000 negative delta in the S&P. It was a little less in the Nasdaq, but both markets are tapping on the ceiling right now. We still haven't breached yesterday's value high or yesterday's high, but I agree with what you're saying. A spike through there to clear out some liquidity, and then a move back down inside value would be a nice opportunity for cheap short trade, I think. So I'm kind of scouting that right now. See if we can get it in the next. We're right on the high.
Let's
so
see what's going on the daily chart as well, just for context. I mean, this is a big push up, but it's, to me, this kind of looks more like a retracement of the entire yesterday's move. And those, I mean, after such an extended move, it's going to take a lot of energy and a lot of power to keep going higher. So there's definitely some value in looking for a pullback. Obviously, we can't know how long the pullback will be, how far it's going to go. But I do think that there is scope for shorts here during power hour.
Excellent. We just got a delta update from Hoag too. Right now, ES delta is negative 8,500. Nasdaq delta is positive 4,700. So we have delta divergence in the ES, but no divergence in the NQ right now. So.
Yeah, but if it keeps getting positive, at some point they will get exhausted, right? Because it might break through. It might. I'm just looking at the size of the move that we've already had on the day. We've seen crazier things happen in NQ, but just by the fact that we do have like about 3 confluences there. So we have yesterday's high, we have average session range high, we have value area high. So, I mean, if they run it, we will have some single prints behind. One thing that we don't have right now, we just have a bit of excess from earlier at the top, but there are no single prints anywhere. There's something that resembles a P-shaped profile, but we're kind of going higher. So that's not really, this is just like distributing in an area. I wouldn't call this a true P-shaped profile. So yeah, if we get that run through, maybe grab some liquidity and then reverse, that could be a good short. But we still need the price action to show us the way on something.
Yeah, for sure.
Somewhere. So yeah,
Just
should be
keeping
good
a
again.
close eye
It's a
on it
tough
right now
time
since
right
we
now.
are right there.
I mean, markets really aren't showing us their best sides right now, and it's a bit tough to try to catch anything here.
I mean, we needed a bit of a breather after the craziness that we've had. That was, insane. Isn't that Nasdaq still gappy? I haven't looked at the dome since this morning. Let's see. Okay, well, it's not. Yeah, I mean,
Not
it's
so
looking
much.
all right. Yeah. It looks like somebody's decided to breathe some life into it. Yeah, that's acceptable. So, are you going to be trading NQ for Power Hour, JD?
For Power Hour, likely. I'm not on for Power Hour, but I'll be in the
Oh, you're
background.
not.
Maybe I'll
Okay.
throw some on. Yeah. Maybe I'll throw some on right now if we get a little move through here. Volume drying up to the long side.
Yeah.
Well, tilt across the board pretty much is on the
Decent
fence.
opportunity. Yeah.
Decreasing
surprise
volume
me.
on increasing prices. Volatility is narrowing. Short-term ranges are getting smaller. So yeah, this is almost a textbook setup for a reversal. So I do want to see what happens when we blast through yesterday's high, because I do believe there's some stops up there too that need to be run. And then see what happens.
Definitely. Just looking at YM. YM has already gone through a similar area, so we smashed through through yesterday's high, and it does have a bit of a pullback, but the average range high is still intact. It's still intact. So
I'm putting a sale on for one.
What are you selling,
Taking
Eddie?
a look at. I'm going to be selling here gold. And I got that at 24.64.30. I'll take a look there. Oh, did I hit the wrong button? I think I did.
Oh dear.
Yep. Well, we'll see what happens here. See if I can get flat. Wrong button.
Danielle says I have value area high in NQ at 555. Well, we have value area high at yesterday's high, 557. So 2 points apart.
Yeah.
That is not a big gap when you're
No.
talking about the NASDAQ, 2
It's
points.
not.
So we're looking at the same level, Danny. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Oop, over there.
Well, I scratched that trade.
So we're getting a little bit of a pullback right now.
Yeah.
Nothing too heavy though. Didn't breach yesterday's high. Just kind of tapped on it. Missed it by just a couple ticks.
What did ES do though? Are they? I think they're moving pretty similar today.
ES did not take out yesterday's value area high, which is also have at the high of the day at 359.25, but backing off.
Interesting. I mean, that could be a sign of weakness if it doesn't take it out. More likely to bring a reversal. Although it might not be as violent, because sometimes when they smash through the stops, they pick up like more speed and momentum. So we'll see. We'll see. I would prefer to see it break through a level and then reverse, because those tend to be more powerful moves.
That's what I like to see too. When I get in on a move like that, I want to see results fast.
Yeah.
Probably best I didn't put that sale in to be going against me here right now. But just taking a look at some of the numbers here. Last trade here, 24.64. So we just passed up the 20-day SMA, 61.30. And top of zone 4 here is going to be a 24.73.90 average daily range in gold.
Got it. You said you scratched it last trade, Eddie?
Yeah, I'm flat. Didn't make anything. I don't think I lost
You see,
anything.
gold still has a little bit of space to me before we hit the average session range high, 24.67.8. But yeah, I wouldn't expect fireworks from gold without a catalyst.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of looking at another market, looking at something different.
Yeah.
Well, I trade a lot of markets. ES would be my secondary.
Mm-hmm.
Gold is my primary. Crude's in the mix too.
Yeah,
Got a
crude
nice dip
oil
in the
grinding higher today. But we started off as an inside day, so maybe they might pull that down as well. Everything's going up by like a factor of 1. This is very, very unusual to see. Usually we have some sort of a divergence between products, but today I kind of felt like whatever I looked at, it's all going the same way. So it's a little bit tricky if you're trading like multiple things like I do. When everything's going up or going down, I can't just see it as doubling up on the risk in the same direction. And that started breaking down around COVID, didn't it? It's like it started doing weird things where gold was not going up, it was kind of falling with the equities, and you're like, what?
Yeah, all of your historical, typical market correlations just didn't exist anymore. Everything just went haywire. I wouldn't call today exactly haywire, but yeah, there's a lot that's not
It's not haywire, but there's a little bit of weirdness going on, definitely. This is not normal.
I'm short one in gold, 24.64.40.
Okay.
Short a booger. We'll see where that plays out.
I've got a little short in crude oil, but like something weird happened because I tried to go in, then it disappeared, so now it's back. But yeah, I'm short from 76.18, and I know that for all intents and purposes, crude oil just settled. But seeing how some of the other things are sort of starting to back off, I reckon there's a small trade here after hours.
I'm still waiting for NASDAQ to take out that high before I get into a position. I want to see it take out the high and then move back into range from yesterday, and then I'll be in the short side.
Yeah, we're probably going to have to wait a little for that because at 8 p.m. my time, so half an hour, I think we have the bond close, and that can bring extra volatility into the markets. So you might get that pop.
That happens at 2 o'clock Central Time. The old bond pick closes 2 o'clock Central Time. But we're so close right now.
Suspense.
Joshua Page, Topstep daily levels indicator does nothing on my chart.
If you're looking at the Topstep daily indicators and not showing up on your chart, it's because you're looking at the wrong chart. The indicators show up on the mini chart, not the micros charts. We're working on pushing those to the micros charts, but if you are looking at the NASDAQ and not seeing your daily levels indicators, it's because you're looking at a micros chart and not a mini chart.
Right, and we only have those for gold, crude, NASDAQ, and ES.
Yeah, major
S&P.
products. Yeah.
Correct.
Right. Just those 4 for right now.
We are working on expanding them. Don't have a timeline on that yet, but it is in progress. So once we know more, you will know more. Keep checking in on the roadmap on TopstepX.
Yeah, that's been a common complaint. I don't see levels. Like, use the right
I had a
chart.
P&L of 691 on today.
Carl Hunga says
And
it's me, not them. And you're right, Carl. It is me, not you. I agree with you 100%.
What were you saying, Eddie?
my P&L here real quick was 691. I have not put in another trade. And now it's 690. What somebody just stole $1 from me. And didn't put on another trade.
You said it was commission free.
Yeah.
That was it took it the last trade, yeah, that took that out, but that's at 691. Oh well.
You guys hear the
I
fighter?
hope they put
You
it
guys
like
hear the
for,
fighter jet that just went by my window?
Yeah. Yeah, I just heard that.
Chicago is being attacked.
Yeah, Chicago Air and Water shows this weekend. They're practicing flying through the buildings downtown Chicago right now. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, fun.
You know, that used to be really cool because you'd get like a daredevil pilot, and they'd go rogue and they'd fly over the river. You ever catch it? You were right by the river at the CME. You go outside,
Oh,
these
yeah.
guys be like flying like red. It's like, wow.
Yeah, I have slightly different memories about planes flying from my country.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's more of a joke, but yeah, it was interesting. Interesting times.
Mick invited me out on his boat for Air and Water show this weekend. He thinks I'm blowing him off, but he doesn't know that I'm planning to surprise him.
You're turning up. How is Mick?
I'll be
Is
there.
he
I'll be
better?
there with some. He's right behind me. Yeah, he's feeling much better.
Oh, cool. Okay, that's good to hear.
Say hi, Mick. We're on air.
Bring it fish. Oh,
Hey, Mick.
I'll be there.
All right, my guy.
Yamo will be there.
We're going on a boat.
Yamo
Going on a boat ride.
got a nice boat too.
Looks like that sailing did Mick well.
He's back at it. Chipper, fresh as a daisy.
Sprouting daisy.
Sprouting daisy, he says. All right. So moving farther back off of yesterday's high in the NQ. Yeah.
So it may
Volume
not break it.
though. Not going to get the move I was looking for right now, probably. Yeah, you were right, D.
Same here. Yeah.
Looks like some people in the chat did try and front run it. I think they're doing all right. Got in before we hit yesterday's high.
I mean, if you allow
good
for
on you.
enough room, you can front run it. I just like, what sort of stops are they using? Because I mean, wherever I'm looking from, it's like at least Jesus Christ, 30 to like, this is insanity.
Yeah, right there, D.
Yeah, so I would just be interested to know where they've placed their stops, because if they've placed their stop below the low, like they're gonna come after that stop. So unless you're using super wide stops, that wouldn't be the safest thing for me. But hey, that's me. So yeah, Nasdaq
And it makes
scares me to
perfect
the
sense.
depth of my soul. Yeah.
It used to scare me since I started trading it more. I was never a Nasdaq trader until maybe two and a half years ago.
Right.
I was always trading the ES and the yield curve, actually.
See, really, I traded it during COVID, and it wasn't as nervous intra-candle as it is now. So not so much today. I think it's kind of stabilized a bit more now that I'm looking at it. Like, the range is horrendous, like very large, but it doesn't have that, the jitteriness that was a big feature of it for the last sort of year or so. It's smoother today. So I've actually been trading a little bit of YM recently, so I quite like it. And now looking at Nasdaq, it doesn't look as crazy for some reason. I don't know whether there was maybe, an effect by pulling some of the liquidity from it. It made it more smooth. Was that
That
it?
could be it, yeah.
I got stopped out.
You got stopped out. Okay.
P&L 568.
Okay.
Finally
Yeah,
made
my
a
crude
move.
oil trade
Now it gave me an
live.
idea.
Yeah.
Give me an idea here.
What's the idea? You gonna share?
Yeah, what's your idea? Tell us everything.
I'll meet you in the clubhouse. I'll explain it all. I got blueprints and models.
Blueprints and models, yes.
All right, you're
Mario
the
Mello
rock.
wants to
You're
know.
the piece of. What?
Mario Mello wants to know if we're hiring. Go to our website. We are always hiring support staff. So we just hired 10 more the other day. Got over 100 people working support right now, or close to
Wow.
100.
It's
It's
an
a lot of
army.
people.
It is an army. And it takes a little while to train everybody, so please bear with us,
Yeah.
as we said. Everything's going to be changing in the next 2 months, too. We got big changes coming in the support area.
All right, let's see.
Still
Anything
more
else?
weakness in the
Yeah, so
NQ.
NASDAQ, yeah. And YM, Jack's favorite.
Everything's breaking down. Here we go.
Oh, there's my cell.
And it's
Now
pulling
I'll
my
put one
crude
on.
oil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. See if I can get my $100 back here. SOB.
Diving back in, Eddie? Cannonball?
Yeah, I'm going to be short here.
Say the YM
Alright,
is in
let's hope
trouble
that.
in that
Yeah.
United Health is only up a fraction of a percent, so that's not helping.
Yeah.
What else
I mean,
is
it's still
happening?
tracking all the other things, so
I'm short.
nice
at,
range today.
24.63.
Stock's still looking strong. Looking at the Mag 7, Tesla's up 4%. Nvidia's up more than 6%. Meta's up 3.5%. Google 2.5%. Amazon 2%. Everything's pretty strong right now.
Oh, this crude oil is slowing down now.
I surely hope that Power Hour has a little bit more excitement here than what the
More
markets are giving
juice.
us.
We're not exciting enough for you, Eddie? What do you want to
We
talk
need
about?
ju-
Well, it's been pretty muted.
Talking
You know,
about the
after
markets,
the
baby.
news.
I'm talking about you or G.
After the news release, everything went a bit dead, and then another pop, and now we're kind of trying to come off the highs. So, yeah, maybe.
Well,
Yeah,
like I
it's
say,
like everybody made money, and then they're like, let's go to the pub. Like we're done for the day.
In.
to the pub.
I'm in on that. What a move.
Yeah, yeah. I was in on that on DAX on my own account. Can't wait until we get DAX. Yeah, so all equities are turning.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a Jerry
ES in the
Rice.
buy.
I'm going to be.
Thank you.
Oh, I got stopped
Yep.
out again. Oh my goodness.
I know.
Really?
Yeah.
What sort of stop are you using, Eddie? Because I'm not seeing much movement
monetary.
in gold. So
I'm using monetary here.
monetary.
I was looking to make 80 to lose 80.
That might be a bit
I don't
tight
think
in light of the ranges.
Yeah.
So that's 8 ticks.
I don't think this rally is done for the day. I think we might find some support around the 70 level. In the NQ, just back to this little swing high from right around 11 o'clock this morning. I might stick a few bids. I got a, what do I have up? I've got the micros contract up. I'm looking at a minis chart with the micros contract up. I might scale a few bids in here.
Is that because that was a previous high? Is that
Previous
what
high,
you're thinking?
yeah.
Okay. I would be more confident in that if there was a single print there. They did build quite a bit of structure.
Let me take a look.
Otherwise, we might have IB high and VWAP overnight. No, session VWAP. Around 92 all the way down to 370, 368.
That's pretty deep. I'm not taking that much risk. if I get in on the long side here, I will be out. I stack a couple of bids between 65 and 55. I'll be out below 40.
Okay. I mean, they might go for that stop run. You know, it is up, so would not surprise me.
All right, I'm working a couple
And crude
bids.
oil is going dead. Crude oil looks
I'm
like
working
my
a few
internet
bids.
went dead. Nothing.
Internet went dead. I'm working bids 65 quarter and 55 quarter.
Okay, nice.
There you go. See, I'm still in the area where I'm fine today. You know, I made a little bit more than what my profit goals were. So I'm still happy today with the trade. Just trying to put something on, see if something can happen here. But right at that.
Yeah, everything's pretty muted. Like you said, I do hope the power hour livens things up a bit. Because right now this is quite slow. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we finally hit August. Finally have the behavior that we usually see in August.
Maybe I just put a 15 lot on and close my eyes.
Full port it. Do it,
put
Eddie.
it in the live to give it some liquidity. Give it some juice.
Juice. I like the way you say juice.
Juice.
Juice box.
Yeah.
Juice box.
The
what do I
chat
do here?
consensus, Eddie, the chat consensus is for you to load up and dive in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Pull port.
Which way we
style.
going? Buys or sells?
Oh, we're leaving this up to CoinFlip Capital, huh? I don't carry change on me. Does anybody have a coin on them? Actually, I take that back. No.
Tradertainment. Oh, I had lunch already. Should we go long or short? Go short. I see short. Play the reverse game. 15 lot trader, tradertainment.
Yeah, short.
Go short here?
On gold, right? Gold?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going short on gold, Eddie?
Oh, maybe not now. Hold on a second. All right. I'm going long here. I'm going long.
Right in the middle of a 3-minute range.
See what I can do here.
Yeah, we do still have that average session range high that we missed by about 16 ticks. They might push it. Are you in, JD?
Nope, never came to me. I was a little too
No,
conservative
never
on
came.
my entry prices. Yeah, never got to my
Yeah,
bids.
yeah, 65.
Bids are still in,
Yeah.
but
Mhm.
I knew I wanted to get out, and I wasn't willing to risk my entry levels.
Oh, I got
for
hit
this kind
hard.
of trade.
Oh, I got hit hard.
Again?
Hit hard on
Down
what?
300. Down 300. Should have went short. It did not happen.
Pretty tight risk there too, huh? What were you risking on that trade?
Yeah, that's quite tight.
Tradertainment.
Tradertainment.
All right, let's see here.
Yeah, nothing to
not
report here.
much. No, just looking around, and everything's like quite static, which is a little bit worrying, kind of like eerie.
All right. See what happens.
Calm before the storm.
Remember, this is a combine, so it's a sim account, and it's just looking to have some fun here.
Just got an update in Discord from the captain.
What did Captain say?
If you know who the captain is, then you know, right? We're not saying
Yes.
his real
Then
name.
you know.
But need to punch through
What's he
480 in
saying?
the NQ on the downside. Punch through 480 and bias a shift. Bias will shift below 480 in the NQ.
I might be having him on for for a London session one day.
I think you should. He's
awesome.
He's been great. He's been nailing it all week.
Yep.
Yeah, you saw him. We had him on air a little while ago, earlier this morning.
I know. Yeah,
He's been
I saw
killing it.
both of the interviews. He's I like his statistical approach as well to data and stuff because I do something similar.
Yeah, he's very accurate, almost to the tick on some of his levels too.
Which is
he's very
hard on
thorough.
NASDAQ. Yeah.
Just seeing what he wrote in Discord. Like, boy, he's got it all down pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Gabe just put his link there. Follow the captain.
Yeah.
Matt
Follow
Mickey.
the captain. Oh, now you got his real name again. And we just went quiet.
Usually
Everything went
Thursdays are
quiet
a
again.
bit, yeah. Thursdays are usually more lively than this, so yeah. Oh, guys, this is a bit boring.
A little bit.
What do we do?
Eddie, how about another coin flip move? Tradertainment.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm looking to take
Gold's
and then I
breaking.
can fill. Hit my price.
Yeah. Quickly. Go in.
Let's see here. There we go. I'm up $15. Oh, there we go. We're back in the green. Woo.
Eddie's in the green.
Hey.
All right. That makes
Give
up
me
for
a
everything.
Happy
the
Meal.
last hour.
Yeah.
For fun. Okay, for fun. I had fun. Thank you, ring a dang. I got me a ring a dang on that one.
Oh, I just
Giddy up.
love chat. So, D, I surprised you didn't take a short on ES at R2 for the reversal. Well, don't be that surprised because I only trade ES towards the end of the day. ES is not one of my main products. So yeah, so much
surprise,
for that.
surprise.
Yeah. Very surprised. Yeah.
Well, my short trade didn't work out. Didn't get hit on my bids for a long trade either. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you guys. Had a game plan coming in.
Mm-hmm.
We're just kind of
You might still get the smash
drifting
to
to
the
the right.
highs, but we need something to, we need a bit of volume to pick up because this is just painful. Like really painful.
Yeah.
Wherever I look, everything's just like almost like in slow-mo. We slowed down time. So somebody must have known. D's still in the gold short. I wasn't trading gold. That was Eddie.
No.
Eddie was trading gold. And there's actually a guy
Eddie
in
was
the
trading
chat
gold.
called. There's a guy in the chat with the handle Dumb Money Trades who says to buy gold right now.
Buy gold. No. Why? Why should we buy it?
I want to get Dumb Money Trades a job application for Coin Flip Capital.
Yeah.
We should have that site
Griff
up
can
and
trade
running
says, D, what kind of instruments do you trade that aren't listed on the CME? You're probably talking about DAX. That's a Eurex product. That's been something that I traded during London for like 4 or 5 years now. And it is going to come to Topstep as well. G-Wiz says, wait 8 more minutes. Yeah, I agree with that. Because then we're going to have maybe a little bit more movement.
Tanner in the chat says never short a slow market. That was an old adage from the trading pit days. Never short a quiet market.
It is, yeah. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, is this a quiet market? Because we are in a trend up. So I would kind of.
It's just quiet. It's just quiet right now. It's not.
Yeah, it's quiet right now. It wasn't quiet earlier. If we were really quiet and it's just all day, not much range, just trickling, that would apply. But I don't think this is.
When you spend the whole day melting up and you see those negative delta divergences building, you can get on the side. You can get in on that and then sort of fade it into the close, but I don't really see that setting up right now.
No. Yeah, so we'll know quite soon whether we're gonna have a bit of action.
Maybe we can. Hoag, if you're listening, can we get a Delta update?
Oh, yeah.
Anything happening right now?
Hope might be eating his lunch.
Hmm.
He drinks his lunch at his desk.
Well, it is Thursday. Thursday used to be
He's in the chat.
the new Friday in the city, which is kind of like the financial center of London. Francis will know this. So Thursday, everybody, all the bankers and stuff would be really drunk on Thursdays, and then on Fridays they would go home to their families, right? So going out in Canary Wharf was pretty fun on Thursdays.
That sounds like fun. That's my kind of setup too.
Yeah. Mine too, actually, JD.
Well, we are about out of time here. And I had a little bit more action here. You go to my I got the finviz.com. Do we see the stocks, how green they were today? You got my chart that says you got my screen that says the
your screen is blank at the moment. You might have to share a different window.
Okay.
Eddie went dark. Did we lose Eddie altogether?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he is.
He looks frozen, doesn't he? Yep. All right, I'll close it out then. All right, thanks for joining us for Markets Talking with D. We are out of time. It's 1:56. We're going to prep for Power Hour. Thank you, D, for joining us, and thank everybody for inviting me to come on. Sorry we didn't have any action.
Yeah, so it was a bit quiet. Yeah.
But hopefully you'll get some action in Power Hour. Stick around. We got Andre Jack. Francis Green is back. He loves to
poor
trade.
Eddie's
So do the
frozen
rest of
there.
them. Poor Eddie. Poor frozen Eddie.
There he is.
I like coldness.
I don't mind the cold either.
Yes. Sure.
Well, I was in the middle of an outro, but why don't you take us home, Eddie?
Hey. Yeah, coming up next here, we do have Power Hour, as they say on the East Coast. Hour. What do we got here today? Today's almost Friday. Oh, look, we got Hoag. Give it up for Hoag. We got Jack, Andre, and Francis Green. And the day in Power Hour. Dee, thanks for being with us here today.
Thanks for having me, Eddie. Shame that it wasn't a little bit more lively, but hey ho, you can't count on craziness every day, I suppose.
It was like going to a pub and saying, "I have a drink," and there, oh, we're out of alcohol. We
We
milk.
don't have any alcohol.
We got milk. Want milk
That's never happened to me.
And water.
Innkeeper milk for everybody. All right, JD, thanks for being with us here today. We're gonna take a little break, and it's gonna be fun. Francis Green, yes, Francis Green once again here. Jack and Andre. We'll be right back. Hour.
All right, let's do this. You know what time it is. The fastest hour in TV, kind of. Here, TopstepTV, it is Power Hour. The man to the lower left, that is Francis Green. You guys know John Hoagland and Jack. Let's welcome to the show Mr. Power Hour himself, Mr. Francis Green. Francis, how's it going?
All good, thanks. Thanks for having me on again. So let's see if we can sniper another trade at the moment. So yeah, I'm good. I'm great, thanks.
Excellent, excellent. You are in a position right now. Please update us with your position.
Yeah, I'm in a position 18,528 on the NQ. Just looking to see if we do roll over. I don't like the fact that we've not taken out, you know, the highs around about that 18,560 mark. I think maybe we could sniper that, but I seen a setup, and so I went in. I've taken a little bit of profit, moved stops to entry, so it's trying to creep to my entry at the moment. So we'll see. We'll see if it rolls over or does it spike back up before then it tries to roll over again, because it looks like it wants to roll over. It's been a nice move all day, so you know I'm expecting some sort of sell-off, but we never know. We never know.
Okay, so Francis is trading the NQ. Jack, what will you be trading during Power Hour?
Coin flip right now between the NQ and the ES, Andre. Looks like we had a nice bounce off the earlier highs in the NQ, and sitting with hands adhered to butt for the first few minutes at least.
Excellent, excellent. And Hoag, what will you be trading today?
E-mini S&Ps, the usual.
Excellent, excellent. All right, Hoag. In the green room, we were talking about perhaps going to be rolling over. I did see that as well, but buyers have stepped in. Is this the line in the sand right here, 53.48?
Negative delta. My concern is we're going to squeeze a whole bunch of shorts.
Yeah. Negative delta, yes. Negative 9,500 in the ES. Plus 4,200 in the NQ. Stepping in the NQ and ES right now. Francis, where did you move your stop?
Just to entry that 528, just because, you know, like Hoag was saying, it wouldn't surprise me. And you know, if you're the mover of the markets, you know that there's now a pile of shorts just above that 560. So wouldn't surprise me if we have that squeeze. Just would not surprise me. That's where the money is. That's where the liquidity is going to be sitting. So it makes sense for it to squeeze. So don't want to take that risk.
Okay, very good. All right, it's been a wild day again. We did see a nice rally this morning during fast markets. House account was able to capture some of those profits to the upside and downside. 3 trades today, 1 loser, 2 winners. I believe house account is up, around $2,300. Bad locked out of that. We are now focused on everyone's personal trading here on Power Hour. So let me know what you guys are looking for. Jack, any levels you're looking for? You're just going to see how it plays out.
Well, I have the top step levels on my chart. Right now, as I said, I'm just waiting because we're kind of in the middle of it. Yeah, if I had to go any direction, I'd go long right now, but I am not confident enough of that to put it on a trade.
Okay, stay patient here. Do have Barkin on the calendar, scheduled to speak, but Eddie's saying it's just going to be just a little Q&A on Zoom. Not a whole lot there, right, Eddie? Just pretty much.
I got actually some comments are coming out here. Just wanted to chime in. Talking about the hurricane. Most hurricanes and tropical storms don't affect the macro economy. He also says what I hear from folks on the ground labor market, people are cutting back on hiring, but not firing. Okay. And he says no hiring, no firing. That's what we see in the data. It could go either way. So once again, he's just sort of spin doctoring comments here. Markin. But like I said, it's a one-on-one. It looks like a Zoom conference. Just taking a one-on-one interview.
Okay. Francis, how has the trading gone today?
Yeah, it's gone good. The community did quite well. They couple of trades. I was looking to short that 18,250 mark. We know that was a big area, the weekly open, and we know we had some big SR flip. But, you know, we rejected off that, came back down to the Asia high, and then a couple of people jumped in the Fibonacci strategy from that Asia high. And then they just, you know, a few of them have rode it up. I think some of them may even still be in this long. So they've caught a good 500-point move today. So, yeah, overall, good start. Good start to the month this week has been a good start. So
Excellent. Hoag, any levels we're looking at here? Upside? In the ES?
The only thing that I was looking at, and it was prior to this segment, was that previous high in the S&Ps. That was the 11 o'clock bar. That high was 32.5. We got right down to it, bounced nicely. We do have negative delta, negative 8,300 right now. It's looking more like I'm going to have to do a momentum play and just time stop it if I get the opportunity. We're kind of right in the middle of the consolidation that we've been in for the past 2 hours. So I'm watching 53.5, which was a weekly kickoff last week. It just put in the high of this bar. And if we take that out and we start to see some momentum, I could see us getting up to 53.61.5, which is a naked point of control from a couple of days ago. And I'm just waiting to see what I can get into here. I know I can get into some sort of trouble. We'll see what happens.
That's the name of the game here on Power Hour. New candle just started 2:15 Central Time. Last trade in the NQ, 18,490. Look at tilt right now. 50-50 across the board. Let's do a recap of all the markets that we'd like to keep an eye on. Gold today. Last trade, 24.63. The day. Yep, 24.65. So near upper end of that range. You can look at crude. And we've got about what is that? About $1.50 range. Last trade 76.04. High of the day 76.52. So middle there. Dow about 80 points off the highs. Last trade 39,581. So not a whole lot doing right now in Power Hour.
10-year yields in the spot market are right at 4 on the money, pretty much.
Thank you, Jack. What's the lowest we saw yields in the last week or so?
I'm glad you asked. I only have the spot up in TradingView right now. Lowest yield, 3.67%. Wow. So we've had quite a bit of a rally there since the bottom of that, with the panic maybe overblown, maybe the greatly overhyped panic for the time being, at least.
I did see refinancing rates hit spiked by like 15% in the last few days. Highest in like the last 2 years or so. So people are jumping in to refinance those mortgages based on that drop in yields. Right now,
and if we look at the 30-year, the low of the 30-year bounced all the way, not mortgage, but the Treasury bottom out right at 4%. So that was an incredible level if you got it. But yeah, refi.
I'm definitely jumping in on that.
Andre, just kind of looking through the dome here in the S&Ps, there is no major liquidity anywhere on the dome right now.
I missed those 1,000 lots, John. I missed those 1,000 lots. Those were fun.
There's a little bit here and there, but it's nothing big. 300. The domes are still really thin.
Yeah, last couple of days.
What's coming back in the NASDAQ a little bit, but.
Is the algo still there doing that nonsense?
Yeah.
Like 5 points above. Yeah.
God
bless them.
Both sides.
Well, you ask, we listen. We got the countdown clock up. 42 minutes until the bell.
Oh, yes, we do. Thank you, Jack. I'm going to throw this to Jack. Jack, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag Power Hour. Jack, what is hashtag Power Hour?
Hashtag Power Hour is your chance to use the hashtag Power Hour on X or Twitter. Whichever you want to call it. Submit your memes, your bullshit, your whatever you want to do, and if we like it enough, we will. Yeah, Eddie's heaping it on. We will take that and we will show it on this screen in the middle of it, and we will all have a good chuckle about it. And that is hashtag Power Hour. Did I miss anything there, Andre?
No, you covered it all. Get your bullshit sent to us, and we will turn that around to you guys. We could do a live trader.
Some more barking.
Okay, let's do it.
Some more barking. Hitting the wire here. A little late with it, but talking about the math, as John Hoagland talks about, the math suggests that unemployment rate goes up, and also talking about what would make you more worried if job growth started to disappear. What would make you more worried?
Is he asking us?
Yeah, it was an open-ended question. Mark.
Yeah, I got him on the other line here real quick.
Get them out of Zoom. Get them on TopstepTV.
Yep. Collecting those.
Tom, what do you think? I tell you, that'd be a great interview.
It would be. We can grill him here on
Probably wouldn't-
TopstepTV.
He wouldn't have a
Barkin, we have
job
some
after
questions.
tomorrow.
Hey, let's do a quick update of the live funded P&Ls. There's some red, there is some green. We got rips hit the DLL today. D down, only $185. Nick for a tick, DLL, Tiny Trace DLL. We got Ben Fu up $3,000. Liam up $35,000. Good on you. Ryan M up $4,500. Tariq up $4,100. And Nicole B up $10,000 today. Good job. It has not been easy. Good on you if you're in the green. Hope you manage your risk to the downside if you are in the red. So we're looking perhaps for upside level in the ES to 61.5, but we're going to have to get through these 55s first. It says here in the chat, Jack needs a holiday. Tom Quimby says
I just got
Jack needs a
back.
holiday. Yeah.
I just got back.
Yes, he did.
And this is less stressful than that.
Chasing around a toddler.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, 18,485 last trade in the NQ. So,
Really
Francis, you
wanted-
were short from 528, initially a 3 lot. You peeled off 2 along the way, and you just have a 1 lot on as a runner.
Yeah, just a micro, just in case. I did want the 560s. That's what I was looking at. That I wanted to get that liquidity grab, trap some longs, but we didn't get up there. Then what I seen was once we broke down on, if you look at the 100 tick chart, we started losing some levels. And the minute we lost this local little floor here, we came down, we retested that, and then that was the opportunity to enter, which brings you at the 528. And then we've lost another floor and we've tried to get above them. We can't get above that at the moment. So that now 18,500 seems to be the level that we need to get back above if we're going to break through. So for me, I prefer to stay below it, but you know, so just looking at the 100 tick chart for this zone here, this 18,500 level seems to be the level that it's trying to get back above. You can see numerous 5-minute candles now. So we're just, as Hoag would say, we're just barcoding now in this little zone, you know. So there's not much movement. Like Dee was saying, it was very slow earlier. So maybe we're going to have fireworks in the last 10, 15 minutes. I'm not sure.
No,
I feel like flipping a coin just to do something.
Yeah.
Coin flip capital.
Anybody's
we got
guess.
the power. We got the power spreaders in the ES right now, about 3 ticks below and 3 ticks above the market. There's a number of 300, 400 lots floating around, moving back and forth.
Yeah. Stupid algos. Good for nothing.
That's a spreader. That is
They never get filled. What are they doing? They never get filled.
I'll tell you what they're doing.
What are they doing, Jack?
They're spreading against something else. Like this just looks so much like the old auto spreaders in the bonds, right? Is so that basically their orders are off market, kind of dancing around there, and they're moving with some other market that they're spreading against. And so, if their spread's not close to getting hit, then they're just kind of not close to the market.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Those orders never get hit. So it's based on some other market.
So that's because their spread's not near, right? So like they could get hit on a rip. Probably not, because it's algos, so they should be able to get out before then.
So just in case. All right. It's at 18,500 level. Keep an eye on that in the NQ. Really moving right now. So we got minus 8,300 delta as of 8 minutes ago in the ES.
Yep.
The reason I was looking at that. Sorry, again?
8,000 now.
Okay. Start to peel some off. We were at minus 9,500 as of 20 minutes ago. Maybe worry about perhaps a short squeeze. Coach Dakota says, I like new highs if we break out above. Yes. 515. Gold continuing to creep higher. Last trade 24.63. Here come the sellers in NQ.
Coach Dakota likes the 515s, yeah.
Yeah.
Break above 515. Go nuts.
Yeah, go ham. New highs on the day. Obviously, Francis is not wanting to see that.
No.
I can see it though. You know, you exactly where Dakota. Just this zone here. Just this zone. You can see. Anything above that, you can see it's just going to it's going to take out those highs if it gets above that. Well, high probability anyway.
All right, so far, no trades. Staying patient. Francis, when did you get short? I guess I could look at the chart, but around what time did you get short? So I just want to know how long you've been in this trade for.
So it was right about half past. Well, UK 7:30. So over you was about. What time would that be where you are now at the moment?
I believe 1:30. 1:30 local.
Yeah. So
yep, that lines up.
About an hour ago, 55 minutes ago. So this is a long trade for me.
You're typically a scalper. Yeah, nothing's. You're typically a scalper, right, Francis?
Not really. I used to be.
No?
I try and hold now for a little bit longer. So I'm trying to go for the higher probability levels. You know, your daily highs, your daily lows. I'm trying to wait for those and look for that reversal. Perfect. Obviously, the one yesterday. Or was it yesterday on my chart? I can't even remember. Which one was we? The one from yesterday. One from yesterday was perfect. We had that free move wave to the upside, hit Friday's closing, and then dumped all the way down. So we caught a nice piece of that move yesterday to the downside. Yeah. So I do try to stay in trades as long as I can, but I don't like to stay in trades that do this. This is, this price action. I don't like trades like this.
You're like the rest of us. You want it now.
Yeah. I need to see something now. Yeah.
Something happening.
Agree. Right now we're just consolidating, which is okay. Stay patient. Could get the fireworks. Last 10, 15 minutes. Last 5 minutes. We're going to the close. Jack said we got the countdown clock to the closing bell, lower right corner. 33 minutes left in this session. One more time. Whoa. See, we hit 113,000 subscribers. Please click like. Please click subscribe. You guys rule. Thank you for the support. Let's keep pushing. Jack, have you actually got your hands on the trophy or the plaque or whatever they sent us from YouTube?
My hands, no. I have seen it. It's in the office. If JD's back there, we could probably get it at some point. But I hope to feel it soon. I assume it's pretty smooth, as it's a piece of aluminum.
Is that what it is? Is it really just
I thought it was plastic.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. It's not silver, but it's not plastic.
Okay.
What's the best trophy in Francis Green? What's the best trophy in sports?
Well, it's got to be the World Cup.
Damn right it is. You're damn right it is, Francis.
It's got to be the World Cup.
Damn right. I know these guys are going to say Stanley Cup, but
Stanley Cup. Yeah, that was
either one.
Stanley
Either
Cup.
one.
Stanley Cup.
I have a story actually.
Please.
Yesterday I had a call with inspiring trader. He's been using Topstep and he's in a little bit of a, that cycle. He can't seem to get over the line, and he's Miami way. And he's from Argentina, and he was telling me a story about how he met Messi in this.
Whoa!
He was working at this club, and Messi called him over, and he signed his shirt because he knew he was going to be there. And I was like, if there's ever one player that everybody probably wants to meet, then it's Messi. And he was just casually talking about it like I would if I played against him when I was playing. It was bizarre, and he was just it was just Messi. And he was like, so interesting. That was just yesterday, I had a random call, and this guy's, just knocking out Messi shirts like candy. It was impressive.
It got messy.
He's probably watching this show right now, actually. So,
howdy.
Yeah, I'd be speechless. Yes. It's crazy. Him or Ronaldo, either one. All right, we got some sellers coming in here in the NQ. Pushing down to 455s. You have a price target, Francis?
Because I've already took a couple off already, I'm going to see if we get that end of day big sell off. Maybe not. I may have to get out this. If we get down to that 428, that is 100 points. I can't turn my nose up at that really. So,
Okay.
but for entertainment, I don't normally trade at this time, so I might just leave it on.
Excellent. We appreciate that. All right, guys.
Going now.
What are we thinking, Hoag?
I want us to take out the recent low or the recent high, and
So it's not gonna. You think about going short if it knocks on the door again here?
Delta's minus 10,000 again.
Jumping in.
It's 230. We're not getting upside price action. We're putting in lower highs and lower lows. But this is a support level here. In S&Ps anyway.
Okay.
Usually I'm on a 30-minute chart.
NQ as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
VWAP 5294. Yes, obviously got some room outside there. Yeah, NQ VWAP 18,273. Still about 170 points away from that. Well, some possible landmarks this market might want to target. We got to break though. We got to break the support. I'm looking at Hoag. You look at the 5-minute when you say this is support, or you look at the 30-minute?
30.
30. Roger that.
30.
Nothing else from Barkin there, Eddie? Just jibber jabbering away.
Nothing new here. About a minute ago.
We will have that MOC announcement. Bring you about 18 minutes.
18. With our new
widget.
Financial
Hoag.
widget.
Widget,
Hoag,
yes.
you seeing if it holds here to buy, or are you waiting for it to break
we go.
down?
I'm hoping that it'll hold here. I haven't taken a position yet. I mean, it's pretty cheap.
Yeah, that's.
What are you thinking, Jack?
Thinking about using it as support and then getting out of it, right? Like, as you said, it's cheap. You don't have to be holding it. Okay, here we are right now.
Let's go.
For the past 2 hours, we've been putting in lower highs and lower
broke
lows.
through it.
I'm not taking.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Run, baby.
I could be talking to going either way there. It's through it.
Right.
I'm gonna try and take a short here.
Okay.
And it liquidated right away on me. I don't know what's going on.
Interesting.
Put it in again. It did that to me earlier.
No, I think they were doing something with my account. Yeah. Oh man. Let me let them know. They were doing something with my account, and now it's not working. So,
Well,
I could sell one for you.
Good for now.
Jack, you guys ever do that at the firm? If someone couldn't make a trade, if someone next to you would do the trade for you, then transfer it to your account. You guys ever do that? Is that illegal?
Well, yeah, we weren't in.
God's legal
Yes,
for me.
the firm could, because we had like a common like pool that we could trade at night, so we had a way to transfer that out. But no, I couldn't be like, I'll take it. They would not have liked that.
Gotcha.
no.
This is
Here's a kicker. Mexican peso rises despite Mexico's rate cut, defying investors. Oh, that peso.
Oh, yeah. All right, Francis. We're looking at a 100-point winner right now.
Yeah.
And then some.
Yeah,
and then
this
some,
little-
Francis.
This little range is 5-minute range. I don't know if you can see it on my screen. And so we've got the point of control in the middle of that range.
What price?
At 389. So 389, 390. Got a small point of control in here.
Crazy.
389.
From this
Very
chop.
nice. We are breaking.
Man.
fellas. We are breaking.
Well, there goes my chance.
18,415 last trade. NQ.
What's that,
53.20.
110?
72% short in the NQ right now. 72% short in the ES.
I don't like that everybody's short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I think
might be some
let's just
short
get to
covering
28 again.
Okay.
You
will take the 28s this time, Francis.
I think I will. If we drop down again, I would like the 400s.
Mm-hmm.
Just a round number, psychological number.
Absolutely. Let's see why we can't get there. Captain said, what do you say? Break of 80s. Captain called the break of 80s. 380s, I believe.
Thank you, Captain.
Yep. Thank you, Captain. If you guys missed fast markets, go back and watch that. You'll see Captain come on. He has great levels. Even cooler guy.
That was great.
It really was. We'll see more of him. Here we go.
Francis, you're still short, right?
Still short, yeah. Yeah, just left the one on for the runner. Yeah, still short.
We got any
level that we're watching in.
Any downside targets in NQ?
I mean, we could. I mean, if we lose that 400 and that 380, then we could go back down to the weekly open. We have the VWAP just below the weekly open as well.
VWAP at 18,275. Francis, what do you have it at?
Oh, on mine. I've got this VWAP coming up here, so I'm on the 5-minute chart. So that's coming in around about 215 on this one.
Okay.
But we have that little bit of traffic what we had before we made this final, leg up. We have that traffic to get through.
Figure out which one's leading which between NQ and ES. It was like NQ's, maybe ES a little heavier. But 400's incoming.
Yeah, I think I'll falls.
What's the push? 70% short in the ES. Yeah. I think it's going to.
Alrighty.
All right, Jack. Thank you, Gabe. Gotcha.
Well, there goes my shot.
2004.
I want to get long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gone long?
No, I haven't gone long yet, but not yet.
Almost to the IB low there, or IB high. Oh, that was a good shot. Oh, man.
Well, Hoag, we both missed it.
Yeah. Well, I got hoodwinked here.
1,430. All right, so a bit of a tug of war here. Q around between 07 to 24s. Players are trying, but seems like stars want to keep pushing this. We have that heavy delta. Delta now minus 10,000 in the ES. Frank Vasquez in the chat. Need to flush one more time. 390s low and low. Francis is about that. Yes, it's only 65% short now.
Jack, you wuss.
Shaq, it went right to the IB high.
I
That's
know.
where this bounce just came out.
Hey.
Into the 40s here. All right, we got Francis is short in the money.
All right, I think I'm back on now.
All right. Here's your shot. Here's your shot.
Flip a coin.
30s. 53.31 last trade, ES.
Delta, negative 10,600 in the ES.
And Q?
Positive 3,100 still.
Okay. That's got 20 minutes left in the session. Gabe, if we're ready, we can do some hashtag stuff. I'll keep an eye on Francis's trade. Francis, if anything changes with your position, please feel free to butt in and let us know if you did cover or add into it. Obviously, Hoag and Jack, you guys know the drill. But yeah, Gabe, come on in. What do we got?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
So first things first, we have Joshua here. Almost back to break even on the first XFA. Great work there, Joshua. Thanks for submitting. We got Chris with a shout out to Andre here.
Come on.
When MP goes to Tao without you.
Yeah, I mean, he did.
Oh.
Sure did. He was not happy at that moment.
He
Neither was
just
I.
dipped out.
Neither was I. Yep.
So, Hoag, real quick with you, I tried to buy there and it wasn't letting me. I think there's something up with our accounts.
Oh, put your brackets on.
Rejected. Okay.
All right, jumping back in here, we've got Kenny making profit today in the 2 XFAs while working and listening to Topstep TV. Hashtag TopstepX Mobile. Great work there, Kenny.
Very cool.
Nice job. Nice job.
And I wish I had the discipline to focus completely on one or the other. I don't know if I could multitask like that on a day job like that, doing something handy. That'd
Can't
be
be
tough.
easy.
I mean, you got power tools around you. What if you just randomly, nick something you didn't mean to nick? You know what I mean? Like,
fat finger with the power tools. Yeah.
Things could get dicey. But, all right, moving in. We've got Masked Trader Rick one more time here. The submission doing really well in a couple combines, looks like. So keep up the great work. Tuning in on his mobile.
Look at us, Gabe. We're right there.
I know, man.
Mom, we made it. We made it, Mom.
Speaking of shout outs, I got another one today. I guess I got to show Carl Hungus's latest.
Yeah, look who you're hanging with. Look who you're hanging out with. Gabe.
I mean, it's a good looking crew. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah.
That's all you're going to say. Yeah.
That's all I got.
It's like you're the fifth wheel there, Gabe. Yeah.
A little bit. I feel a little left out, but we're just rolling with the punches.
Absolutely.
All right. I do have one more. Now, Tim sent this to me. So Carl got a spam text from a fake Michael Patak. And so Carl ended up playing along with it a little bit, seeing if he could, maybe sneak his way into the VIP program a little bit. And he got flat out just denied.
Man.
So, shout out to MP keeping it on, keeping those gates locked for VIP. But no, this was all fun. But I figured we'd show this as too, even though it's double featured by Carl. We love you, Carl.
Trying to mess with MP. MP.
I guess you're SOL then.
Yeah. Nice try.
All right. So that's all I have for you guys. Back to you. We'll see you tomorrow morning for hashtag Fast Markets, the last one of the week.
Yeah. Thank you, Gabe. All right. Buyer stepped in there. Let's see. Jack, there's a message for you in Slack. You should be good to go.
I wish I was good to go 10 points ago, but
hey.
I'm feeling the same thing.
Yours. Okay. 16 minutes left till the closing bell. Francis, you still hanging in there?
Yeah, I said I would leave it open for entertainment till the end. So yeah. I said I would leave it open. So yeah, got to stick
Francis,
to what I say.
With all this volatility, have you switched over to micros as well?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Nice. And how's that been working?
Game changer. I switched to micros a few weeks ago. and I've told everybody in the community to do the same. And people are now getting funded. It's been great. Someone in the community got their first payout yesterday, so that's
Awesome.
always good to see from TopStep. So, and they've been switching. I've been telling them to use micros. I've not watched it yet, but I know Dakota was talking about a strategy last night. Someone messaged me today. I've not watched it yet, but I think he was talking about scaling in on micros as well last night on slow markets. So I'm going to watch that after I finished here, but I think it's a game changer. How you can get in with micros. It really helps you with your risk. So yeah.
Excellent.
He's been trading a lot of micros lately.
And if Dakota's trading micros, then a few of us should probably listen and take some lessons.
Yes, 20 handles off the last bottom. Sure is. Jack. Been there before.
Right to the IB high. Straight up.
Who does ES 20 handles off the last bottom? That's a lot of handles.
Yeah, surely these highs are going to get taken now on NQ. No, surely.
So I won't be able to stand the mental maybe, but I don't think I can go in and buy it now and then risk
all that. Yeah. And I'd have to see some sort of breakout in order to do it and see enough delta to believe that it's going to continue to push far enough for a decent profit. Missed our opportunity. It's okay. There'll be another one tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
18,500 is the line in the sand in the NQ. Oh, we're going to go there to the downside. Yeah. Wanted to go. Buyers did step in. Yeah, volume came in to support that as well.
Hey, I got something here for everybody.
Oh, what do you got, Eddie?
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Hey, if you like what we're doing here at TopstepTV, please take a moment, leave us a review on Trustpilot. I'm going to drop the link here in chat. No pressure. But if you like what we're doing here, please leave us a review. And here is the link. It should work. If it doesn't, I quit. Oh, it don't work.
There's the link. Yes, you'd be so kind.
There it is. Yes. So, like what we're doing, take a little time, and I'll keep that up there. So far. All right. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie.
Sure.
All right. 12 minutes.
Yes. Anyway,
He's coming in.
We get a little help here.
Would you go
Which way
long on your retest, Hoag?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Just because it's cheap. I don't think it's a very risky trade.
Eddie, you got that MOC.
We still got some pretty negative
In
delta.
2 minutes. Well, real quick here in chat, I wanted to know how you liked our Topstep TV. So,
hopefully they like it, Eddie. They don't, we're in trouble. I hope they do. Francis, if they don't, we're in trouble, man. They like Francis, I'll tell you that. They love Francis. Yes, more Francis.
I love the TopStep TV. I love it. Yeah.
Francis, do you have socials? Do you have social media stuff that we can put here in the chat? People are asking.
I'm not very active.
Okay.
Yeah, I have Instagram. I'm not very active. I just follow my wife and my children, but mainly YouTube. So I'm on YouTube, but I don't really have. I'm not really active on social media. So
that's cool.
So that's a no.
Yeah,
is that a no or yes?
That's
a
no.
polite way of saying no.
All good, man. All good.
MOC.
MOC. Here we go.
Coming up.
In 50 seconds.
Coming up.
Yesterday was about 2 bill sell side. Day before that was 5 billion sell side. See if Billy's.
It was
still,
huge.
Yeah, 2 days ago, 5 billion sell side. Seconds.
This is what's probably going to push us through.
These 500s, Francis. They keep testing the 500s.
I think we had the chance to take our profits. So
it looked like it wanted to go. Everyone's saying, targeting 380s, 390s downside. 400s and buyers stepped in. Pretty muted power hour.
Seconds.
Yep.
Power hour.
There's some movement.
All right, here we go. Not too much. S&P here, 200 million in the buy side. NASDAQ, 62 million sell side. Dow, 142 million buy side. Mag 7, 244 million buy side. There you have it right now. And once again, these do fluctuate, and I will be watching very carefully.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thanks, Eddie. Yep, pretty light today. Seeing that reflected in the market movement here. 500s. What will the NASDAQ do with this 18,500 level? Dakota, yes. 100-point sell-off and 100-point rally is a muted power hour. Times are changing. This summer is wild, man.
And now it's starting to jump.
What we got? 9 minutes. So see what happens.
The last 10 minutes is pure distilled power hour. It's where the most powerful of the power hour people come.
There we go.
They temporarily charged me a commission on the trade that was rejected, so I feel like I should just get my money's worth. And
yeah, I was gonna say get your money's worth.
That's not. I know it's not going to be real.
It actually, I lost a tick. The first one it accepted, but it took it out right away.
Yeah, maybe that's what it did. That's okay.
I don't need any help losing ticks.
No.
Oh, Delta, real quick. We're going to see a squeeze into the close. Last we checked, about.
That's what I'm looking for, but we're negative 9,000. At one point, we were down negative 16,000, and that's pretty much right when we put in the high. Mm-hmm. We took a whole bunch out, and it's just been kind of hovering around here, around 7, 8, 9. It seems to be getting, building back into the negative here, but I either have to buy in a good location or buy a breakout for a quick squeeze continuation, and I'm getting neither now.
Yep. Nothing going on in crude, nothing going on in gold. Dow, nothing happening there.
Question from the chat.
Purposes, they're closed.
Yeah. On when Top Quiz is coming back. It will come back. Once the, at some point, we're all focused on support right now, so there's no promos. And I appreciate those of you that played Top Quiz for fun, but you were the, as Mitch Hedberg said, the give it to charity slice of the winning the lottery pie. So we'll be back.
Somebody the other day was like, man, I was humming the tune for Top Quiz. It's time for Top Quiz. Oh, we'll stop right there.
Yeah. We had that bird dance into our playlist the other day. That was wild.
That was awesome.
Yep.
It was awesome. Contrarian Tara is the owner of Sweet Pea, and she's here right now in chat.
Hey, Sweet Pea.
We love that bird.
Mm-hmm.
Give us the bird.
Give us the bird.
Favorite bird.
That's not the only bird in the family. JT Irby has a Indian ringneck that's beautiful. Her name is Bluebell.
Bluebell. Hey, a little update on our MOCs here. We got the S&P 620 million buy side. NASDAQ went buy side. 316 million buy side. Dow 166 million buy side. And a good old Mag 7, 409 buy side. So we're buy side across the board.
Almost about $1 billion buy side. Just doing some back of the napkin math there. About 5 minutes left in the session. Man, Francis staying strong in this short. Locking some profits.
Francis, how you feeling?
I'm cool. I would have been well out if I was not on Topstep, so don't worry.
Okay. We appreciate it.
You are
Don't put that on us.
You are cool.
Yeah, I'd have been out long, very, that 400. I was waiting for that 400, but the 428 would have been, the level that would have been a, quick 100 down. 428.
Let's get those 428s back.
Yeah, let's see
5
what
minutes.
we're doing. We've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, we could do it.
Still keeps rejecting from that zone again.
500.
Yeah,
Yep. Sure. Nothing on tilt. All right, now we're starting to pick up. Last 5 minutes. Here we go.
Get it.
Come the sellers.
Eat it.
Let's get those 28s.
Doesn't look like we're going to get our squeeze.
No, not yet. No, it doesn't.
It wouldn't be a squeeze if you didn't see it coming, Joe.
No, right?
Push it here. Are you working a bid, Francis? Are you working the 28s?
Just 28, and then I'm out.
Okay. All right. Very great. Hit it.
So let's
Hit it,
see.
get the fill. Let's get out of here. 4 minutes left here in power hour. Yep. Come on.
I also want to buy it.
Any liquidity in the ES there, John? Any paper upside downside?
I've been watching. There's been no majors. Well, now something just popped up. 53 on 53.30. There's 800 on the bid. I just looked down there. That just popped up.
What's the price?
Oh yeah, 53.30.
Okay.
53.30.
All right, so they're just gonna go try to grab that. Sell the ES.
And it's a
It's
nice
gonna pop
clean
above-
800 too.
Sell
Yeah.
the ES. Sell the
It's
ES.
gonna pop above 1,000 when the spread bros get there in like 2 more ticks.
Sell these 35s. Work the 30s.
We should try it.
You know how this. You sell the 36s.
I would if we didn't have negative 9,400 delta.
You know they're gonna. You know this 800 lot. They're gonna hook that 800 lot up. They always hook up paper.
Until they don't.
Yeah, I mean, there's more than 800. There's a lot of contracts between it and them right now.
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes left. Still there. Ooh, up in here. Still there. Yep.
Still there.
Watch it come chase.
Well, the Mag 7 has gone 40 million to the sell side. Dow has gone 73 million sell side. Change of pace.
Yep, still there.
And barking.
He's still barking?
He's still talking. They've got like Tostina pizza pups they're feeding him, and every time they feed him one, he talks. U.S. may be heading into a long-term worker shortage.
Barking. 2 minutes left. 800 lot still there.
Tomorrow is Friday. Wow.
What's up? Mess up.
Already.
It's already.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Have that all set up for tomorrow.
All right. Here we go. Minute 40 left in the session. Francis, keep us posted on this trade.
Yes.
I'm watching the ES right now. I'm watching to see what happens with the 800 lot.
So that 53.30 is kind of close to where 5,300 is in the SPX.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what we're seeing.
Wishing
Options
order.
levels.
60 seconds.
Yes.
Flyer Jim's wondering where those MOC graphics were. Well, they upgraded to an elite version, and if you pay out, you get that widget again. Just if you were wondering.
Oh, bueno. Run away from it. 40 seconds left. Buyer
Oh, my
stepping in here in the ES.
Any
800
last
lot.
word?
Oh, bueno. Right away.
Any last words before we send you on?
Oh, someone
we're
just got
out.
in.
We're out. We're out.
There was you. All right. Wow, what a rally.
Here's the pop. Finally.
There's the squeeze, the squeeze.
Finally.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, happened. Oh, it came up. That order came up. They went chasing. Nope, still there. Okay, we got the bell here. My man Eddie's going to take us away. Francis Green, thank you so much.
A pleasure. A pleasure.
Yes. He will be back on with us. I believe next Thursday we'll have him back on for Power Hour. We'll confirm that. But here we go. Into this closing bell. Good job, Jack, Hoag, Francis Green. Great stuff today. Shout out to all the bellers here on TopstepTV. Power Hour, hell of a day. Really appreciate it. Eddie, I'm going to throw it to you, my man.
Francis,
I'm going
pleasure
for
to meet you.
J-Hook.
You're the best, Francis.
Thanks, Francis.
Thanks
Until
ever
we
so
meet
much. It was
again.
good.
Until we meet again. Tomorrow, folks, you can sleep in if you want. I mean, we ain't got nothing until. Oh my goodness! Is this? Let me tap my screen here. Yeah, that's right. Nothing until 12 o'clock. I got the Baker's Hughes rig count, and that's it. That is it. Anybody speaking? Nope. So I'm going to really say we have nothing tomorrow as far as economic numbers, but it's not a reason to sleep in. Get your ass out of bed and join us early here. We've got some great people going to be joining us here. We got Coach Dakota for Fast Markets. Oh, yes, we do. We've got Peter Tuckman for Power Players. Oh, yes, we do. We got Jack and Ben. Not sure if they're going to be doing Roast Your Trades. We'll find out. I think it's going to be a regular shoulder tap. Anne-Marie going to be with us here. And, well, join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Hogan and myself will be here. Fire up the machine, get the party started, and we'll have a good time. Tomorrow's Friday, end of the week, and we really hope that you join us. The more, the merrier. One thing I want to remind you, today is Thursday, and it's the last day of the week that Coach Dakota is going to be doing slow markets, okay? Tonight, 7:30 Central Time. He's going to be starting that up. Slow markets with Coach Dakota, 7:30 Sunday through Thursday. And tomorrow morning, it's going to be the last day of the week also for the London Open. I'm not sorry. No, today was the last day. Tomorrow, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Boy, we're not having slow markets tonight at all. Are we? No, we're not. Yes, we are. But we're not having London Open. London Open last days, Thursdays. But we will have those slow markets with Coach Dakota. So don't forget, don't miss those. Don't miss those. No, Carl. And boy, those gummies that those are nasty. My goodness. Step away from the blunt. Not yet. Not yet. What can a guy make a mistake? Boy, I tell you jump on. I tell you, if we had IPs here, these comments would be a little bit different, right? Right? Would they? Anyway, I love you. We love you. We're glad that you're here. It's all in fun, and I'm not taking it with a good smile. So right now it's family time. Log off. Get out of here. All right. Go get some love from somebody that really loves you. Okay. Get some rest. Re-energize. Stay safe. Stay healthy, and have a fantastic, beautiful, wonderful end of your day. And until we meet again, which is going to be tomorrow, I promise you, I will be here with Hoag. We're going to fire up that machine. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.